Guys, if you're tuning in after the live, I would skip forward about 5 minutes. I don't always put timestamps in the comments, which I should start doing to make everybody's life easier. But if you're coming in after, please skip forward 5 minutes. Looks like we're live on YouTube. Oh, there might be a double feedback here. Okay, we're good. Sorry, I was kind of late to the draw today. Just gotta get my headphones on, mics on, blue light blocking glasses. All right. Looks like we got some folks in the chat already. This is starting off pretty good. Let's pull that up. Mr. Pitt, let's go. Shout out to Mr. Pitt. I don't even remember where my sound effects are. This is crazy. And Barbara Finkel, pleasure to see you. Thank you so much for the support there in the chat. Robert Spencer, Manosphere, not a thing. We're about to get a crash course on the Manosphere tonight. Coach is going to let us know what he thinks, and he gives us a pretty scathing review here. So I think we'll all learn something. Arwen in the chat, along with Dan the Man. All right. I'm glad to see everybody. Are we going to hear the Dowry song intro? Oh, man, I know. Man, I forgot about that. Next time. Maybe I can get a graphic for it, too, and I'll do it properly. Sorry about that, Dan. But shout out to you and Arwen over there. Hope I'm coming in okay. I kind of started in a rush today. I was feeling a little exhausted. I had kind of a long week, but good news is yesterday I had my discussion with Paul Elam, so we got that recorded, and he's going to be posting it. He said in a few days. It's like 2 or 3 days or something, so that should be coming soon. Klaus, shout out to you, man. Good to see you, bro. But yeah, so that was pretty freaking cool talking to Paul, and we talked for like a little over an hour, so it's a pretty decent discussion, and I'm looking forward to seeing that get posted. So I'll put a community post when that happens, just so you guys can stay aware of that. Yeah, we got a pretty long video tonight. This is gonna be 2 hours and 30 minutes. He's gonna get the point across somewhere about here. I'm gonna try to get through as much of it as I can, and hopefully it is pretty good, and I think it's pretty good. Yo, Caesar. Hey, welcome in, Caesar. Shout out to you, man. Great to see you in here. Gosh, I'm feeling pretty good right now. I'm feeling pretty good. I got me a cup of coffee. I'm being bad today. Hey, Dadiva, nice to see you. That kind of rhymed. Pleasure to have you in here. Dadiva has been supporting my channel since some of the very early days, even back on Twitch. So thank you for being in here. But yeah, we're gonna get into this real soon here. I'm just gotta take one sip of my coffee real quick, and I got some of this banana bread. I'm being bad today. I've been on a strict diet. I've been having 5 eggs in the morning. I'm skipping lunch, and I'll have a ribeye in the evening, and then some buttermilk before I go to sleep, with a couple of fruits tossed in there. But I figured I had a good day. Talked to Paul. We got it all taken care of, and I'm celebrating a little bit. So I got some homemade banana bread, not by me, and some coffee. Oh, that's pretty good. The one thing I want to do this weekend is do some gaming. Tomorrow I'm going to spend time playing some video games. So let's move in there. Let's just get into this, guys. I think we got enough folks in here. There's no reason to keep the show, from going. But okay, so we got a long video. You guys know Coach Greg Adams, right? I've talked about Coach Greg Adams so much. He's frankly my hero. He's one of my heroes. He's got the book. He's got the channel, Free Agent Lifestyle. Coach Greg Adams is his official, channel on YouTube, and he's been demonetized. He's added a lot of things to the Manosphere, and he is a respected voice in the Manosphere. He knows a lot of the people in the industry. All of these people on here, he probably knows. I know he's been on Fresh and Fit's show. I know Pearl's been on his show. I'm not sure, about the other two. Maybe they've talked in passing, but he's got enough cred, basically, to, I think, offer a critique of the space as a whole, since he's successful in the space and a lot of folks respect him. So he has a video here called How the Manosphere Destroyed Itself. And we're going to listen to what he has to say. We talk a lot about that, over here. We sometimes talk about things in the manosphere, talk about things that, offer critiques and things that we may not like. But hearing it from Coach, I think is going to be different for everybody. Robert says she's got a crush. I remember last time you and Arwen over here were kind of going at it in the chat. I'll try not to put you guys on blast too much next time. Can't say I blame her. Ah, thank you. A male space, current manosphere. Male space. Hey, shout out to you, man. Good to see you, bro. A male space says current manosphere is deranged, embittered, whining, and yammering. Middle ages madmen. Yeah, and that would, I guess, what we used to talk about here is that a lot of the stuff that went big in 2021 and all that time is, in my opinion, it kind of was emblematic of red pill rage, manosphere rage. And that kind of was born throughout this format of, bringing the ladies on and making them look stupid or whatever. A lot of people like that kind of content. But that content's kind of gone on too long, and people have had their sort of collective red pill rage phase. And I think folks, as folks start to get out of it, that content tends to become kind of stale. And, there's been a lot of the same talking points over and over again. Beyond that, there's also questions of like, what are people really advocating for here? I really like that he has Brian on the thumbnail, so that's interesting. I've made a couple of videos discussing whatever podcast. Let me see if I can bring one up real quick, but there's the one about the TradCon PSYOP, possible TradCon PSYOP. We were just speculating here. We're just speculating. It's all speculation. But yeah, so, we had whatever podcast pays the ladies. There was a strange clip there. Whatever podcast conspiracy theory is whatever podcast affront, for big tech and big con. So is whatever podcast in bed with big tech and big con. So that was another video. So, we've had our discussions about that, if you guys have seen that. And, I kind of noticed that there's a lot of Daily Wire people on Brian's show, and it seems to be kind of very convenient for a sort of TradCon hijacking of the space. But anyways, Robert says, National Banana Bread Day was just a few days ago. Is that true? Is there really a Banana Bread Day? That's pretty cool. CGA is a good guy. Current Manospherians are angry 24/7. Very creepy. There's a lot of bitterness. Yeah, after a while, it tends to. Well, obviously there's different spaces, and a nice thing too is going to be when you guys see the Paul Elam interview. We did talk about the manosphere a little bit, so that's in there. We mainly focused on bride wealth and dowry, but we peppered in some other subjects in there, politics, the manosphere space as a whole, and all these kinds of things. But I think what you're saying, male space, is how people feel, and the manosphere itself has not done a good job of kind of pushing the space forward or kind of moving on from sort of the rage bait. Caesar says, hey, shout out Caesar, and thank you so much for the donation. Big shout out to you. I think I gotta make my chat box here bigger to fit in all this comment. Hey Shah, I meant to ask you, did you switch to longer streams because you've been online longer? I know you said you were trying to balance between consuming and producing. Longer streams are cool. Oh, I'm glad you like that. To be honest, it wasn't really a conscious decision. I mean, I don't think so. Usually I'd go for about 3 hours a stream, and one of the nights I just had extra energy, and I put a poll out, and some of the folks were just willing to go for longer. So we just started reacting to other stuff, and we were just hitting this consistent 5 hours. Then like the week after, it was just like, oh, let's do 5 hours again. Let's do 5 hours again. So it's just funny because in my mind now, I'm like, well, Saturday kind of equals a 5 hour stream. So I should be good for it tonight. I was feeling a little off earlier in the day. I don't know. I think I was so exhausted. I was cramming so much for this discussion with Paul. I was reading so many papers about dowry, like rereading stuff. And I have this tendency to kind of overstudy, basically. But, all the stuff I relayed to him, was pertinent, and I think I was able to build the model well in speech. Of course, there's always things I wish I could have added in there, but we really were going, for a while already. So it was just like, man, we'd have to save that for a next time. But I'm glad you like the longer streams. I mean, I just enjoy being here, hanging out with the folks. Robert says, Arwen and I got married and moved to Fiji. I hear they got some good water coming out of there. We have 20 kids and they all look like her. Okay. Arwen and Robert are at it. That's good. And Braylon, real quick, Braylon, shout out to you, Braylon, and then we're moving on to this. So I think we got the background. These are all the favorite characters in the Manosphere here. We got Fresh and Fit, we kind of know what happened to them. We got Pearl. Pearl interviewed me about child support about a little less than a year ago So a big shout out to Pearl. Pearl, I think I can genuinely say has gone through a redemption arc. And I really do hope that they remonetize her on YouTube. You can see the change that she's went through. She has changed up content. She's really kind of an investigative journalist at times. So big credit to her. Andrew Tate seems to be at the tail end of his legal troubles. Maybe not. That's at least how he advertises it. But obviously, we know what the critiques of Andrew Tate are. He is the hyper self-improvement, guru, manifest here, the Barbie standard for men. And whatever podcast, Brian is the boxing promoter, so to speak. He is the guy that just finds people. And, one of my first videos that got a lot of views was when F and whatever podcasts were beefing, and they're both accusing each other of being grifters. So it was just funny because they both kind of got, outed. They were just both accusing each other of being in it for the money. And Brian kind of takes this appeal of, well, of course people are in it for the money. So, so be it. So be it. Anyways, yeah, so without further ado, I will get back to the other comments. I did watch this once previously because when I saw it, I had to immediately watch it. But we will be starting from the beginning. Okay, let me just forward.
Champion of YouTube. We got a special presentation. I know the football game.
Guys, if there's anything with volume, just please let me know. So
it's going to be kicking off. We don't want to interrupt the football game. We'll probably get into the first quarter videos because most of you millennials and Gen Z, we don't want to interrupt the football game. We'll probably get into the first quarter. And I don't want to make this video very long. I know I do long live streams on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel, the Notorious.
And I'll tell you right now, I like a lot of what Coach says. I watch his show all the time. He's like probably my favorite Manosphere content creator, if I'm being honest. And there was one time when he actually reacted to my interview with Pearl, and that was like the greatest day ever for me. There might be some things we diverge on a little bit. We'll see if some of that comes up. There's not a lot really. So I just got to be honest about that. I'm not going to try to be biased here or anything like that, but I just got to say I'm a huge fan of his. So moving forward from there.
This one. And I'm the best at it. The best entertainment here on YouTube. But I want to make this pretty quickly and try to make this quick. I want to put up 30 minutes, but it's probably going to be an hour. All right. But I really want people to watch and react to this video because most of you millennials and Gen Z have the shortest attention span in the history of time. But the purpose of today's show is not to create beef and dissension. I feel like as the King of Kings himself, I need to actually talk about how the Manosphere destroyed itself. Now, this isn't going to be pointing at any particular content creator. For you to understand, the people in the comment section are going to verify and validate everything that I'm talking about if they disagree with this message. Now, you don't have to agree with it, but it's the way you're going to disagree with it that's going to prove me right. It's going to prove me absolutely right. And who else but the Notorious One can deliver this message, can give you a critical critique of this space in the manosphere. I've been in this.
You know, and one thing I've noticed about Coach too is as time has gone on, at least over the last year, it seems like he's been like increasingly annoyed, especially with men and viewers in the space or people that annoy him, but just stuff that goes on in the space that's either kind of embarrassing or makes guys kind of look dumb, you can
space
say.
Since 2015. All right, I've been making content. My first video that I made was in the year 2017. And of course, the content didn't take off very aggressively. And I made about 3 videos, and one of them got pretty good views and the other 2 did not. And I didn't understand how to make content, just like a lot of people today don't understand the idea of the content creator. You guys are waiting for for TikTok to go away so you can laugh all the content creators back to working at Popeyes. But once I figured it out around 2018 as I started to make more and more content, but I've been listening to the space really about 3 years before I started making content myself. Now, that is much different than what we're seeing today. Some people see a couple pieces of videos and then they start making content. All right. And that's going to be one of the issues that we have in the space. But this is a critical critique.
Arwen says this guy thinks very highly of himself. It's part of the. I would say I personally think he's very authentic. I think part of it's part of the, he does. There is a confidence, but I don't think it comes off like in a bad way.
Of this space as it stands, for me, watching it going on 10 years, being an active participant for going on 10 years, being in this space since the year 2015 and making content since 2017, and certainly going in making content and an impact in this space since 2018.
It's funny. He says, so I wonder if when he says being in the space, if he means like that's how long he's been either watching Manosphere content or reading the stuff. I could say for myself personally, I started finding stuff on Reddit around like 2012, 2013-ish. But I didn't really watch YouTube stuff until way later. YouTube, I would say probably around the time almost till COVID happened. Probably like a year before that. I wasn't really focused on Manosphere videos, but I would read forums, so to speak. So I never saw a lot of the like YouTube videos or some of the past stuff I've dug up, but it was mostly like the Red Pill subreddit, which was made in 2012. And, I would read that every now and then. And then later on, I kind of discovered a lot more of the characters in this space as, it started getting a lot more popular.
An elder, an OG. I kind of know more about this space than people who are the loudest and the weakest motherfucking men. I know more about this space than they do. All right. And that's just the bottom line. It's kind of like hip hop. These new heads think they know everything about the space, and they don't. Nor do they care, which is going to be why the manosphere is destroying itself. We just don't give any credit or credence to the past. And that's going to be another big issue that I'm going to address. Now, here's the thing. If you want to contribute to today's show, $ the Notorious CGA on the Cash App. It's Venmo, Coach Greg Adams TV. It's PayPal, paypal.me/Coach Greg Adams. And it is near the description box, near the top of the description box on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. And you can super chat by clicking the link on the top of the live chat on the Coach Greg Adams channel. All right. It's been a while since I put in work over here. As you guys see, many people don't know I have this channel. Many people they're not aware. They watch me on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. They certainly not aware that I have this channel.
I might not stop it as often. I just kind of want to let him get there. He usually has timestamps on his video. This one doesn't have them, but that's okay. So we'll be patient and get there.
And I haven't been active on this channel for 3 years. All right. For people that don't realize, this channel was booming circa 2019, 2020, and 2021. It became fully demonetized since 2021. And from that particular point, this channel gave me a fucking stomach ache.
See, that's one thing about Coach. He's been demonetized. He'll say like 11 times or 12 times. And the interesting thing about this space is that I think back then when he was doing it, it was a lot easier to get demonetized. And then as the years go on, it just seems like there's so much stuff, or at least the boundaries are pushed real far to where it takes some real sort of, I don't know, just outright content that's pretty bad to get you banned. So part of me, when I look at this, like I feel, all right, nobody wants to get demonetized. I'd hate to get demonetized. I'd feel bad. Like obviously it's not about the money, but it's like still you put in work, and it's, I don't know, it's nice sometimes to get, even a little bit for that, or just feel like you can if you wanted to. But even myself, I've worked with several demonetized people. Pearl, doing an interview with Pearl. Coaches reacted to my stuff. I'm not sure about Paul Elam if he's demonetized or not, but I can only imagine in the time that he was popular, probably his channel did get demonetized. So there's a lot of people that came before us that kind of tested the boundaries and demonstrate to others where demonetization exists. And then as time goes on with each iteration, I'd like to think content creators get smarter, or if the culture changes, maybe those barriers change a little bit. But Fresh and Fit and kind of veered off into some other territory, I think, which set off the sort of demonetization journey for them. But coaches managed to survive in the space irregardless of demonetization.
It gave me a stomach ache. All right, it was a very painful thing for me to go through, not just because of the finances. It was because all of the work that I had put in, and frankly, I was one of the first people since the adpocalypse to be demonetized. So it was a gut punch.
And another thing too, there was that diverting hate list. And a lot of people's channels that are bigger channels, they kind of noticed that they stopped growing. Some are maybe a little bit, some aren't. So it gets to be this kind of just sort of scary thing, or YouTube's not very clear about it. So, I just kind of, I guess if you don't know exactly what it is, I mean, you can try your best to not. I think my content's pretty, like, it's not that, I don't think it's bad or anybody's really getting attacked. It's more about the ideas and stuff like that. I don't think there's any discrimination going on here. So I'm not super worried about that. But back then, I think it was pretty easy for guys like this to be labeled male supremacists, and the actions of certain content creators in the space sometimes say things that are so bad, it makes it easy for people on the other side to say these are male supremacists. And that's kind of part of the issue with the space is men with legitimate things to say don't get listened to when there's other bad apples making them seem, really freaking bad. Klaus says, I wonder if this demonetization scheme is going to change as Trump is trying to remove some of the DEI stuff. He discussed his digital Bill of Rights, which I like that as an idea. And I hope that, I listened to his 4-minute video about that or whatever. And I really hope it's something that he follows through on. If it's up to me, I would say, okay, private companies can demonetize or deplatform people. But the thing is, this has become such a part of our culture, and it's how a lot of people make money. They derive income from this. I think there should be some sort of regulations that tell companies, they got to be clear about why a person got demonetized, but I think they should offer a path to redemption. There's got to be something some people can do, you know what I mean? Or at least know, like, what is the way back? What is the punishment? What's the time I serve? I believe in redemption. You know what I mean? So I do think some content creators maybe make mistakes, and that's bad for, it could be toxic or bad for the environment. So there's a justification to say, all right, well, we don't want you on here anymore. But it would be nice if there was regulation that explains what it is that people got banned for, and then maybe either some type of time served or some type of pathway to redemption, instead of just like, we don't know, we just got banned, and then that's that. Robert Spencer with the double donation again. This has kind of become a thing. I think he meant to do $40 or $20, but it came off as 40. Oh man, Robert, there seems to be a glitch on your side, but shout out to that. And it's unfortunately benefiting me too much here. So we're going to have to work something out here. Sorry, man. Here's some money. I'm going to go move in with Arwen. Make it an excellent night. All right, man. Well, I hope you guys, y'all behave now. All right, moving on.
And I didn't know what to do with the channel. So what I did was I went over to the Free Agent Lifestyle channel, which I had already had. And there was already about close to 50,000 subscribers over there. It was monetized, and I just went over there. All right. And I put in work for another 2-something years, and I kind of left this channel by itself. It still has 240,000 subscribers roughly. And the subscriber count goes down. when you don't post content. Not only that, you can't even search it. All right.
You know, it's so true. When I do type in Coach Greg Adams on the search bar, and I'm subscribed to it too. I'm pretty sure. I mean, he's got a lot of channels, but it doesn't come up. I usually have to go to Free Agent and then find it from there. Because there's a few times I've tried to do that and it doesn't work. Arwen says, you know, the same thing can be said about feminists. Let's see here real quick. You know, the same thing can be said about feminists. There's ones with legitimate grievances, but the angry blue-haired pea-hat wearers ruin it for the rest of them. That's a very, very true statement. I completely agree with that. And it's almost like controlled bad actors. You know, like when there's like a protest or something and people are protesting like a legitimate thing. And then you get the sort of, I don't know who to blame this on, the CIA or somebody, but they'll put in bad actors to start breaking stuff. And I forgot what the word is for that, but to kind of delegitimize the entire protest or the movement or whatever, because they're like, look what they're doing. You know, they're violent. We got to put them down. And it's almost kind of like that with the manosphere space. It's almost like these bad actors come in and they give the other side all the ammo they need. But it's true. I mean, some feminists are just very, very vicious. And it just, there's probably other feminists that are just like, who are these people? Like, we don't even know who they are, where they came from. They don't represent us. But unfortunately, they're the loudest people. So then people on the other side who don't like feminists are going to be more than happy to kind of hold them up to try to knock them down. Some of these same criticisms were kind of coming from the manosphere when Pearl had that interview with Daily Wire. And, you know, some of the stuff, you know, maybe some of Pearl's content in the past, you know, with, you know, like the women in the voting and stuff like that, the more controversial stuff is kind of what people knew about or associate her with or associate the manosphere with. So if you're on the Daily Wire side or TradCon side and you want to disprove the manosphere or kind of get an own on them, they would want to target Pearl instead of a lot of the other content creators here that they could talk to. So if that, you know, they can put Pearl up and try to knock her down, then they've got to win on the whole space. And then there's a lot of other people in the space that are just like, we know what you're doing. You know, there's a bunch of other people that you can talk to about this. So yeah, it's a truthful observation. Mr. Pitt says, Fresh and Fit's only crime against YouTube is bringing on a certain guest that shall remain nameless. They'll probably never be allowed back into the partnership program again. Yeah, that's true. I couldn't remember if exactly that was the reason why or if there was something else, but it probably was him that led to that. And I think the same is true of Pearl, actually. I might be wrong about that. They both had him on. So yeah, I mean, see, and that's kind of the tough part, especially, you know, if they're going to be kind of a leader in the manosphere. And if you got guys watching them for a certain things, or let's just say it's whatever it's for, you know, men's concerns, it gets tough then if you're going to start veering into these other controversial type politics, which are maybe at best tangentially related to some of the manosphere concerns. But if, you know, it does kind of come off as grifting. It's like, okay, there's this. Now the red pill rate stuff is dying off. Let me jump off on this. And you're moving the audience along, or you're associating this other controversial stuff with the space. And then again, it just makes the whole space look like this hate-filled area. And then YouTube is like, perfect, let's, you know, demonetize them.
On YouTube, if you search my name on YouTube, this channel doesn't come up. And that's simply a part of not being active, all right, for 3 years. I put some replays over here now and then, but it hasn't been a very active channel. So welcome to all the people that didn't know about this channel. I deleted probably 90% of the videos. And after I got demonetized in an attempt to get remonetized, and it just wasn't going to go. This channel forces all my other channels to get demonetized once YouTube figures it out. And we're going to talk about that when we talk about censorship in this case. All right, we're going to talk about that because that's a big point in this space. But
Klaus says, we've even had people in the media trying to derail farmer protests to cover their own narratives. It's hard not to get into conspiracy theories sometimes. Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I think there's some of that over here too. I think they call them crisis actors. I can't remember if it's crisis actors or agent provocateurs. Gosh, that took a long time. That's what it is. And you can say this, you know, there's been accusations of that from folks on the BLM, even Occupy Wall Street and that sort of side. And then the other side, let's say, you know, the Stop the Steal rallying folks, you know, and the J6 and all that kind of stuff. There were accusations of like there were these other people doing things here that were just trying to agitate the situation on purpose in order to make it look really bad. And you know, in the confusion, I mean, especially when a peaceful protest becomes a mob, you know, with pitchforks, it's really hard to know what's what, who's associated with who. Trump's digital Bill of Rights would be immensely helpful since major social media platforms are essentially de facto public squares in the digital age. Yeah, that's the big debate. And I think the same thing was going on, even when Joe Rogan had like Jack Dorsey on, and he had that Twitter lawyer. It was like the official, this was before they sold it to Elon Musk. It was like Vidya something was her name. And I can't remember if that was before or after they had banned Trump, but when they banned Trump off Twitter, this discussion, you know, or idea, I think, of the public square had come on. Currently, what you're seeing is like, you know, Myron Gaines from Fresh and Fit. He's on Twitter, and he recently got demonetized or his check mark taken away again. And I think that's over the whole H-1B visa stuff, is what they're saying it is. I don't think anybody really knows, but unless they were given a reason. And he was talking with Tim Pool the other day. He was on Tim Pool's show having a debate about it. And he's basically saying they're attacking the right to free speech. And Tim Pool is saying, no, I mean, can you still post on Twitter? And he's like, yeah. Well, he's like, just because you can't make money on Twitter, Elon didn't stop you from being able to post on Twitter. Now, of course, his reach is probably significantly limited, and the way the algorithm works and all these kinds of things. So it's an interesting debate. But again, the only thing I think that's going to fix that, if there's some kind of law passed, and if Trump does that, I think it could be good. I don't think it'll be, you know, a complete freedom of speech. And I myself, I am not a free speech absolutist. I do think there are certain things people can say that are harmful, and, you know, require maybe some type of regulation to stop, especially when it comes to people possibly getting harmed and all these kinds of things. But if we actually get clear outlines and it does protect certain discussions, especially about male concerns and legitimate male issues, then that's going to be a huge win. So here's hoping he does that.
Let me give up the first point, and a lot of people are going to miss this, but I wish they didn't. But this is a critical critique here, and I'm going to go through some things. I'm going to show some slides about what's going on here. Now, let's see here. Let's see if I can pull this up. I think I supposedly screenshotted something that I was supposed to present. Okay, where did it go? All right, what happened? Okay, I'm still on Wi-Fi. So if I have any problems, I'm still on Wi-Fi here, so I see what happens. I'm going to share this to my other channel or my other computer. And shout out to all the content creators that are out here under their other profile, right? They're under their Sneaky Pete profile. They watch me under their Sneak profile all the time. So shout out to you. They're gonna watch this.
There are a lot of content creators. I'll watch some folks too, and they will use kind of coined terms from Coach. Coach has created a lot of vocabulary for the space.
They're going to watch this because they're going to be curious as to what I say. And if I'm going to be beefing with anyone in particularly, just know that I'm not here for beef. All right. I ain't here for no damn beef. All right. You know what I got to do? All right. I got to send it to my phone. All right. Because I can think, because I'm on the live stream.
We'll forward it.
I'm on live. Then you heard it. All right. So now that I switch it back to Wi-Fi. All right, so I don't never stream on Wi-Fi. All right, so let me go ahead and see if
I hate it when that happens, when you're like midstream and you realize something's wrong. And if you're off stream, you can probably correct that very fast. But when you're midstream, your brain is just like, oh crap.
I can share this particular thing real quick. All right, let me open this up because people want to know, and they may not know this, and some of you guys don't care, and I'm going to tell you why you don't care. Is very important. Let's pop this up on the screen. I think we got this on the screen. So I've seen, I'm going to name content creators today. But when I name content creators, I'm not here for beef. Okay. Please.
I like this chart that he pulls up. And this is some attempt at explaining the different factions, I guess you can say, in the manosphere. There's the men's right. These are the MRAs. This is, Paul Elam and all those folks. Pickup artists, we're very familiar with them. Then we got the Mgtow guys right here. Shout out to them. And then we got these guys here. These are kind of the black sheep of the house, if you know what I'm saying. And these guys used to exist on their own. On Reddit, they had a subreddit that was dedicated to them. And then what happened was that subreddit got shut down, and all those people that were on there, their traffic kind of flowed over into other forums, and that toxicity did kind of come with them. And, maybe it made the place kind of ripe for the rage bait.
Understand.
I do want to say, though, I don't think this is the manosphere that we're familiar with, but I do think there is a greater manosphere in the sense of what the public kind of associates with it. A lot of folks in the manosphere were celebrating that, like, yeah, because of us, Trump won. And Trump credits sort of that in himself, but he talks about going on podcasts. Barron Trump had this idea for him to go on certain podcasts and be on there. But those podcasts aren't, the folks we all know. That's people like Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan was the face of like male toxicity for a bit. And then after him, it was Jordan Peterson, and those guys were the boogeyman. And then Andrew Tate came around, and people were just like, wow, like, I mean, Joe Rogan compared to Andrew Tate in terms of toxicity, I think isn't even really, comparable. Andrew Tate takes the cake. So there is this kind of greater manosphere that people associate everything with. And in fact, it's kind of a goal. It's like, if you can associate Joe Rogan with these folks right here on the right, that's a win if you don't like Joe Rogan, because then you can try to get him shut down. But Trump had gone on, I think, Aiden Ross's stream, Joe Rogan, maybe there's another person I'm forgetting about, but it was, it's none of the manosphere type people. So I just want to point that out, that there's a bigger circle or some other greater part that people call the manosphere that is kind of different from this.
For the people that are here, I'm not here to create beef, but I'm going to bring up content creators and shit like this. So I've seen Anthony Johnson. He is 21 Studios. He goes by the president of the manosphere. Okay. He has a similar chart to this, and he's presented this at the 21 Studios 21 convention, but I didn't use his chart because I couldn't find it very fast. But this is from a research project. A graduate student, who I'm not going to name, has a page or a presentation, a thesis, if you will, of mapping the manosphere. And it's somewhat accurate, so we're going to give it some credibility here.
Yeah, I forgot about that. JD Vance, yeah, he kind of went on it too. He was on Theo Von's. And, obviously, people really liked, especially Trump on Joe Rogan, because it was just this uninterrupted, it came off very genuine, very authentic of a conversation. And, Joe Rogan gave the invite to Kamala Harris to come on also, just to give her a sort of fair shake. And she didn't want to do it. Or, well, she had conditions. She was just like, I want you to come to the White House. You're only going to get 45 minutes. It was basically a no. So that looked really bad. But yeah, that was an excellent strategy employed by them there.
And this is the anti-feminist movement. So breaking down what the manosphere is. Some people will call some things the manosphere. Some things people will call people the red pill. Some people use these terms interchangeably, and also some people will use these terms to say, no, I'm not a part of that. I'm not a part of that. But we're going to show you how people got handicapped and destroyed the manosphere by not being clear of who they were.
Another thing, too, is like the manosphere implosion really did happen. I mean, there was the demonetizations. There was all that. People kind of swept in. But to me, especially, there are a lot of big creators that started calling it the Mano Swamp. I don't know if you guys remember that or heard that term, the Mano Swamp. That really was emblematic of this kind of people trying to disassociate from them. I would say kind of one of the pinpricks in that bubble was the discussion with, I think it was when Rolo was on Fresh and Fit, and Sneeko and Destiny were on there. And I think they had the question about, like, what is a high-value man, or the whole vasectomy thing. that led to a lot of tradcons wanting to disassociate themselves with red pill as much as they can, and that began a kind of implosion. That I would set that just about there. And there was this kind of a lot of blowback coming on the manosphere, and a lot of them kind of had to try to huddle up, and obviously there's also Andrew Tate's whole arc and him getting arrested. I think all that was around the same time, and the allegations there. So they came at it pretty hard. It was looking pretty bad.
They're not being clear of who they were. They were very deceptive in who they were. And this is going to be one of the first parts. Okay. So there it is right there. This is mapping the manosphere. I've seen even a manosphere person or a red pill person even have a similar graph. But the first part is you have to understand the manosphere has almost always been known as a collective group of ideas. Okay. If you want to call it the red pill, you could call it the red pill as well. But the red pill also does go outside of the manosphere. There's people that are outside of the manosphere that use the term red pill.
That would be true. Someone like Candace Owens, her original Twitter handle, I think, was Red Pill Black. I could be mistaken, but that's what I recall. And that word, red pill was in, I guess you can say, the cultural zeitgeist, especially, from the Matrix movie. And you can get red pilled on a lot of different subjects. So it wasn't just men stuff in the beginning. Mr. Pitt says, whether you're on the left or right, you have to admit that Trump's appearance on Rogan made him seem very personable. Without the mainstream media spin, you felt like you got to know Trump personally. Yeah, that's exactly what it did. He just comes off. It doesn't feel like he's lying or anything. Like you hear a lot of the politicians speak, and it's just like, it just sounds like they're lying, or it just sounds very scripted. It sounds very PR. It sounds like very almost lawyerly talk, And Trump and Joe are just having a conversation. Now, some people might be like, Joe Rogan softballed the interview. That could have some merit to it, but I still think, just watching them talk it did come off a lot better, especially than Kamala. So I think what you're saying is true, Mr. Pitt. And, a lot of people like Trump because he is direct, in the sense of people feel like he's not giving politicians speak. That's what a lot of his appeal was. And that's probably a lot of why not the red pill, excuse me, but the media hated him. Yes, Candace Owens used to go by Red Pill Black. Okay, yeah, so that is right.
But the red pill has almost exclusively been saying, okay, if you're a red pill, you're also under manosphere. Okay, so here it is. At the top, you have in this circle Venn diagram, Kamala Harris will be proud of herself. You have the men's rights movement, which is the MRAs. The MRAs are almost older now. They're mostly boomers or older Gen Xers. Not a lot of people go under the umbrella of the MRA. But circa 2009, 2010, 2011, and even before that, shout out to Paul Elam.
There we go. Big shout out to Paul Elam. For those of you guys that don't know, I just had my discussion with Paul Elam actually yesterday, so he's going to be posting that soon. And Paul Elam is one of the original people, especially for men's rights. Now, men's rights goes back away, but especially as far as the manosphere kind of we know, he's one of the original guys, and he co-authored a lot of books. He's got a Substack. He has a lot of good YouTube videos from like 7-8 years ago, especially, that I think at the time people just really, really resonated with them, and he's been a big part of the movement, specifically from a men's rights perspective. This is one of his books, co-authored with Peter Wright, who runs gynocentrism.com, along with this book, Chivalry. So yesterday, I was blessed to be able to, have some of his time and talk to him. And I think that's going to be a treat for everybody out there when we can all watch that and see how it goes. Real quick before I get back to it, Klaus says, and I guess that's why Kamala didn't do the Rogan interview. She would have had a hard go to present herself as a genuine person. Yeah, and to be fair, I don't even think if she went on there that Joe Rogan would try to like trip her up with things. But she comes off as such a not genuine person that even just a normal conversation that's not even hardball would probably still be a huge challenge. Because I think one of her conditions was that she wanted her team or whatever wanted the final kind of editing approval on that. So Joe really didn't have any of his own creative license. He had to go to them. She wouldn't go to Texas. And she just wouldn't be, with the people on that one. It was just complete control, just came off as completely not genuine. Shadowfax, hey, shout out to Shadowfax. Shadowfax says there is no manosphere. It's a term invented by the MSM without any real meaning. I think that's an interesting conversation to be had too. It's largely, you can say decentralized. Really, it's a space that frustrated men, or just, a lot of men. I didn't want to use frustrated as a kind of like pejorative, but men who are dealing with the culture that we live in and family law and dating and all that stuff just kind of end up because they need somewhere to let stuff out. They need somewhere to talk, somewhere to maybe find a mentor or talk, just try to understand and make sense of what's going on. And especially with social media, that happens to be the case. Some of the criticisms lobbed at the manosphere. I watched a video. Maybe we could do a stream on that. It's an older video. It's with Satan the Sinner. He's got a channel called Satan the Sinner. And he interviewed Rollo, who was dubbed the godfather of the manosphere for a time. There's a lot of monikers out there. This Anthony Johnson guy is the president of the manosphere. But anyways, and, his criticism of the space, because Satan the Sinner is not a red pill guy, but he criticizes, the space to Rollo and says that there's no leadership there and that it needs leadership. And that's what, leads to a lot of problems there. So, Shadowfax, I think a lot of people agree with you on that. I personally am of the opinion that as each iteration goes by, the space can become more and more and more sophisticated, especially as it learns from past failures. I do think some kind of leadership or movement, or at least some type of political basis, can happen. And it's kind of shaped by events as they occur. This last election, might help to solidify how important appealing to men is on a political level, especially for something like a presidential election. Men not, as defined by other things, but men defined as a group in and of themselves for being men. So, we'll see what happens with that. Deanne says, especially since she's been faking accents the whole time. Oh, yeah, that's right. I remember that. Miss Prince says, I'm still not sure if Kamala Harris grew up in a middle-class family. Well, yeah, I don't know. I vaguely remember something about her talking about, like, making Thanksgiving food, and it just seemed really weird. Arwen says, I'm pretty sure no high-level Democrat grew up in a middle-class family. It's seeming that way.
The MRA movement almost was exclusively the lead part of the manosphere. Okay? It was the lead part. It was the biggest, most vocal part. Many of them were prior to YouTube, but many of them did migrate to YouTube from blogs, written blogs, and books. Many of them migrated over to YouTube. Now, many of these people...
And to give credit to the men's rights folks, men's rights people are I think, only people I've ever seen who have tried to enact any change on a legal level, which is why I have a lot of respect for men's rights folks. You read about it. There were folks trying to challenge paternity laws when a lot of the stuff was even being made. They were unsuccessful, but they did try. And in some places, maybe they were able to move the needle a little bit, but ultimately they were, kind of chased out of the building. And that is unfortunately the failure on their part, was maybe not being able to successfully stave off that stuff. So a lot of people did kind of end up drifting maybe towards like Mgtow and these other ways here. But these guys, it wasn't about picking up women or this or that. It was just about trying to make things, I think, fair between men and women, or fight for fathers' rights and custody and all these kinds of things.
Did not produce great content, but they had a lot of talking points and instructions.
And a lot of these guys were before YouTube also. So it's like, it was Substacks, just different individual websites that, people can find. So they didn't have the same tools that we have now.
There we'll go to the bottom, which is the PUAs, the pickup artists. They are associated with the manosphere. All right. No matter what they say, I'm not in the manosphere. They are in the manosphere. They are in the red pill. Now, the pickup artist was a collective group of people who I call nerds, but I'm not trying to diss. A lot of nerdy guys that basically took the writings and the music of our generation, the 1990s music, pimping. They read a couple of pimp books, And then they also evolved it into a nerd science of approaching women and kind of manipulating women to get dates, or as they say, get laid. All right. So
these are kind of yeah, these are the original pickup guys. Maybe some of you guys can put in some of the pickup artists you at least remember from back then. I know there's a lot of like very famous people before my time, and that whole cold approach, and prior to dating apps, all that stuff was kind of big. The one pickup artist guy that I actually watch, he's pickup artist, technically, but he also does like Red Pill, is Matt Cross from the 33 Secrets. He's like one of my I just always find myself just kind of listening to his videos just because, I don't know. He's the one pickup artist that like I think I'm a fan of.
Their whole purpose was to get laid. So what their purpose was, they dominated the YouTube space to the point right around 2015, a lot of them started to get television shows.
So another thing too, let me get Coach's eyes back on screen. Another thing too is like, on this channel, I talk about the difference between like short term and long term. That's how I've chosen to split it up. And what I mean by short term doesn't mean like just a one night stand. It could just be a low commitment level engagement. And that might even go on for a few years, as opposed to long term, which is like, I'm fully investing into this. I'm signing the marriage contract. We're we're having a child together. We're living in this, we're cohabitating. And a lot of some of the issues we see, especially when it sort of comes to people trying to make money or trying to push their brand or trying to push their courses, is that people who maybe rely more on pickup will make claims that like, hey, if you just self-improve, if you follow these steps, if you get more confident, you go to the gym, it's going to solve all your problems with women. And that's just simply not true. When I came into the space after working at, the child support office for 5 years, that was my job, going after people for child support, doing the paternity tests. I saw so many people of so many different backgrounds, of so many different skill levels, height, being in shape, out of shape, whatever, get screwed over by the system, that in my mind, it kind of delineates out to like, yes, the pickup guys are right in the sense that you can improve. But to me, their limits are, it helps you, maybe get laid with women or do whatever. It helps you get short-term engagements with women. So yeah, you can do this. You can be with a bunch of women if you want to. But what the pickup artist advice does not help you with is the long-term engagement of marriage and family life. And I think the folks that were focused on the long-term issues were the men's rights guys. Men's rights were trying to get laws changed to make things fair and family life and other things too, as far as, living in a gynocentric culture entails and things. So part of kind of the issue in the manosphere are one group or another really overselling themselves and just leading men to disappointment. And oftentimes when that happens, then they kind of end up going their own way altogether. Or, something like this happens, but we'll move on.
Right. They started to appear at television shows. So pickup artists, no matter how much they say they hate a certain sector of the manosphere, which is going to be critical in my assessment here, they are a part of the manosphere.
And I would consider kind of like the Rollo version of the red pill, the praxeology, that is a kind of evolution out of the original pickup artists. Because the pickup artists are focused on things like cold approach and this and what gets a woman to respond and trying to bed ladies and all that kind of thing. And, that kind of leads into greater discussions about things that lead to this praxeology, or as Rollo calls it, the Chilton Manual. And basically understanding what increases attraction, what diminishes attraction, shit tests and compliance tests and all these kinds of just interesting dynamics that they talk about. So, that's kind of how that moves forward there.
All right. But unfortunately, they have faced a lot of backlash, and particularly if you
and another thing, about the red pill subreddit originally, whereas a lot of the stuff started coalescing, is that they specifically moderated it to where it's an amoral forum, and the moderators, the Red Pill as a subreddit was created in 2012 because the people who used to visit r/seduction, every time they were kind of pushing up against that barrier to try to understand what's under the hood of attraction a little bit more, a moderator or somebody would stop the discussion, would ban them and say, hey, this doesn't sound right. Like, this sounds like, manipulative, or just kind of didn't match the cultural mores of the time. And then Red Pill was created, and it was created specifically to stop that issue so people could come up to here and then keep sharing what they've noticed and try to understand what's going on. So because of that specific strategy and style of moderating, men were able to compare notes and not get shut down and basically discover in an amoral way these different strategies and different you know, ideas and even facts about the behaviors of women. And then once people kind of learn that, they can decide what to do with it. Another caveat of that is that they really didn't want political discussion or this overall kind of discussion of, you know, morality and things like that. So you kind of had this space where a lot of that was pushed out, and it enabled something to be created there, which was special and not really seen before.
Take those groups alone, the MRA, they got a lot of backlash, way more than we got today. The pickup artists got a lot of backlash as well because a lot of their tactics were seen.
I'm glad he points that out about the MRA getting a lot of backlash, because I would say they're kind of the first guys to go in at this, and they are hit with the brunt of the gynocentric culture pushing back on them. So they took it the worst.
As deceptive and manipulative, and also the people that claim to be pickup artists look like a nerd. All right, so it looked weird, the type of guys that were promoting it. It never was guys that look healthy and fit. It was always kind of weird, kind of guys that developed language. They had their own language. And what happened was a lot of women started to get a hold of this information, which a lot of people don't realize. We have infiltration in this space. A lot of women started to watch this, and that is where you started to see a lot of people reject the manosphere. So then you go over to the far left, which would be Mgtow, men going their own way. That really started around 2012, 2013, 2014, with a lot of content creators never showing their face. So a lot of them were undercover. They had superhero names. Many of them were in the shadows. They never showed their face. They kind of hid behind profiles, and they were seen as very extreme. And I've been the one to tell you that Mgtow is definitely a result of the PUA. Okay, so a lot of people won't say it. So there are some groups, involuntary celibate, the incel, which you might say they're not manosphere, they're not red pill, but you have to understand, from the outside looking in, they're manosphere.
Yeah, I mean, I think anybody else would that's like a boon for people on the other side. And anytime there is this kind of incel sort of, you know, breakdown or just lashing out, they can really use that to attack the rest of these groups. I know he says Mgtow kind of grows out of the pickup artist community, and probably with folks who maybe weren't super successful with it, or even folks who were successful, but they just find it's not worth the time. They just, you know, they're like, this is kind of a lot of work. You know, if you're going off the assumption that what women require nowadays is a lot more than it used to be. And, you know, the pickup artist and the red pill guy is going to give you strategies to match these high standards in order to try to, you know, game people or whatever term you want to put to it. The Mgtow guy is like, okay, I get it. Maybe I've done this a few times. And after a while, it's just very demanding, and it's just the juice ain't worth the squeeze. The juice ain't worth the squeeze is really the defining feature there. I do think that part of Mgtow, I think, evolved out of the men's rights stuff, because there are a lot of men's rights guys, and I think even Paul Elam, I think, had a whole website that got just, you know, shot down. I think his original Voice for Men. And I think he had to recreate another one with a different domain, which was essentially the same thing. But Mgtow, I think, is also related to his side of things.
From the outside looking in there.
Are you muted? I don't think so. Are you not hearing me? Are you not hearing me? That'd be very bad. Guys, if you can hear me, please let me know in the chat before I move on. I'll give you guys like maybe 20 seconds or so to just put that in there. I'm seeing everything's fine on my side. There should be no issues. Yeah, sound is fine. Perfect. Okay, thank God. We've been going over a lot. That'd have been a shame if none of it was going through. Perfect. Thank you, Mo. Thank you, Peter. Hey, shout out to you, Peter. Great to see you in here. All right, perfect. Mr. Pitt, I'll probably just try reloading the stream or something like that. Thanks, everybody. I appreciate that. So let's get moving on.
Manosphere. So Mgtow essentially was a collective of incels, red pill ragers, MRAs, young MRAs, and men that did not do well with pickup artistry. Men that did not do well with pickup artistry. So some of those Mgtows were a lot of men that tried pickup artistry and realized it was a crock of shit. All right. And so they migrated over there to say that shit doesn't work. If you guys study the manosphere, like I have been a student of, a lot of Mgtows tried to do PUA. They tried to, and they failed, for better or for worse. And a lot of them had a negative reaction to what these guys were teaching. So immediately there is destruction from within. So when I have this assessment, how the manosphere destroyed itself, there is a lot of destruction from within, and you have these splinter groups that section off that have a completely different purpose. MRAs, these are people that were in their second marriage, or they got screwed after their first marriage. A lot of them are older. Mgtows at the time tended to be younger men who never married. And
Banji Baby asks, what's PUA? Oh, it's just a shorthand for pickup artistry. So folks that pick up are, you know, they study cold approaching and going out and talking to ladies and trying to pick them up, so to speak.
So they saw the MRAs and they listened to the MRAs and they gave them a reason to never get married. They also tried pickup artistry and it didn't work. So they migrated to Mgtow. What happened then is you have a group of involuntary celibates, and these men are called incels. Now,
that's one thing. I don't know if you guys watch Legion of Men. I like watching his stuff. I remember probably like a year or two ago, I was watching one of his videos and he mentioned kind of the history of Mgtow. He was talking, you know, kind of briefly about it. And he said that Mgtow kind of started off with guys that had been divorced. And then once after they went through the whole divorce court situation, those guys kind of did men going their own way. Then, you know, the younger folks in the next generation behind them and younger are looking at all this content and they're trying to basically do pickup or find a girlfriend or whatever. And they're not being met with success, especially as the dating landscape is changing. So young guys start saying, we're going to go Mgtow too. Bo kind of had a criticism for those guys saying that that's ridiculous. That's way too early. I mean, you shouldn't be doing that. And, you know, he kind of got on him for, you could say, not improving to try to figure out, you know, how to pick up chicks or whatever. I'm giving a bad recollection of that. Mad Villainy said, I stopped watching LOM. You know, I got a soft spot for the guy. I do appreciate his videos. You know, I used to watch when he has them on. I put them on. I hit the like button immediately. Sometimes he can be a little too self-improvement oriented. Sometimes he can be a little tradcon, you know, but I don't know. You know, I appreciate the guy. And sometimes it's the little dumb things that make you kind of appreciate someone's channel. Like he mentioned playing Halo back in the day. And I'm like, you know what? That guy comes from my generation. I'm just like, you know, that's cool. But I get it. You know, sometimes his message is very, you know, self-improvement oriented. Sometimes he's kind of real about stuff, especially about family law and things like that. But I guess I can understand why you're saying that. But I do tend to support his channel still.
This is a pejorative around the world. So anybody in this Venn diagram is liable to be labeled an incel. Okay.
And they're going to want to do that. You know, this applies with any group, you know, that might voice a concern and someone's trying to just label them the worst thing, right? Like, you might be talking about men's issues and instead of being labeled, you know, incel does become a pejorative that people even tell full-on married guys, you know, they'll call a married person with children an incel. Now, if you're in a dead bedroom, I guess you can be married with kids and be an incel, technically. But, you know, it's almost like the same thing as labeling someone like a male supremacist, you know, and that's kind of a thing that I think about, you know what I mean? Because when I look at the manosphere, I see an organic collection of men and I see political groups trying to get a hold of that. Like, I think politics works in that way. You know, they're looking for legitimate, you know, coalescence of people. And what they'll try to do is put that into their umbrella so they can at least get them voting that way or whatever. And they will try to hijack the space, basically. So I don't know. I see a lot of that. And then the question is, okay, well, what are we advocating for, right? So you got tradcons here. Tradcons were in the space. They've come in the space. They've criticized the space. Whatever podcast platforms a ton of tradcons, and you have a lot of tradcons arguing with red pillars in an attempt to kind of win over their audiences. You know, the issue with tradcons is that, especially when they advocate for biblical patriarchy, I think what the other side hears is, oh, you want to take away women's rights, you want to take away women's right to vote, women's right to own property, women's right to, have equal opportunity employment with men. And what that does, I think, is it kind of takes away from men's legitimate grievances, especially when it comes to things like family court or the stuff I talk a lot about, paternity fraud, and all these kinds of things. So it's like, okay, if the manosphere is associated with that, it's very easy to then label the whole space as a male supremacist organization. Now, that's where it tends to get complicated. But if they can successfully label you or associate you with that, and especially when some of the not tradcon people, but folks like FNF or might say something bombastic one day for the views, and someone else says something like that, then they could be like, oh, see, male supremacy. Nothing that they say is legitimate. Klaus says, who cares about labels? They can call me what they want. Just ignore. That's true. I mean, now at the end of the day, we've talked about this before. I think the most effective of these groups of getting society to at least wonder what's wrong and what can we do to possibly help them, even though it always comes off really not genuine, is the Mgtow guys. The marriage strike guys, the Mgtow guys. Once guys stop giving away their labors and their money and utility for free, basically, the Tradcon guys are trying to get you back on the plantation. The alpha simps or the Tradcon 2.0s are trying to get you to match, these high unreasonable expectations of women and basically kind of simp into that in a different way. Mgtow guys are like, nobody gets nothing from us. And then people are like, ooh, this is dangerous. We need these guys to participate. Arwen says, I feel like all these labels lead to instability within the movement. Yeah, that's the tough part about this. And it is this kind of organic sort of thing, and there is maybe no clear goals on what's being advocated for. And that unfortunately leaves the space open to these kind of demagogic or strong leaders who come in and then pin the space down and try to use it for what they want. Andrew Tate could be an example of that. People kind of come in and try to either monetize or slave male frustration to whatever their own agenda is. And that's really the problem.
If you're associated with any of this shit on this screen, you're at some particular point liable to be labeled an incel. Why? Because it's a pejorative. It's the easy to attack. These men want relationships. They can't get it. Prior to the incel title, they were called True Force Loneliness. They were trying to get into relationships, but they couldn't get into it. Many of these men were angry, bitter, and all of the other terms that you would say. Certainly aggressive and very dominant in the comment section. The Mgtows, very dominant in the comment section. PUAs, not so much, but they had their own tactics to support. PUAs tended to use a lot of shaming language. All right, you can't get pussy, you can't get hoes, you ain't got game. They tended to focus the PUA.
That's the kind of self-improvement stuff there, and the shaming kind of goes hand in hand with that, especially when it comes to, part of it's supposed to be a tough love. Other part of it can come off as a grift. Andrew Tate's kind of famous for this. Like, he'll come in and tell you that something is really wrong with you. And that you're a child and you have all these problems and nobody cares about you. And then, and the next tweet right below that, it's like, if you want to be a man, pay $50 and join the real world or whatever it is.
Not on the men outside of the bubble. The PUAs focus their content to the men inside this Venn diagram. So if any man in this Venn diagram did not subscribe to the PUAs, those men continue to attack the men inside of this bubble. The PUAs would essentially go after the Mgtow, and then the incels, and then the MRAs. All right, you guys just can't have game. You wasn't hitting it right. All right, so the pickup artists would tell the MRAs you wasn't hitting it right.
And basically that, if I was going to reduce that down into anything, maybe it's too much, but it's basically they're as gynocentric in their own way as the tradcons are, right? Because it's still always the man's fault. Men are disposable. Men can't be victims. And I get it from a tough love perspective, but it still sort of plays into the gynocentric narrative of going up to meet women's standards, so to speak, by shaming men. And tradcons have their own version of that, which is, the sort of, come and marry these ladies, they're reformed now, or you need to be doing this, or Charlie Kirk will stand up there and tell you, you better not be doing anything to enjoy nothing till all your wife's financial demands are met. So it ends up being a lot of shaming. So men kind of end up getting shamed from tradcons, these pickup artists, self-improvement gurus, from feminists on the other side. And then that leads a lot of people to Mgtow, basically.
So these were a lot of this dynamics. What's in the middle? We don't care about what's in the middle of the Venn diagram. All right, because that's their own input. But within this as well, you have the Black Manosphere. You have a lot of offshoots. But the Black Manosphere goes in and around this diagram as well, with many of them qualifying for one of these spaces. So if you were Black Manosphere, you could be an incel guy. You could be a guy that was a lame, as they call it, an educated lame. You couldn't get the hot chicks. You were there within the Black Manosphere on the incel side. You might have been a Black Manosphere guy that got divorced. You were on the MRI side. You were closer there. You might have been a guy that, went your own way, and so forth and so on. And you might be a game guy. I got the mouthpiece. I got the game. In the Black Manosphere, you can still exist in this bubble. So I had to talk about the organization, if you will, of how the outside and even men in the inside would diagram what the manosphere is. Now,
I'm glad he had a diagram for that and puts that in there. The manosphere is kind of tough to describe because there is a lot of different stuff. Real quick, big shout out to Caesar Quintana. Thank you so much for that. That's real American money right there, hard-earned money. Caesar says, my favorite label is still Cosplay Tradcon. Everything they do is a show with props, like the cigars, whiskey, and stuff to try to look more manly, especially the church crowd. Yeah, that's a thing I noticed too. I think they tried to sort of steal that symbol away from the Andrew Tate type. There's the whole cigar thing. Coach does the cigar thing too. Personally, I like cigars, but I think once they were trying to attract men, that's how you get, Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles, and we're all going to sit around in a circle and smoke cigars. Michael Knowles has his own cigar brand now, which, hey, that's good business, but it's this trying to, it's like looking at this surface level understanding of masculinity or something and then trying to cosplay that in order to try to lure people in. It comes off very inauthentic, not genuine. And this idea of cosplay is a big one, and to give a little teaser sort of for my discussion with Paul Elam, we did talk about that cosplay and this idea of cosplay, especially from the tradcon side, because what they sell and market to you as traditionalism is not really what traditionalism is. It's what they're selling to you is still a form of gynocentrism, and it doesn't work, in the modern world. But they're just trying to cram something back into this little box that they're never going to be able to do that. Caesar Quintana says, it's Saint Knowles, Shah. Yeah, exactly. Saint Knowles, who can do no wrong.
Fortunately, most people don't know about that. Most people have no clue that that's how it's been around and how long it's been around. Even content creators, which is going to be a problem. Now, I'm way over time already.
Mr. Pitt asked, did you ever try the Perdomo champagne cigar I recommended? Man, I haven't yet. I had that on my tabs for a while because I wanted to buy one. I just don't smoke cigars that often. The last time I had cigars was on Christmas. Was it Christmas or New Year's? It was Christmas. And man, I had 2 cigars on that evening. I was being real bad. And they were good cigars, and I enjoyed the cigars. I think they were might have been a Monte Cristo. I can't even remember what it was. My buddy's dad gave them to me. Someday I will try that cigar, though, Mr. Pitt. It will happen.
All right. I'm way over time.
Perdomo.
Yeah. So I got to speed this up. I just had to do that. I got to speed this up because kickoff is about to happen right now. So let's talk about the censorship. The censorship, how the manosphere started to get destroyed. Many people will say the outside world destroyed the manosphere, not from within. It was outside. I beg to differ. I think it was a collective effort. But let me just say this. let me just say this. The Manosphere has also been credited, including the Black Manosphere, has been also credited with more or less the election with Donald Trump.
All right. See that? Yeah. And Donald Trump, I think it was on inauguration, Barron was sitting there, and he credited Barron again with his great idea of telling his dad to talk to some of these podcasters.
Right, whether you like it or not. All right, hold on for a second. Let me stop sharing for a second because I don't know where my damn button is. Where's my button? All right, hold on for a second. Oh, there it is. All right, I see it. All right, for some reason, my screen moved around. So let me pull this up. So in this current or past election, Donald Trump the Manosphere has been credited for at least connecting to Donald Trump. Now, that is because the Manosphere also has been said to have a far-right association. So you see what's going on here. There's a lot of connection here. So as people are saying the Manosphere, let me take this back. People are saying the red pill has died. That's not true. And I'm going to show you why that's not true. It hasn't died. And I'm going to tell you why it hasn't died. I'm going to tell you there's still something here to gain in this so-called space. But
one time I think when I was on Pearl's live stream, I described it as kind of like Bitcoin, and Bitcoin goes up and then it crashes down and there's blood in the streets basically. And then 3 or 4 years will go by and it'll come right back up again, maybe even higher than before. I see the Manosphere like that, and that's how I've described it in the past. So it took a few hits. Another thing I want to say is just, I feel like when they use the Manosphere here, it's not the kind of Manosphere we're used to. This is the one that includes Joe Rogan, the one that includes Aiden Ross. I don't know if you guys remember, kind of like, oh God, I can't remember. Maybe it was like 2014 or something, but folks like that, which I guess they'd call the Manosphere also, were kind of being accused of leading men, I guess, into this alt-right pipeline. You guys remember the alt-right, and then they were new. And a lot of these social media people were just kind of a gateway drug to the alt-right, and they were trying to come after them back then.
Fortunately, you have to deal with lots of censorship. This article was the day after President-elect Donald Trump was elected to his second term. So people are saying the Manosphere is dead, the red pill is dead. I beg to differ. But I'm going to talk about what part of the red pill died. All right, but nobody can talk about this unless you talk about the censorship. So I'm going to be frank and honest. Yes, this is the look
at that, male supremacy. You see that? And this was the goal, right? It's like if you can label somebody a terrorist or something, that's a score, right? Because that puts them in a category of like, we can shut them down fast. Male supremacy or incel is on that level. And you can see, right here, it even labels Paul Elam. I don't know if you guys remember Roosh V from back then on, I think he had a Return of Kings or something. He was a pickup artist guy for a while, and then he ended up becoming religious again and just left the space altogether. Mike Cernovich isn't someone I really know, but this is the attempt at, destroying people or destroying what they're working for and getting rid of any actual legitimate concerns of men and, kicking the can down the road.
Let me see if I could get the...
So some might say this is wishful thinking and that you really can't do this. I kind of envision a Manosphere that becomes sophisticated to be able to elude that label, very well, or at least make it very hard to call us that. Tradcons do a bad job of avoiding this. So, that's where I think a split happens in the space.
Name right of this organization.
See that? Male supremacy is a hateful ideology rooted in the belief of the supposedly innate superiority of cisgender men and their right to subjugate women, trans men, and non-binary people. This is how they see it through their lens.
You know who is organization? This is
Klaus says you can't kill red pill as long as family law is the way it is. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. People will just keep ending up here because they need somewhere to explain this to, some kind of brotherhood. Sorry, I got my glasses on and the eye autofocus tends to lose me when I put my hands up. But yeah, I mean, if things don't change and men kind of keep falling victim to the system and it keeps victimizing men, we know child support is insidious. It's essentially an outcropping of the welfare it's the enforcement mechanism of the welfare state in order to transfer funds from people to support, you know, these kinds of gynocentric things. But yeah, I mean, guys are going to keep ending up here. It's not going to fix anything, and it's just going to keep getting worse. There will always be guys realizing they are getting played after their first run-in with the family law judge. Exactly. And how much you can bench press and how much you can squat isn't going to mean anything, you know, once that happens.
The Southern Poverty Leadership Committee Conference, or whatever it is.
Southern Poverty Law Center, yes. And that's big money. You know, that's big money behind that.
Is when you talk about manosphere, you can't talk about it without using these labels from the outside world. Male supremacy. There's Paul Elam, one of the leaders of the MRA. You have Rouge V, who was one of the associates of the pickup artistry movement, who said himself that game only works on broken women. And you have Mike Cernovich, who was more of a far right. All right. So as you can see, the manosphere, ideology-wise, all links up together. Now, this is going to be critical when we get to content creators, because content creators are going to try to separate themselves from this, which it didn't work. I said it won't work, but that y'all didn't want to listen to me. And people tend to not want to listen to me because, well, we'll get to you in a minute.
Braylon Barnes says they started using that term male supremacy with an article on MTR. Shout out to MTR, I like his channel too. Mediocre tutorial and review. They couldn't use white because he was black. I see. That's interesting. So from what you're saying, it sounds like he was the kind of one of the first creators that they attached this male supremacy thing to. That was maybe of our time versus like a Paul Elam or something like that.
But this male supremacy, this is what the manosphere has been labeled as, and this is why. This is why. Right here, you have what you call counterintelligence.
Counterintelligence, discredit, disrupt, and destroy. Yeah, so these are going to be the agent provocateurs here, the sort of crisis actors or whatever you want to call them, but they're the folks that come in and try to destroy a movement from within. They try to make a legitimate movement look violent, look like they're extremists, and once they can, you know, get the camera on that and then showcase it to everybody, then, you know, the powers that be can act fast to either enact some kind of law or whatever, or put resources to put them down. Mr. Pitt says if society wants the manosphere to go away, they're going to have to change the things the manosphere keep pointing out. Yeah, exactly. So, you know, that's going to be the interesting thing to see about the Trump administration. You know, he hasn't specifically spoke about certain things. I don't imagine he's going to do, you know, a lot, but he might. And I'd like to be positive and open that he might address men's issues somewhat. But yeah, you know, if he doesn't and there's no major change, this is just going to go on and possibly get worse. Hoping for that digital bill of rights, though. So if he does that, I think that's a huge win because at least people can be more vocal about it.
Counterintelligence. If you know anything about any movement, philosophy, group, organization that continues to have a quick rise, you will have this as counterintelligence. You will have discredit, disrupt, and destroy. This is according to FBI records acquired by the Library of Berkeley, Cal Berkeley, talk about the violent surveillance of Black leaders and civil rights organizations. Yes, we are considered somewhat an advocate of rights for men. This is going to be something that they will put a lot of energy in to discredit, disrupt, and destroy. So yes, you will have counterintelligence. I'm going to talk about that in a bit. A lot of your favorite content creators are counterintelligent. Yes, they are. New world order. A lot of
so Coach is saying that there are people in the space that are specifically counterintelligence, and you know that's it's a big claim, but it's one that I think there is some credence to, because again, there's a lot of a lot of views in this space. There's a lot of money in this space. There for people, yeah, it's decentralized. There's no true leadership, but politically speaking, men kind of gathering like this and whatever their opinions are can have effects in the political sphere. Braylon says the article came out with that hit list that they targeted MTR after Fresh and Fit, so they tried to go after him and take him off YouTube.
Your advocates, people that are so-called anti-manosphere, are counterintelligence.
MTR, you know, I remember, like, in the past, I think, you know, Pearl, when she platformed a certain someone and there was some viral clips coming off there, I vaguely remember that he was supposed to work with her more or something like that, but he canceled that and he distanced himself from that because of, you know, who the other person is associated with. And, you know, to be honest, that was a smart move on MTR's part, especially at that time. I think since then Pearl has gone through a redemption arc, and I think she has redeemed herself. But MTR has managed to avoid a lot of these landmines that can lead to an instant demonetization type thing, and he's, you know, he's managed to come out through all that, you know, regardless.
New world order. They have to be labeled as such because they're not promoting. They're like trying to clip farm you in your worst moments, and they're trying to catch you with a ha gotcha. They try to hit you with the gotcha, bitch. All right, these are counterintelligent movements. Many of them are in the shadows. So many of them don't show their face. Many of them might have some manosphere, a manosphere exposed type of channel. These are counterintelligence. All right, that's all it is. And we have to label it as such because their job is to be rewarded. We're going to show you this. They're going to be rewarded by YouTube to promote this type of content. They're going to be rewarded by YouTube to promote this type of content. They're going to get in the algorithm. They're going to get suggested in your inbox. People are going to watch it, but it's not all their fault. It's not all their fault. But if you know anything about counterintelligence, it starts very early. So anybody that thinks that they're just starting to do counterintelligence on this space or in the manosphere, you're wrong. They started very relatively earlier. All right, way before 2018. If you know anything about the apocalypse, the media was already clued in as to do counterintelligence on this space.
The Resurgence, shout out to the Resurgence. The Resurgence says, Coach spitting pure facts. We know there are ops in this space. Some are obvious, most are not. Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with that. You know, and again, even on like a non-conspiratorial level, I think just the way politics works, you know, we have a series of issues in this country, and we have two parties to pick from, or two parties with a lot of money behind them. And it's like they have a lot of pressure and control to be able to try to funnel all of these issues or supporters for these issues or people into one of these two camps, you know. And as the manosphere grows, it's kind of becoming this sort of independent thing. It's a coalescence of men, and they might not even necessarily all be on the same political background or opinion, but it's creating a cohort. It's slowly becoming more sophisticated with each iteration, and it would end up controlling a lot of votes. That was my understanding of it. And for a, you know, my hope even was that the manosphere can be, you know, a connected enough and have enough teamwork to be, say, let's all withhold our votes in order to crash one party or the other, so that they would then recognize us as a voting cohort and then offer us a platform of change. That didn't happen, but that is the power we have, and I think they recognize that. So what they do is they put a lot of money, or when creators hit to a certain point, I mean, they might offer a lot of money to some folks in order to get them into the fold, and then to you know, speak about certain talking points and try to funnel, you know, these, effectively hijack it to go into one political side or the other. You know, we kind of saw this with Jordan Peterson, right? Like, Jordan Peterson was offered a lot of money to join the Daily Wire. And I remember pre-Daily Wire Peterson, and then there's post-Daily Wire Peterson. And he had the attention of a lot of men. And it was advantageous for them in order to kind of bring him into the fold and get him into, I don't even know what word I'd use, but their kind of conservative orthodoxy, so to speak, so that they can funnel all those guys in there. You know, I made this video about, you know, and again, all speculation, but I made this video. Let me pull it up, about right here. You know, whatever podcast as a TradCon psyop, because you know, what you notice about the show is that you see a lot of these Daily Wire Tradcon types just being platformed on there. So it's like, is it a Manosphere place? Is it not? And what you notice about Daily Wire is that they will almost exclusively react to his clips, but not some of the other clips. And I kind of, on my conspiracy tinfoil hat level of understanding, it was sort of like, do these guys have a deal in the background? You know what I mean? Of course it's good business if you're Brian and you get these big names on your show, Michael Knowles included, Charlie Kirk. You guys can probably name them. Yeah, it's gonna make sense. And then on the other end, they're like, let's react to whatever podcast clips only, and not Fresh and Fits, not anybody else's. And then they can kind of share audiences that way. And then his podcast becomes a staging ground in order to funnel more Manosphere folks into the fold. So I had kind of had this suspicion for a while. I made this video 7 months ago. It didn't get many views, but it's something I thought about, and I was like, it's just weird. There was not enough calling out of Tradcons on there. The Tradcons come on the show, they would get softballed for, a while. And it just is like, okay, so what is being advocated for on this show? Is it men's rights? Is it Tradcon? Like what is it? So it seemed like there was a strange, possibly counterintelligence feature going on there, at the time. Tinfoil hat off. All speculation. Real quick, let me just catch up with the chat here. Okay, Marcus Gray. Hey, shout out Marcus Gray. I think it's my first time seeing you here right now. Myron was a federal agent. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it totally could be. Like there are people who are opportunists. You know what I mean? I think people even can start off really good. And then they can, I think they can get the offer. That sounds very conspiratorial. So, tinfoil hat is perfect. Yeah, I've had that sitting there for a bit. Every now and then I need it. It's a narrative shaping operation. Remember that we never see what's happening off camera. Very much so, and then there was that clip recently about him paying people and like whatever, however you feel about that. But the question really is like, what are you advocating for? Have any of you guys seen Brian from the Whatever podcast do any collaborations with like off of his show? I know he's had Rolo on the show. He's possibly had, he's had other Manosphere people, I'm sure, but I've never seen Brian getting interviewed by like, I don't know, Joker from Better Bachelor, or Rich Cooper, or even Coach Greg Adams, or It's Complicated. It's Complicated has talked to a lot of creators and discussed with them the Manosphere, their thoughts on the Manosphere, what they're advocating for. Brian just stays close to home, and he's not that involved in the space, totally, other than when it's, kind of home field advantage for him. So it's just, it's an interesting thing to think about.
By the time you got to 2021, you had potential content creators that were counterintelligent. That was their true intent, to do what? To discredit, to disrupt and destroy. All right. So whatever positive gains that were being made, the immediate result was to perform counterintelligence. And if you know anything about the civil rights movement, as you can see, it says the COINTELPRO was an illegal covert projects conducted by the FBI from when? 1956 to 1971. When did the civil rights movement start? 1955. All right. So it was relatively quick. It didn't take 10 years because, you guys think, oh, it took all these years for them to start it.
No. You can even say, too, like on the other side of the Manosphere, let's call it the Femosphere or whatever if you want. But you can even say feminism was hijacked by, the greater Democratic Party in order to further push progressive ideals that may have not even really been associated with what women were after in the first place. You have like a first, second, third wave of feminism, and you might even get first wave feminists looking at the most recent iteration of feminists and thinking this goes way too far. Like, you know what I mean? That's not exactly what we had in mind. And there is a certain level of big money kind of taking over, you can say, feminism and then using it really to push forward a lot of other stuff in their agenda. Mr. Pitt says, whatever podcast has a strong tendency to allow blue pill ideas to flow freely, whether it's the women speaking from their gynocentric perspective or Tradcons proposing their vision for the world. Yeah, and that's true. And I would say that, like, I think they'll call out the sort of feminist stuff a lot. But then there won't be this sort of same energy for the tradcons, on the other side of it. And then it just seems like there's just too good a deal between them. And then Brian somehow manages, like, to avoid, a lot of the demonetization and all that. You might even think this is, I should put my tinfoil hat back on, but it's almost like he probably has a better relationship with YouTube. I mean, you got to think about the Daily Wire. The Daily Wire has a lot of YouTube subs. They bring in a lot of YouTube money for YouTube. They have big creators there. I wouldn't be surprised if Daily Wire has an excellent relationship with the executives at YouTube, with the people at YouTube. I'm sure they rub shoulders. It's a lot of money going on here. I'm sure they got it figured out. I wouldn't be surprised if they're like, yo, Brian's our little bro here. Just, help him out. I know you're looking at him kind of funny, but he's with us. You know what I mean? It's possible. That's all speculation. All speculation. But you know what I'm saying? So it's possible.
Oh, they got on it really relatively quick in this space. Now, let me show you something here. This is also another bit of proof to this censorship. And not to mention, a lot of people have been demonetized, which is proof of a counterintelligence going on. You had this list of the male supremacy list. Now, this goes to show.
Rolo went over this on his stream when it was new. And, there are a lot of our favorites on here. I think Sandman's a little bit before my time. I didn't really watch him, but MTR, MTR is awesome. I like watching Legion of Men. I've watched Rolo for a long time. Fresh and Fit's there. Rich Cooper, Entrepreneurs with Cars, Just Pearly Things. Steph is Cold. I watch Steph is Cold too. These folks I don't really watch. Aaron Clary I'm aware about, but I watch him sometimes.
That a lot of people in this space, including content creators, literally try to disengage and walk away from their attachment to the manosphere. However, as I showed you earlier, when you map out the manosphere, they don't get separated. This is going to be how to make.
Coke Addiction says, Andrew Wilson, who comes on a lot and whatever, does attack tradcons head on. He destroys their grift. That is true. And I have seen him do it. He's relatively, I guess you can, he's almost a co-host at this point of whatever podcast, more so than a guest. But he's kind of become the co-host. I kind of see him as Brian's pit bull, and he sort of does like Brian's work for him. He's an excellent debater. He has a course on debating, what he calls informal debate, and he's, he sells that for whatever. And he's clearly very good at debating. And that's what he does, especially blood sports debating. So he's very useful in that sense. Every now and then, I used to call this a glitch in the matrix, because sometimes the tradcons who'd come on the show would start getting on Brian for not getting married. And then Brian would be like, and that would be that. I have seen Andrew kind of go at them. And I saw Andrew's discussion with, I think it was Lauren. Was it Lauren Chen? Lauren Chen's been gone for a long time since, she was outed for taking the Russia money. Well, Tim Pool managed to escape that. But I think it was his discussion with Lauren Chen. And he basically revealed her for being an undercover feminist. And in that sense, Andrew Wilson has a lot of appeal to red pill guys. On the other end of that, when it comes, Andrew Wilson has this, advocates for biblical patriarchy. Okay, fine. But what that then comes off as is, male supremacy. And I know that there's a religious justification for that. But it's tough if that is what is leading the manosphere. I would still consider that some form of tradcon. I think he would call himself a paleocon, actually. So it's good because he calls out the cosplaying tradcons very well, which I appreciate. And it is very appealing to guys in the space. The other part of that is where we're at as a society. If we're advocating for what he wants to advocate for, which is kind of, a religion's involvement inside of the state, basically, to me, it seems like something that's not really going to happen unless you get a religious revival and 95% of people in the country become part of one specific religion and then they can change the Constitution or something. But barring that, I think it's just very likely that the male supremacy label comes off because the other side just hears they want to take away our rights. You know what I mean? So it feeds into that more. But yes, you are correct, Coke Addiction, for saying that.
Manosphere destroys itself because the men on this list you can probably say are part of 7 different factions. And please understand, these men, this list goes further than this. This is just the top 10 list. Okay. This is just the top 10 list. There's further people on this list, probably including me and so many other people. Additionally, the people who helped put this list together supposedly had a Manosphere presence. If you look at who they used as a source, allegedly it was a YouTuber with over 500,000 subscribers. They didn't name the person.
That's really interesting. So someone from the space allegedly worked with, I think this was a contracted organization that the government found, some type of think tank, in order to, or diverting hate, in order to come up with this list. And then since it was a government-backed sort of study, they were going to take that over to YouTube, and YouTube was actually expected to take action on some of these folks, I think.
They didn't give us an idea who it was, but they had help of a person either who was anti counterintelligence or inside counterintelligence. Okay. So anybody on this list, you would have people on this list that would say, oh, I'm different from the next person. For instance, Richard Cooper would say he's different than Sandman. Real MTR would say, I'm different than Steffens Cold. 21 Studios would say, oh, I'm not different. I'm different from, is Rolo on this list?
Oh, yeah. Rolo's right there, Rational Mill. Coke Addiction says he does have a very long game, probably 100 years. He believes the woke will be outbred. Yeah, that's an interesting argument. And I think depending on how the environment becomes, how tough it becomes economically, how much turbulence the country sort of collectively flies through, that could be true. You know what I mean? The other side of that is sometimes the folks that are having kids are kind of producing bodies for the gynocentric culture to kind of grab onto and then sort of, I guess, turn out or convince. And the word brainwash comes to mind. And then, they kind of turn them over to the other side, and there's the lure of freedom and all these kinds of things.
I'm surprised he ain't, but there's another name on this list that I'm surprised that is not on this list, and it is the Whatever Podcast. This goes to show you that there are counterintelligent movements within this. How are they not on this list?
See, and that is an excellent question right there. Why isn't Whatever Podcast on this list? And listen, I'll give it. I understand, these folks right here have said some bombastic things that would, justify a ban, at least in the current culture that we have, and would make YouTube look bad. Some of these folks have. But I mean, if you're going to have, MTR on here and some of these other folks who haven't done that, even, Rational Male, not having Whatever on here is very suspect. And he's very clearly one of the largest creators that have the same format as, Just Pearl's pregame show, Fresh and Fit's after hours. And, there's plenty of times where Brian, like they crap on the ladies, they, do the whole kind of Frank Castling routine. It's very similar. So that, and then, that sort of paired with this sort of Daily Wire speculation in the background, to me, lends more credence to what Coach is saying, because there seems to be something going on in the background that keeps Brian safe from this.
On the top 10 list, when they are the ones being credited with being the biggest podcast in this space. So is he on the list? Was Rolo on the list? And I normally don't name content creators, but today I will, just to prove a point. Oh, there it is, the Rational Male. So he is on the list number 4. So there are people, MTR, by the way, a lot of these content creators, I'm going to get to this in a minute. A lot of these content creators are responsible for hit videos on the other content creator. So when I talk about how the Manosphere destroyed itself, you could take anybody on this list and go to another name on this list, and you will find that that person did a whole hit video on the other person. Tell me.
The interesting thing about Coach is, he probably knows a lot of these people, so he kind of sees what goes on in the background. In certain industries, it's like people talk to each other, people got each other's cell phone numbers, and so all kinds of weird things happen. So I'm sure Coach knows things that the audience probably wouldn't guess, I
ain't lying, but that I'm going too far. I'm going too far. I'm trying to clear this shit up. It might take an hour now, but I'm trying to make a point here. As you guys know, I'm the king of kings of this shit. All right. I'm the only one that can do this with clarity. I'm the only one that can do this with clarity. Then you have this as a result. As a result, people get some heat. And because I think the manosphere failed in 2021 to 2023 at its peak, this is why when people say the red pill has died, what they're saying is men are entering the manosphere, then they exit. Why are they exiting is going to be a very critical part of the conversation. It's not because, oh, they're simps, but they miss something that makes sense. Why are men coming and going? All right. And much of them came and went very fast. In fact,
we've talked about kind of the collective rage sort of content that was made. Like YouTube kind of, especially when shorts came around, they enabled this thing. It's like, there's the idea of going through red pill rage, which is kind of like, it's like when you take the red pill or whatever and you're pissed off about it, you break through the gynocentric conditioning and you're pissed. You think about all the past times you screwed up or something. What kind of happened was on a collective level with YouTube, a lot of guys kind of took the red pill on a sort of collective level. And you got this kind of explosion of red pill rage content that lasted a few years. And then as that kind of passes, I think it just becomes the same talking points and people kind of want, are just like, well, we're kind of sick of this now, or it just kind of becomes masturbatory. It's like, here's another video of the high value man crapping on the woman. And then the same viewers go and sub to the OnlyFans after or something. It's like weirdly masturbatory. Ahmed says, what's up, Shah? Hey, welcome in, man. Good to see you, bro. Great to have you here.
You can go on YouTube and you can find a guy that says, I was watching Manosphere content and then I didn't. Right? I stopped. All right. It got too extreme, or it was too much, or something happened, or they were suggested counter videos, Manosphere exposed videos. All right. Particularly Abba and Preach, anybody that was tended to be rewarded for doing counter videos. Now, I'm not saying that these people are government funded. However, can I show you this? I'll slide this up here just so you can see it right here. This one, it says right here, there are 4 strategic outlined strategies outlined into do what? Discredit, disrupt. There's disrupt, right? And divert people to other content. What does it say here? It says right here, placing targeted ads against the creators in question, which they hope will lead to the audience away from the wrong think influencers and towards positive male influencers. What type? These government approved creators and podcasts. New world order.
You got to ask yourself, like, how does the government approve a creator? How do you become an approved government creator? There must be some channel of communication there to let those people know that, and part of this diverting hate thing, which Coach is going to mention here, or that he has mentioned, is that they're looking for other people to, once they stop the growth of these other creators, they start funneling viewers from there into some of these other people's content, which is almost government curated, or at least in some sense, there seems to be some communication.
So there's no conspiracy here. People are going to say, oh, you're a conspiracy. They literally are saying right here that what they're going to do is they're going to disrupt. They're going to lead you away from the content by going to away from the wrong think influencers and towards positive male influencers that are government approved creators.
That is just interesting to begin with. And it makes me think of like the digital bill of rights that Trump talks about. And then you have to think about like how powerful the algorithm is and how there's these kind of spiders in the background that are controlling this algorithm. And it's a lot of power for companies to have. And it's like, can you have, I guess, organic algorithms that are truly curated to what you like and what you're trying to watch and not what people are trying to sell you? Is that something that can be regulated? Is that something Trump is focused on?
New world order. Okay, so when I say that there are people in the manosphere that are being promoted, and I'm going to show you that are being promoted to look bad on the manosphere. Okay, now you're saying I never heard of them. Don't get distracted. Those are the ones they named. There's some people they don't name. For instance, I'm not on the list. You know for sure I should be on the top 10. I don't want to be on the top 10 list, but you know for sure. Just because they're...
Mad Villainy says 1984 in our faces. Yeah, I mean, it really does kind of remind you of something like that. I mean, because it is like a violation of our freedom in a way, because it's like, you know what you want to watch, you know what you like, and they're trying to get you into the government programming. It's gross. You know what I mean? It's like, man, you're supposed to be the United States, not, you know, some other kind of nation that's known for doing that. Not like a totalitarian
in
state.
in the paper doesn't mean that they're not out here. Okay? They're here. They're being promoted, and they're being promoted intentionally. I'm going to prove this point here coming up, but I'm laying out my case. So as a result, what tends to happen is you'll hear some of these content creators before and after the hit list say, I'm done with the Manosphere. I'm leaving the Manosphere, and they'll bring out a long description.
That's interesting. Yeah, and it's almost it's like inorganic. It's like a form of astroturfing, and it's you know, and I think on the other side, right, like tradcons have kind of formed a resistance to this. There's a lot of masculine tradcon kind of creators now, even smaller ones and stuff, that are kind of more religious based, and it seems to be, you know, funneling people out of that stuff. But yeah, this stuff looks kind of like, you know, highly suspect. Arwen says, could YouTube be directing traffic away from these channels without governmental intervention to make their platform even more palatable? Yeah, it's possible. You know, a lot of this, you know, it could be organic. I mean, it is very speculative. It's highly speculative. That report from Diverting Hate, I think, gives a lot of credence to what Coach is saying. And it seems like there is talk, you know, government talk between YouTube and them. The other part of it is probably business. You know what I mean? Someone like Andrew Tate grew too fast. A lot of the Manosphere kind of got associated with him and you know, got a bad name at a point. And there is money behind that, especially ad money and things like that. So I definitely think it's possible.
And they'll create a video as to segregate themselves from the Manosphere. Okay, so and then they'll say, I didn't leave, I left. He's just one example. There have been several examples of this, but only to happen was, all right, even though they say they left, as a result, they didn't leave, because by the time the damage is done and the smoke clears and their attempts to go ahead and cash in on the peak of the Manosphere, they still ended up on the list. See, this is what I said a long time ago.
And that's kind of what I associate when people were calling it like the Mano Swamp. You know what I mean? And I remember Rich Cooper kind of using that term a few times, and I think Better Bachelor somewhat. But yeah, you know, and it was just when things were getting really bad. I guess I don't even really blame them so much, and I think they have successfully come out with their monetization intact as well. And you know, once it started getting really bad, then it was time to disassociate. Basically, the market crashed. You know, Bitcoin took a tumble from 60,000 back down to 18,000 again.
I said this before 2020. I said a lot of these guys think they're different. And I said, but from the outside looking in, they're the same. Okay, right? They'll say, I left the Manosphere. This guy said it. That guy said it. All right, there's a bunch of people that said it. And guess what? It didn't work. Your ass still ended up on the list. So how did you leave? See, what happened was they tried to get in on its peak, but when it started to decline, the peak started to decline. We're just going back to surface level. But when the peak started to decline, they tried to get out. All right, they tried to be like, "Don't, I ain't in it." But let's go back to the chart, because I'm making a point here. Let's go back to this chart. If you are in this diagram, you are considered Manosphere, no matter what. So if you try to capitalize on it, if your content was suggested as it, if you rose up in the algorithm, if you hit the high subscribers, if you associated with another Manosphere member, if you did a podcast with one, you can't run, you can't hide. This is why I say the Manosphere destroyed itself, because instead of doubling down, organizing, getting ready, and say, hey, we knew this was coming, Instead, they tried to ride the wave of Kevin Samuels and the high algorithm, fresh and fit. They tried to ride the wave. And then when the wave got a little bit, when the waves got bumpy, they tried to skedaddle. That's how the Manosphere destroyed itself. It's going to be a very critical point because the Manosphere and the red pill, if you will, had the internet in a chokehold from 2021 to 2023.
That's true. You know, I think it was when like shorts started getting big, and that's when you started seeing this kind of short mill coming out of like Andrew Tate's camp. And I would always see like fresh and fit shorts, even Pearl shorts too, Andrew Tate shorts, and it was just they, you know, kind of especially Andrew Tate. He found out having an army of people constantly posting shorts and giving them some incentive to do that through links that would give people, I think, a little bit of money for that. They took over the whole freaking thing. Oh, Coach Greg Adams has the best sound effects, I think, of any creator. I love his content, and a lot of the sound effects I have are inspired by his.
From 2021 to 2023, the Manosphere had the whole internet in a chokehold. That was the peak of the Manosphere, and that is when people say the Manosphere was at its rise. That's when people say the Manosphere or the red pill died, it died from the peak. It's still alive and vital.
And I know I remember Sneeko was one of the guys who kind of declared he's like the red pill is dying, the red pill is dead, and he said that on his stream one time back then. And really I remember him because it was his conversation with Rollo, like I said earlier in the stream, it was him and Destiny, and you know Rollo tripped up on a question when they asked him about vasectomy or what is a high value man, and that really started this kind of tumble.
People still have good information to pass. It's still alive. And the next part of it is it's still alive because the modern day media pretty much strip mined the Manosphere. They basically came in and said, well, they have some valuable things to offer. We'll just take that. Now, Instagram and any new content creator can get away with saying those talking points. Those talking points are allowed to be said. Prior to 2021, you would be demonetized, the platform, and your account would be banned.
You know, and the other side of that too is there's tradcons who have tried to take some of those talking points that the Manosphere, that the red pill specifically were the ones that created. And Coach is right, it did get them in trouble and it did get them banned. But now you'll hear tradcons kind of saying some of those maxims for granted. You know what I mean? Like we were watching Tim Pool probably a few months back, and he's just like, you know what I think? And then he just completely says something that is of the Manosphere, like anything that the Manosphere said, something like, you know, like, oh, 80% of, or women just don't like 80% of men or something like that. And it's like, oh, that's what you think, huh, Tim Pool? Like you didn't get that from anywhere?
Because you were on the list. But now the mainstream has basically took the good stuff from the Manosphere or the red pill, and they took it, and now it's commonplace.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. Yanu says, I would say the Manosphere served its purpose. Tate wouldn't exist without the large-scale misandry. The net effect is that it raised awareness of men's issues and made more men cognizant. And I mean, you know, I can give you that. That's true. It put it on the map. It's basically a double-edged sword in that sense. On the one sense, it put it on the map. On the other sense, you know, based off kind of what ended up happening to him, it made the whole thing look bad. It put it on the map, and it made the censors sort of come out and try to silence these guys, especially with his meteoric rise. You know what I mean? And then that's how you get this coordinated counterintelligence that Coach is talking about in order to try to funnel the guys back into whatever the mainstream is or whatever they're trying to do. But yeah, I mean, that is true. It put that stuff out there. And again, it was so appealing because it appealed to that kind of red pill rage that's in there within the frustrations of men. Now, of course, if they don't fix anything and their hijacking is kind of successful on a long enough timeline, you know, after Bitcoin goes down after 3 or 4 years, it starts bubbling again. And then bam, you know, it rises again. And the same thing will happen to the Manosphere. I just hope that the Manosphere is more sophisticated this time. I look at it in the sense of like the major fallbacks of it are, you know, being labeled as like a male supremacist, and that's kind of what they'll always come in and do. And, you know, that's where the question of what's being advocated for is so important. You know what I mean? Is it going back? Are men in the manosphere advocating to take away women's rights, or are they advocating to make things fairer for men by making progress on the men's rights side of it? If it falls into taking away rights from women, it makes it very easy for them to thwart everything.
People basically can say whatever they want to say, right? They can just go ahead and put it out there and you will not get banned or flagged, which in 2019, 2020, you would get banned and flagged. Other than that, this is where the manosphere has kneecapped itself, because they didn't progress past that. You guys still wanted to ride on those old talking points. And now you have nothing to offer. Now, let me get to the next talking point, and then I'll get to the super chats. But don't worry about supporting today. I just want to get this message out.
There's like a certain thing that's kind of funny here, where it's like, you know, especially the manosphere and them preaching self-improvement and this hyper self-improvement, especially Andrew Tate style and a lot of these guys. It's funny because coaches, it's like the space that preaches self-improvement has basically failed to self-improve and come up with new talking points and be brand new and do other things. And it's almost like not taking its own advice.
The next way the manosphere destroyed itself, from the peak. Remember, you clear your ears out. I'm talking about the peak. The peak was 2021 to 2023. That is how even the normies who react to manosphere content, they almost inevitably never go back to 2021. They almost always start at any podcaster that was in 2021. That nobody creates. Nobody goes back and looks at Sandman's video from 2017. Nobody goes back and say, hey, there's this guy named Sandman. That manosphere doesn't exist. All right, that manosphere doesn't exist. Nobody's even talking about that part, even to the point most people don't even know about these people. And there's a reason why. And I'm going to talk about this now. There is a reason why. Okay. The reason why is you have content pirates. Now, everybody possibly could be accused of this thing right here.
Ahmed says a lot of manosphere creators seem more focused on making money off their audience through super chats and stuff than actually helping men instead of addressing real issues. Well, you know, and that's kind of the thing about the space is where there's a lot of frustrated men and stuff like that, and there isn't much organization, it does kind of become a breeding ground for opportunists to come in. And then there's this discussion about, well, what's wrong with making money, or why is making money a big deal? You know, they're doing it too. Why can't I? And it's like, I'm not going to say that's right or wrong, but it depends how you're doing it. And, you know, if you're doing it to make money, and then that's fine. But if you're claiming to be men's rights, and, you know, or trying to help men or advocate men, and you're not doing that, and you're just kind of taking as much money as you can get, then it comes off weird. Oh, I got a clip. Let me see if I could find it. Right here. This is one, you know, I had this a bit on a video before. Let me just get this chat out of the way.
This was from Lang for Girth on Reddit. Like, this is what it is. Like,
see, this was a meme that was shared on Lang for Girth. You're not really red pill, Brian. You're just here for the money. And this was when Fresh and Fit and whatever were beefing. I made a video about it, and it got, you know, a significant amount of views, probably like a year and a half ago. And Myron had said, you know, Brian isn't real red pill, and he's just in there for the money. And then Brian had left this huge comment on that video, basically pointing out all the ways that Fresh and Fit grift their audience for money. You know, however you feel about that, but that was his accusation of them. And Brian was responding to it here, and he was mad about that.
Anybody who does content creation, like, they want, again, get off your fucking high horse. Like, honestly, I actually come at this more from a men's rights perspective than a red pill perspective.
See, that therein lies the problem, right? Because, okay, it's fine to come in and make money and be an entertainer or whatever. That's what you want to do. Fine. But if you're going to say you're doing this, you know, you're coming from a men's rights perspective, and then go on to just platform tradcons, because either they're paying you to be on the show, or it's just, you know, whatever the deal is with Daily Wire, You know, I can put my tinfoil hat back on, all speculation. And then you're not talking about men's rights. You're not asking tradcons about why they're not helping with men's rights. You're just giving them a platform to do the same thing, to, you know, get one over on the feminists, and it's entertaining and it's just about collecting the money. Then it starts, you know, becoming questionable.
They want, again, get off your fucking high horse. Like, honestly, I actually come at this more from a men's rights perspective than a red pill perspective. That's a whole nother fucking conversation.
See, so he's disassociating himself with the red pill and the manosphere, and he's saying, well, it's just more about men's rights. Yeah, but when has it been about men's rights on a show? I think very rarely. Maybe, I don't know, you know, but so far it's just taken over by tradcons, and that's what it is now. It's now funneling to that. And it's just, there's an irony because there's Fresh and Fit, and there's you know, both of these guys are just calling each other out for the grift there. Let's just play the rest of this.
Shout out Length or Gur for that one. But anybody who is a content creator who says they're not doing it for the money, it's like, come on, bruv. Go check out all his exotic cars. Check out his G-Wagon.
He's talking about Fresh or Myron.
Like, I don't know. Whatever, dude.
So, you know, that's kind of a thing. And again, yeah, people are here. They're here to make money. And that's fine. And it's okay to be honest about it. And it's okay to make money. But on the one hand, it's like, what is your contribution to the space? What are you doing? If it's causing more harm than good, then that at least, you know, deserves to be discussed or called out. You know, here's another thing. Let me see if I can just pull this up on Twitter. I got a screenshot of this from a long time ago. I shared it with you guys once before. It's Andrew Tate calling himself a men's rights activist. Oh my gosh. Hold on, I got to go through my bookmarks on Twitter, and I got to make sure you guys don't see what's on here. It's all kinds of embarrassing things bookmarked. All right, here we go. Okay. Let me just put my messaging tabs down. All right. So, real quick, let me just shout this out real quick. Caesar, thank you so much for the $10. Again, that's hard-earned money right there. Also, Tradcon stole Manosphere Red Pill vocabulary like simp. Oh yeah, a ton of things they did. We were just talking about that you know, Tim Pool doing that also. Oh, I never finished Ahmed's other chat. They spend their time shaming women and pushing fake Tradcon values. Honestly, there's nothing genuine about it. They're just right-wing grifters. Yeah, and I mean, I think that's legitimate. Brandon says this space came up with the term hypergamy, and recently I found a sugar daddy app and they had a quote saying, exercise your hypergamy. Wow, that's like cringe on another level. That's so funny. This space definitely introduced hypergamy into the public consciousness more so. And, you know, hypergamy as a term, I think, has existed in academic journals. I've been reading a lot about bride wealth and dowry. And, you know, there's hypergamy, there's endogamy. I think endogamy is people marrying within class. Hypergamy, you know, is involved in this somehow because people are using dowries to try to swing up, and it plays into hypergamy to make the woman more attractive to higher status grooms. That's hypergamy, basically. So, you know, it's existed in the scientific space, but the red pill really was the one who made it relevant to this entire thing. So what you're saying is correct there. Klaus says, yeah, Brian identifies as MRA. Yeah, and, you know, that's great if he really does identify as MRA, but, you know, I'd like to see some advocating for men's rights then, instead of just platforming tradcons all day. Then if you're going to platform tradcons, then, you know, call them out and do stuff. So, you know, it's just interesting that Coach is actually calling him out. I think that's pretty bold of Coach, and it's, you know, I respect him for that. Anonymous, CJ's only answer is buying JUCOs, 8 hours a day for that advice. You know, he's honest about that. CGA, I think CGA gives a lot of good advice. You know, he's came up with the marriage wheel. He talks about the bait and switch. He's come up with this idea of the monetized dating marketplace. I'm pretty sure he coined that term. And he does admit to that, but, you know, he kind of has this distinction between paying on the front end versus getting screwed over on the back end and not and ending up. And he gives a lot of examples, you know, where high status guys or whatever end up getting screwed. You know, men are in love, women are in business. That's another one of his maxims. And I could see, yeah, he does advocate for that. You know, you're right. He calls it the dark side. He's not lying about it. The ironic part is other people in the space will say they don't do that. Then we find out later that they've been spending thousands of dollars to do that. You know what I mean? Or they were lying about it, or people that they were showcasing were actually doing that. Now, you know, I can understand, like, if that's something you don't agree with, I get it. But I do think there's more depth to Coach's show than just that. Here's Andrew Tate. I am the largest men's rights activist in the world. It should be the goal of every man to become as financially abundant as possible. Money allows you to move the world. And I just thought it was ironic that he's calling himself a men's rights activist, because at this point, you know, he's basically, I think he plays into gynocentrism. He's either a tradcon or he's just like, the reason he says this is because Pearl called him out. He put up a tweet saying, "You're a full-grown man. Being a millionaire is the bare minimum acceptable standard. Being broke is awfully childish," right? So this is the grift here on Andrew Tate's part, right? So let's shame men. It's the same thing he does when he pimps women, right? He has to break down their confidence, a normal woman's confidence, and then it's just like, well, you know what? Get naked on front of the webcam, and then, you know, he becomes the answer to them. He does that with men's minds too, right? He goes and destroys your sense of self. You're childish. You're not a real man. Here's this very high standard you should be at. Otherwise, no woman's going to like you. What's the answer? Join the real world, and I'll help you and be, you know, help you in that sense, right? Pearl says it's interesting to see rich men shit on the men doing the difficult but not very well paid jobs in society that allow us to do what we do. We cannot survive without the men who drive the trucks, fight the fires, and serve in the police force. Yeah, and those people aren't millionaires. Unless you're the fire chief of Los Angeles County and you're getting paid $700,000 a year, and then you let the whole thing just go up in flames. I like the Tates, but when I have cousins that serve in the military, uncles that are mechanics, and men that I see work incredibly hard for little recognition or pay, I have a hard time getting behind stuff like this. So shout out to Pearl for calling them out on that. And then that's when Andrew Tate responds, "I am the largest men's rights activist in the world," which, you know, this guy is not Paul Elam. You know, he's advocating for people to do this. There is a difference between, you know, him and Paul Elam, frankly. This is kind of in the similar vein of Brian calling himself, you know, a men's rights activist and not exactly advocating for that. And then just grifting. This is outright grifting here, because this is the funnel into what he's selling. Pearl says, you can say that. Oh yeah, he says it should be the goal of every man to become as financially abundant as possible. Money allows you to move the world. Pearl says you can say that, but it doesn't change the fact that this is the pay of the men doing the difficult jobs that keep this country running. Doesn't mean they're childish for doing them either. I have cousins that serve in our military and aren't rich. Are they childish for that? And I left a comment, which Pearl retweeted, which was pretty cool. I said, how can we call modern women's standards delusional, but then at the same time shame men for not meeting those same delusional standards? Shaming men for not being rich and fighting for men's rights are not the same thing. So, you know, just that's the kind of stuff I think that probably contributes to the destruction of the manosphere. Let me just catch up with the chats, so we'll get back here to Coach. Braylon says CJ also showed an article how dating stems from prostitution. Yeah, it is. I mean, you know, there is truth to that, and I remember him talking about that in the past. In the 70s, there was a term called charity girls on Google. I'll have to check that out. CGA doesn't push for equal exchanges. That's from Anonymous. Arwen says, it isn't even his money, LOL. There's no character building in an receiving allowance, which he should, given women want equality in the workplace. Not exactly sure what you meant by this one. I think there might have been a little typo there. There's no character building in receiving allowance. Well, that's definitely true if you're not earning your money. All right.
But content pirates, you can call them content thieves. You can call it whatever you want to call it. We'll just use the term pirates. Pirates are content creators that came in during the peak, or they saw the rise of the manosphere and they said, hey, I can make content too. I can make content too. I can do this too. They saw Fresh and Fit rise. They saw Kevin Samuels rise. In fact, I was ahead of all of them in 2019. That was my peak. 2019, I beat all of them to 100K. By the time 2021 comes around, I'm demonetized and they pass me up. So I'm a little bit older in this space. I'm in kind of.
Does anybody know what exactly Coach was demonetized for? I didn't find Coach until about 2021-ish, maybe late 2021, early 2022. And he was already demonetized at that point. But I don't know the actual reason. So that would be interesting to know.
The second wave. The 2021, 22, 23 content creators are in the third wave, if you will. Now, what happened was content creators.
I like how he breaks it up in waves, right? Like, it, you know, I call it iterations. It comes in iterations.
Would come along and basically cherry pick the most popular content form. And then what they would do, which is always common, which I'm looking around YouTube, we see this all around YouTube. Sometimes they give credit to the people before them. What messed up the manosphere is that they didn't give credit to the content creators before. So people would come in here, they would listen for a couple of weeks, they would turn their camera on and repeat exactly or copy the exact format of someone previous. Now, everybody is guilty of this to an extent because we're all kind of sharing the same talking point. There's only so many talking points. And sometimes somebody doesn't get appropriate credit. But what they do is they remix it. For instance, I've even heard Kevin Samuels say, I'm going to quote from a book, but I'm not going to give credit to the person who wrote the book because I don't like the person. So even Kevin Samuels did it. And by virtue of that, I stopped listening to him at that point. It wasn't the hate. It wasn't jealousy. When he did that, I lost it. I was like, this is incredible. Now, everybody, again, is culpable in this one. But let me give you an example. The example is this guy right here, which you will have even counterintelligence. He might qualify as this. This guy right here is named Brian. Brian is associated with the whatever podcast, possibly the founder of it. I have no idea, but he's got these founders of these movements here. I don't even know what this stuff is. I don't watch them, never watched them, but I see his clips come across the screen all the time. And I have to ask myself, I often wondered, why in the world, this is what I wondered. I said, where did he come from? Right? Where did he come from all of a sudden? Then I look up and it's like 4 million subs. I'm like,
straight jacket.
I'm like, this is weird. This is weird. I was like, I never heard of the guy. He's not giving credit to anybody in this space and essentially just copy Fresh and Fit. Now, when I talk about counterintelligence, it doesn't mean it's government funded, but this to me reeks, it's weird. I was like, this is weird.
I think a show, I mean, they probably started off fine or whatever, they wanted to get in the space. Okay. And then they took Fresh and Fit's format or whatever, whether or not that's bad or not. But I think, once it starts getting a lot of views, that's when it becomes tempting to kind of go one way or the other, especially if there's an offer. And with Brian's show, maybe it starts out one way, but then, it starts to be a lot of back and forth with Daily Wire, which is the suspicious thing to me. It's not CGA's money fixing binds. I'm assuming you mean like people donate to him or whatever. Like, yeah, he's got his book. People donate for the show, and he uses that to fixes the binds. Braylon Barnes says, I don't know when, but CGA got demonetized back to back on all of his 13 channels. Yeah, I only know his content now, and I don't really see his content as anything demonetization worthy. Not when you compare it to stuff that for why, Fresh and Fit got demonetized and, things like that. But maybe there was something before where he did a violation and then, he decided not to, but I do wonder what it is. I don't know. Sorry for the typo. Don't stress it. It's all good. The other man says there's nothing wrong with copy or using someone else's stuff. You just have to give credit to the original creator. Yeah, I agree with that, you know, and I agree with that. And I think a lot, you know, of what kind of gets on coaches' nerves, and you know, I guess I can see it. If you've been in the space since 2015 and you put in a lot of work and you help develop a lot of these talking points and you've even gotten demonetized for it, then people that are relatively new and haven't been in the space for a long time, that are relatively young, come in and they sort of just, you know, grow off of this, off the backs of a lot of other creators, don't give them credit, and then make a ton of money, and then they get national headline attention. They get, you know, on Piers Morgan's show, you know, or whatever, and these kinds of things. Then, you know, I can understand where that frustration comes from, you know, from folks like CGA, especially if there's not credit given. So, you know, I think you're right about that, Dan.
He just, boom, just skyrocketed up. And I'm like, what happened? Well, I did a little bit of research, found out he's been a content creator on YouTube for quite a long time. He's been a content creator for quite a long time. In fact, he has a 1 million subscriber plaque in 2020. 2020. And at the time, and this is no shade at him, at the time, he's doing skits. He's not doing red pill content. He didn't arrive at red pill and got up to 1 million. He kind of was already in the YouTube algorithm. He's doing, what is he doing? He's doing skits. There he is dressed up like a fairy. You'll see it here. You see that? That's your boy, so-called. Why isn't he on the list? That's him right here. And I'm just using him as an example. This is so-called some of y'all hero. I'm not trying to create beef, but I got to say, what the fuck is going on here? You got to realize I've been in this space since 2015. Where did he come from? Right? He's dressing up. He's doing skits. He's not building his audience off of Manosphere talking points and red pill. His audience was already built. He's doing Marty McFly right here. Now, I'm just trying to show you that later on, this nigga end up growing a beard, all right? And now he's the face of the Manosphere, and he's getting a free pass. Now, when I said to you earlier, something is not adding up. When I talked about counterintelligence, when I talked about this list, when I talked about YouTube is intentionally diverting content from certain people, they admit it right here. Right there. To divert audiences away, lead audience away from wrong think influencers, so-called Manosphere creators, and towards positive male influencers or any other program that makes the Manosphere look bad. Wouldn't this qualify as it? You're like, how did this happen? Now, hold on. I'm going to show you something here.
Mr. Pitts says the DHS probably saw Brian in in a fairy costume and decided he didn't belong on the watch list. It could have just been that. They're like, you know what? We're gonna allow this.
Wouldn't that qualify as counterintelligent? Listen to this woman here. Her name is Brett Cooper. This is Brett Cooper right here. Okay. This is Brett.
She was on the Daily Wire. I mean, it says it here, but she's been recently removed, or she left Daily Wire, like her contract didn't get renewed or something. There was some kind of story there. I don't know if it was bad, but I think she signed an NDA, so she couldn't really talk about it. But she had a show there, and she got replaced by somebody. So that's as far as I know about her.
Cooper, listen.
But I do remember some of her stuff. I've seen some of her clips. She's in with the Daily Wire. It's kind of this similar style of talking points in media.
What she says here, she is reviewing a New York Times article on the Whatever podcast. All of a sudden, I've been in it's the New York Post. The New York Post tends to cover many Manosphere people. I've been covered in the Post.
So read the description. It says the Whatever podcast recently came under fire from the New York Post in an article accusing the Whatever podcast and its creator, Brian Atlas, of creating the disturbing new podcast trend. Oh, wow. So they credited Brian for creating the disturbing new podcast trend, even though you can say it was fresh and fit first, of making women look dumb. But is Brian really to blame for this trend? Or is it the response to something men, women, whatever? I can't see it now.
most negatively about myself, and a lot of people have. But the New York Post wrote an article said making hot girls look dumb.
Also, look at, all the Daily Wire folks, they have incredibly large audiences, probably even bigger than the Manosphere, at least the Manosphere we know, that doesn't include Joe Rogan or Aiden Ross. This video has 2.3 million views and 86,000 likes. When videos are that big, I mean, I get it. That's a lot of stuff. She's part of a large organization. I think there's just a little bit more of, I guess the word would be editorial sort of direction that goes into what she does. I just want you guys to keep that in mind as we watch this.
Listen to what she says here. And this will point out what I'm talking about content pirates. Okay. I have another point on this one, but bear with me. Okay. Bear with me. Let's go ahead and play this clip. Listen to what she says.
A few days ago, making women look dumb is a disturbing new podcast trend. Now, they are specifically pointing out the Whatever podcast, but the Whatever podcast is not the only podcast of this genre. Fresh and Fit, I think, was the first of this kind. I think Whatever is maybe...
That's good. She gives credit.
I don't know. It shows up more on my timeline and on my For You page. I don't see as many Fresh and Fit clips.
Did you hear that? I'm going to play it again. Now, people, you men that are going to respond, you're going to respond exactly how I think you're going to respond, and you're going to be the problem. You're one of the problems in this space. I want you to play that back again. Play that back again. Remember when I showed you counterintelligence is leading viewers away from this content to that content. So why doesn't CGA have 1 million? Why doesn't Angry Man have 1 million? Well, they're being led away from it, but what's being put in front is this content. I'm gonna play it again. Why isn't she seeing Fresh and Fit content? Okay.
He's saying it's the algorithm. Now, to be fair, she did mention them. The tinfoil hat part of me, which, it's all speculation. We got no idea. But I tend to look at this as, I don't know. My tinfoil hat theory is that Daily Wire and whatever podcasts have a relationship, and I think the directive from there is, hey, react to whatever podcast clips mostly. And a lot of the other folks do that, whether it's Michael Knowles or St. Knowles, as Caesar has requested him to be called. I think Ben Shapiro, I've seen a Ben Shapiro video where he specifically does a whatever podcast clip, even though when there's a tons of clips to choose from. I think Coach is saying it's because the algorithm is specifically showing that. I think there's a little element of, and it seems like she's kind of explaining herself a bit, almost as if she was a little bit coached into saying, hey, just talk about whatever and not some of the other guys, because we got to deal with them in the background. All speculation. We got no idea. But you know what I mean? It comes off as like, oh, you're not supposed to say this, and then you start explaining a little bit too much when she could have just said, went with whatever podcast.
Why isn't she seeing Fresh and Fit was, I think, the first one to 1 million. Well, Kevin Samuels was. Why isn't she seeing Fresh and Fit? She was like, oh, it doesn't show up much in my algorithm. Now, of course, everybody's algorithm's different. People, she's a woman. She's not black. She's not minority. Fresh and Fit are. But this guy, Brian's content is all of a sudden all over her goddamn algorithm. Why? Why is it always in her suggestion box and Fresh and Fit is not? Remember, go back to what that article said about government sanction, leading people away from content. Go back to it. No.
Yeah, and then the question is okay, if Fresh and Fit and whatever podcast are the same format and they're both doing that, and New York Post is literally saying, Brian's show is there to make women look dumb, you got to ask yourself, because if he's on that same road Fresh and Fit is, and he's going to get, the boot or end up on the divert hate list, it's almost like Daily Wire with incredible connections, speculation, that they probably have with YouTube. I mean, they have a series of content creators, all with signed contracts that they pay like, millions of dollars to be under their umbrella. I don't know who Daily Wire's funded by, but probably some big, conservative think tanks. they must have a very good relationship with YouTube. And then it's like whatever podcast is very convenient because it serves as a staging ground to make inroads into this red pill manosphere space. Then what you see whatever podcast not being put on the list. You see whatever podcast being reacted to by a lot of Daily Wire folks. So that's priming the audience. And then you see Daily Wire host after Daily Wire host going on to the whatever podcast. I mean, you had Candace Owens was on there. Michael Knowles was on there. Gosh, I think Brett Cooper might have been on there. I don't think Charlie Kirk is with Daily Wire, but it just becomes TradCon after TradCon. Charlie Kirk was on there. I think Lauren Chen might have been on there once. Officer Tatum was on there. It's just TradCon after TradCon after TradCon, and it just kind of serves as almost like a funnel. That's how I see it.
Fresh and Fit was not demonetized at the time.
And then by sort of acquiescing to that sort of saves whatever podcast and allows them to kind of avoid this diverting hate campaign.
Fresh and Fit was not demonetized at the time.
But it's just like, it doesn't make sense because if, Fresh and Fit and whatever podcast and Pearly Things, the pregame show, are all seen as having the same format that's specifically made to just make women look dumb, Now, arguably, Fresh and Fit have done some things to warrant demonetization. They took things in a direction that kind of left men's issues and touched other controversies that probably was not strategic. Just real quick before we move on, let me just catch up with the chat here. Let's see. Mr. Pitt says Zook Davis did a video series of following the Brett Cooper and Reagan Conrad replacement drama. Yeah, I don't think I saw his video, but I think there was something about it, and it was probably kind of strange because Candace Owens was recently kind of shown the exit door from Daily Wire, and then next was Brett Cooper, but I don't think hers was as controversial as Candace Owens. Caesar says she left because she disagreed with the Chosen People's war. She was on Candace Owens' train, so it did have to do with that. See, I didn't know that. I don't watch Brett Cooper enough, I guess, to know. I mean, that's the truth. Candace Owens was very vocal about that stuff on Twitter, so I knew that was kind of her sort of issue there. I didn't know Brett Cooper was kind of on that same thing, but I guess that would explain some things. Dan the Man says, I remember that video they accused whatever pod for making women dumb by letting them speak. Those articles gave off simp vibes. Dan says, I heard she left because she wanted to get paid more or something like that. I thought it was kind of something to do with that too, or they didn't reach terms on a contract, but I mean, it could be what Caesar's saying. Anonymous says, to clarify, CGA won't hold them to equality. Just figure he'll wave money around to get what he wants from young JUCOs. I can kind of see what you're saying. Like it's not about, I guess, well, he does call out a lot of the delusional stuff, but it's still in some way advocating to kind of pay into that and deal with women, and it's not about holding them accountable. I will say in his defense, I think that he's honest about what he wants from women. Coach is on, like, he has kind of walked down this different road of kind of accepting what he calls the monetized dating marketplace, And so he calls it the dark side. He fully admits to being on the dark side. And what he says is, he'll say something like feminism freed men. And that's how he deals with it. So he advocates for free agent lifestyle. And in order to do that in today's conditions, that's the route he chooses to go, which is to pay JUCOs, essentially. Now, there are issues with that. I think at his age, he's had kids, he's went through the divorce system. He's probably not looking for the same thing that maybe younger guys are, paying for it. What he'll say is, he kind of makes fun of the guys who says, but I want her soul coach or whatever. But, I think young people actually do want to be with people that like them back and not pay for it. Right. So there's kind of a divide there. I think at his age and where he's at in life, he probably just doesn't care about that anymore. So, it's not a lifestyle, at least as far as JUCOs and stuff goes, for everybody, but it works for some people. Maybe it works for some people some of the time, but it's not the same as, a genuine attraction. but he is clear about what he does and about why he does it. And I think a lot of it goes into what he calls it the spectrum, and that a lot of women are on the spectrum of the monetization spectrum. But again, I don't dismiss what you're saying, and I think there are fair criticisms to Coach. He's not above reproach. But I do find him to be, authentic in his approach and honest about what he's doing, which is why I like him, Caesar says, man, you're probably right. Deanne says she was bringing more views than any of the other Daily Wire hosts. Are you talking about Brett Cooper or Candace Owens? Because they both seem like they got a lot of views. I think she tried to ask, Brett Cooper. I think she tried to ask for more money and didn't get it. It's probably something like that. Regarding CGA money, there was a question mark. He pays money to young co-eds. Call it what it is. Yeah, he does. And that's true, but he is forthright about it. It's not because, in the space, there's people who will attach masculinity and shame people for doing that. Now, however each man feels about that is how they feel about it. The problem is when you have someone that's going into this shaming men routine and telling men they need to self-improve, and then those same guys get caught paying for it when they were purporting to not having been done that, and they didn't want to admit it, and it's all about like, well, this is just an advanced form of game, you know what I'm saying? Because when you over here, these are plays you're not even aware of because we're just on another level, then it looks really bad. So I wouldn't get on Coach's case about that because he's honest about it. Now, that doesn't mean that that's going to work for everybody, but that's how he makes his free agent lifestyle work for him. I think probably what you might be getting at is that, well, you're still maybe paying for it, and you might even be able to use the word simping into it by playing into the gynocentrism by making money and then spending it to that. And, that I think some people are going to feel that way. Caesar says, my favorite CGA saying is hope is not a strategy. Yeah, he's got a lot of great Coach isms.
This video is over 2 years ago. Whenever you see 1 year, this video could have been 2 years old. Okay. It says 1 year ago. So that could be 1 year and 11 months. Fresh and Fit is just recently demonetized. So this video goes back way prior to Fresh and Fit being demonetized. Okay. It goes back way prior. Why is that the case? You have to really question this. I question a lot of things and go, how in the world does she not see Fresh and Fit come up in her goddamn suggestion box? Right. But the other podcast, she does. All right. How is that the case? Now, remember, people are always going to say, well, they don't know their facts. Remember, most people don't know anything about the Manosphere prior to 2021. And even then, they don't know. They're not watching it every day. So they don't care who's first or who last. It's irrelevant to them. So she's just making a commentary on what she possibly knows. Okay.
Specifically pointing out the Whatever podcast, but the Whatever podcast is not the only podcast of this genre. Fresh and Fit, I think, was the first of this kind. I think Whatever is maybe, I don't know, it shows up more on my timeline and on my For You page. I don't see as many Fresh and Fit clips, but I know that it is still around. But they are specifically nitpicking Whatever podcast. Anyway,
I'll just stop it at that. Now, for people still making excuses, I laid out my case. People are intentionally getting diverted away from specific content.
I will say, I respect Coach for coming at this at a new angle. And I think it is a bold perspective to have, especially of a content creator of his size. But to come out and, speculate on these kinds of things and say these kinds of things, I respect him for that. I think it's trying to give the Manosphere as a whole a new perspective, or at least look at things differently, whether you agree with him or not. And especially this take right here, I think is a risk on his part because, he's going to receive criticism. So I respect him for that. Let me just catch up with the chat real quick. Braylon Barnes says the women are selling themselves. The normie girls are on the dark side. The women that are on Tinder and Bumble are also on sugar daddy apps. Like CGA said, they operate on a spectrum. And it is true. I mean, I think anybody that dates around on dating apps, You know, depending on how many dates you go on, it is eventually you're gonna meet women that have sugar baby before, or they'll admit to doing it, or they'll tell you about it, and you know, you kind of see the other side of it there. There's more than you'd expect, you know. Mr. Pitt right here says plenty of PUAs have paid models and escorts to build their public image. Yeah, I think a lot of people, I think a lot of content creators have done that, or you know, some of them have been exposed for doing that, like those like kind of like fake PUA videos where like this is how you cold approach, and the girl's in on it the whole time. There's probably a compilation of that. Imagine CGA talking this S to his daughter. Hopefully he doesn't prowl the JUCOs his daughter goes to. I think that's, I mean, like, okay, I could tell like you're not a fan of his, but I don't think he's that kind of person. You know, I think he would make a decent father. That's my impression of him. The other question is, I mean, what you're bringing up here is imagine CGA talking like this to his daughter. You have to understand the society we live in, you know, like you once your daughter's 18, your only choice is to basically debate lord your daughter into not taking these actions. And if she doesn't listen to you, then that's very hard to do. Cut her off financially if you are providing for her financially, or just cut her off emotionally if she's not doing these things. But the fact is like we live in a society where, you know, you don't have control over your daughter doing that. CGA doesn't have control over his daughter. He can maybe try to give her some reasoned arguments and sit there and give some fatherly attention. But if she's also, the daughter is susceptible to this culture that we have that's pushing this onto them heavily. Coach has been ran through the system through family law. His family was torn apart by that. He's fought a long and bitter custody battle. So even if he wants to give guidance to his daughter, it's very hard to do because of that. And, you know, Rollo talks about this, all of the responsibility with none of the authority. So that's kind of the situation men find themselves in today. So it's like, you can say my daughter's never going to do this. My daughter's never going to do that. But at the end of the day, you really can't stop her. You can try to convince her and reason with her, but we don't, you know, live in that society. I think Coach is just sort of on the side of accepting what he has or doesn't have control over, you know. Let's move on.
And I got men in here that's still going to come up with 11 excuses. And actually, it's called diverting hate. And y'all still going to make excuses. Look, we still got somebody here. It was that long ago. Demonetization. No. The Fresh and Fit clips is literally right here on the list. You know who ain't on this list? Whatever podcast. So y'all can make every excuse in the book to try to figure out why that's the case. But it's not an argument. They literally were diverted away specifically from this group of people on the list. Okay? And suggested other stuff, which includes government-approved content creators. Make every excuse you want in the book. There's no argument. And I'm not even here to argue. So if you're here to argue, go fucking kick rocks. All right? I'm laying out my case. My case is ironclad.
Klaus says, I just have to say it again. Nala is a pastor's daughter. There is no authority anymore. This ship has sailed a long time ago. That is that's a great point, Klaus, honestly. And yeah, that's the thing. I mean, the problem is they're always going to blame the man. They're going to blame the father. You know, they're going to say, well, she's got daddy issues. And it's ironic because a lot of these dads don't even have custody. It really is almost mommy issues because mom caused this kind of divide, filing for divorce. But somehow they will find a way to typically blame it on the guy. You know what I mean? And it's always the dad's fault, but the dad has no authority other than to try to reason with her. But if she has, you know, she puts her fingers in her ears, it's going to be tough doing that. DL Saint from the I Really Want to Know podcast. Man, one of my favorite folks over here. DL, I got to say, you know, I love the time that you stream, which is like weekdays around like 2 to 3-ish. Because like when I'm finishing up work and driving home, I'm listening to you like that last hour. I'm usually busy or driving, but makes my drives home that much more nicer. Great to have you on. DL Saint's like one of the first people to interview me on his show a few years ago. So always happy to see DL. DL says, "What's good, fam? Great topic, great show. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Salute to the chat." Shout out again to DL Saint, man. Appreciate you being here, brother. All right, we'll go ahead and move on. Guys, please show DL Saint some support also. Maybe hit him with a subscribe. I'm sure you guys will enjoy his channel. He has great podcasts and great talks on there. DL Saint says, "I tell my daughter the cold truth. You have to. My daughter is 16. Yeah, DL, yeah, that's really what you have to do. You have to tell them. You can try your best to be reasonable, and have that relationship. I can't speak, but DL speaking has more weight than me, or even Coach, because Coach has kids. DL has kids. And you can tell them the truth as much as you can tell them. Beyond that, you cannot control them or force them. Is the difference." DL says, "What's good, Mr. Pitt? I see you, brother." I'll go ahead and move on.
My case is ironclad. It is what it is. You like how nobody knows about CGA? Pretty clear. It ain't coming up in Brett Cooper's. It ain't coming up in her suggestion. Now, the last point about this content creator, pirates. This is a critical mistake when you think about the message. What is the message? Men, helping men, male improvement, exposing the secrets of marriage and divorce, cohabitation, the laws. If men are being diverted away from this intentionally.
I like what he says there. Let me just go back, listen to it one more time, because he's talking about real problems.
Pirates. This is a critical mistake when you think about the message. What is the message? Men, helping men, male improvement, exposing the secrets of marriage and divorce, cohabitation, the laws. If men aren't being...
And Coach does a great job of discussing all that stuff. And he does give good advice, and at the very least, good information about those things, so at least men are informed.
If men are being diverted away from this intentionally. But the new content creators come up and give no historical fact of where they got their data, where they got their information. Who did you hear from? Who do you know of beforehand? What people do is they'll jump on YouTube and they'll start saying things like, men are in love, women are in business. All men pay. All right, they'll start saying shit that they clearly heard somebody else say. I
mean, real quick, let me just catch up. CGA actively promotes prostitution. Might be why he's demonetized. I really don't know the reason. I don't know. I don't know what it is. And he got 12 channels demonetized. Again, it was a different time. Maybe they just came at him hard. Another thing is I do believe there should be some path to redemption. Like after a couple years or something, I wish Trump's digital bill of rights put something in there that requires companies to offer some kind of explanation or some kind of path to redemption, that a creator can take or not take or something. I don't know what that looks like, but banned forever just doesn't seem like the right way to do it. Miss Britt says, "I really want to know," to DL saying, "Everything is great. What's up, Unc?" Coke addiction says, "I know when I first saw your username in here, I was like, Coke addiction, that's an honest man right there." Any influence I had with my daughters was when they were children. As a father, you move from coach to cheerleader. I can imagine that's probably true with both sons and daughters. Again, we live in a free society, and that is the other side of it. As a parent, you might see that they're doing something really bad, but you have limits on what you can do to try to prevent that. If your daughter starts engaging in some of this and you run in there and you try to bring her back home or something, you're going to jail. You know what I mean? Because you're violating the sort of sovereign rights of another adult human, daughter or no daughter. And that's kind of the situation you're in. But, I agree with you there.
Clearly, it is right, Jack. This is one of the weakest parts of this space, is that they don't build on anyone else's shit. What they do is them motherfuckers will fire up their camera, start talking word for word, bar for bar,
straight jack,
exactly like 10 other niggas they done seen, and they won't mention nobody before them. Right? And listen, all of us are guilty of this to an extent, but it's extreme plagiarism, and that discredits the space, because then people say, oh, this guy's a genius. Oh, this guy's a genius. He preaching, he cooking.
I think it's tough if someone steals talking points and then they become successful at that. If they don't actually understand why those talking points are talking points, if they become the face of the space, and when they're questioned on that, or when it comes time to represent the space and they kind of fall flat because they're not the guys who had the experiences that led to these talking points being created. They don't know why they are the way they are. They just have surface level understandings of them. I can see how that would be incredibly frustrating to someone like this. Now, I can't say YouTube is built off of reaction videos. You guys remember the early days of YouTube, back when someone would make a video and you can like scroll down and then there'd be like, here's reaction videos to the video, and you can actually like have your video on their page. Amazing times. So there is an element of that, there is definitely an element of that. But if you're just taking talking points and you're not being honest about where you got them from, and you're not really building on them, you're just kind of regurgitating stuff, and not even in an authentic way, but in a way that's like you don't even actually understand them. It just kind of ends up feeding itself to looking bad. I think one thing to take away is that what this space is in desperate need of is a kind of revival, a kind of vigor, fertility, where new ideas are sprouted out, new takes on things, and new, just new perspectives on things in order to move forward. That's definitely necessary, after the implosion, so to speak. Planning out next week's shows. Can't wait to see what those are. A lot of stuff to talk about, especially what, Trump, some of the changes he's making. So, if you wanted to be political, but I remember Tommy Sotomayor accused Kevin Samuels of stealing his talking points. This was on FNF. That's interesting there. I think there was some kind of a break between FNF and Kevin Samuels. I can't remember exactly. There might have even been a little bit of accusations of Fresh and Fit taking some of Kevin Samuels' talking points back in the day, though I don't remember exactly. Coke Addiction says Tommy Sotomayor claims Kevin Samuels stole lines from him. Apparently, he came up with the acronym SIMP. That's interesting.
Crown him Godfather, King, and then the other person don't exist. So they'll copy not only the format, and then what they'll do is they'll just essentially act like they created all of the content. They did all of the research, all of the data and the stats, but they just simply watched someone before them for years, for weeks, for months, repetitively, over and over again, till they sound like that person. They'll fire up their content, never mentioned a person before, whatever podcast. I'm pretty suspect that they haven't mentioned anybody in the red pill space before. Why? They're not a part of the space. I've proven it.
I know he's had Rollo on, Michael Sartain. What's funny? Fresh and Fit, they kind of had some enmity between them for a while. But I had seen Myron on X recently, like a few months back. He had said something about a possible January appearance of Myron going on whatever podcast show. Though we're almost to the end of January and I haven't seen that happen. But that was actually something he tweeted out or something. So, it was in one of the tweets, there was a woman saying that basically Brian didn't pay her the agreed amount because she got Frank Castled off the show. And then Brian came in with this large explanation of why he didn't pay her, because she came in on, under the influence and she just wasn't participating. So he didn't pay her all the way. And it was another one of those weird moments where it was showing that, Brian pays women to come on the show, whatever. And then Myron commented on that tweet basically saying, whatever, like these chicks ain't whatever. And I'll handle them when I'm on the show with you in January. But it is now January 25th. And maybe I missed it, but I haven't seen Myron on the show. So interesting.
They're not a part of the space. They basically saw Fresh and Fit pop off. And then what do? They don't know shit about anything before 2021 in this space. And they think they're creating some content. They think that they're creating a mark. They think they're, I'm making an impact, telling people the truth. When essentially he's reading off a computer. This nigga got his computer up all the time, just reading word verbatim what's on the computer. He's not coming off critically as he knows and aware and why. He's not. And these are just clips that I've seen him do. All right. This is why I've never reacted. These people are coming in and just pirating the space with no Alan Roger Curry. Right.
You know, that's probably why. I mean, I think Brian can, you know, he mentions the talking points or debates well enough, maybe not like the best, but enough to, you know, manage the show. But there are a lot of times where he doesn't. And I think that's kind of why it's easy for him to kind of, you know, like have someone else on the show to kind of do the arguing for him. And he kind of serves like the boxing promoter. Like, I'm going to have these people, you know, versus tradcons, and then they'll kind of do the bulk of the talking. And sometimes he'll say something. You know, I think he argues okay enough. You know, that's a tough thing to have to do. But if you're not as well versed in it as, like, say, someone like Coach or someone who's been in the space for a while, then it's going to be tough.
No credit to Alan Roger Curry. No credit to Paul Proteus. No credit to David Carroll. No credit to Sandman. No credit to anybody before. Anybody before does not exist. Just them. You see what I mean? Like, this is where the Manosphere died. And I'm way over time. So let me get to the next one here. I appreciate the supporters. Please don't feel like you have to make a lot of commentary and support. All right. The next one is going to be the lack of creativity amongst the content creators.
That's interesting. And this is the part, you know, I think is really interesting. And, you know, we've talked about that on the show before. You know, it's like, well, what happens after this, you know, about the Manosphere and doing content that's more, you know, what guys do now and moving forward. And basically the way I defined it was exiting rage bait content. It's like the rage masturbatory content, which is here's the surrogate high value male that you're watching sitting there in the center of Fresh and Fit. And here's him dumping on the chicks that you're having a hard time getting with. So it serves this kind of masturbatory purpose. And then at the same time, you know, the viewers are going to subscribe to the OF Girls OnlyFans that they're marketing on there, basically. But once you're past that rage content, you know, then it's like, you know, what to do after, or just different ideas and things. And the space does need a new kind of youthful vigor, a kind of new creativity if it's going to come back in a new iteration. Mr. Pitt says, Myron and Brian have radically different personalities. I can't imagine a podcast with them both on the panel would go well. Brian will let certain behavior from women slide that Myron won't. Yeah, I think if that happened, Myron would probably just be the sort of guest host of the show that day and probably take over. I don't know. We'll see if it happens, though. Still a few days left, but it sounded like they were in talks. So it would be interesting if he does go on the show. Now, I will say, I wonder if Brian really wants to do that. I mean, because, you know, Brian's making a lot of money. He's openly says, you know, he's doing it for money. Fine, whatever. It's not illegal. But if he has Myron on the show, you know, maybe that could be an issue for him in that. But I mean, you know, Tim Pool had Myron on the show, and I think he's fine. So it could still happen. Anonymous says, imagine his daughter watching his shows. I mean, really, imagine that. Braylon says she's already aware. I don't know. You know, I don't know. I think there's a lot. I don't think Coach's show is that bad. I think the stuff his daughter's probably exposed to on TikTok or on any other social media is probably going to be a lot worse. And again, you know, I don't know Coach's relationship with his daughter. So, you know, I wouldn't doubt his parenting abilities. So, you know, I think he's just very practical minded, and, you know, he speaks truly on a lot of things. So, okay, yeah, let's move from there.
What happened because of the peak 2021 to 2023 when the Manosphere had the world in a chokehold? Kevin Samuels had the world on a damn on a heart machine. He was taking the world by storm, and nobody had any objections that were legitimately to stop them. It had to be government intervention and counterintelligence and people coming up pirating to stop it. But the content creators themselves started to not invest. And here's the problem with this. They started to do it cheaply. What happened? What became popular? Reaction videos. And that was right after the explosion of TikTok and Kevin Samuels. So how content creators came up was to just watch content creation by Fresh and Fit and review it. And then they would watch Kevin Samuels from the previous night and review it. And then they would put together a string of TikToks and review it with no teaching, no message, no principles, nothing. They simply were lazy because they saw an easy way to get a rise in subs. And that became what everybody started to chase because the content creators started to jockey for position. They started to beef, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Because now it became, who's the next? The content creators, why not me? Why this guy getting views and why I'm not? Why this guy got 100,000 subs and I don't? So the content creators started to go, okay, we could cheapen up the message. This is when we saw.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think there's a point there because it becomes who can do the most outlandish thing for views, and they're all kind of fighting over views. There becomes a competitiveness there, and there might even become sabotage in between people. The reaction thing, you know, I get it. You know, there was a time in YouTube where a lot of people who used to make more raw content switched over into primarily podcast stuff. I think like even H3 podcast, you know, a lot of bigger content creators were like podcast was the new thing. And then everybody started doing a podcast. And there is an argument because there are people out there who make raw content and then everybody reacts to it. And it sucks, I guess, sometimes because you can make raw content and then somebody can react to it and get a ton more views. It's complicated channel. Someone I think about, he does the street interviews and, you know, people will steal his questions or it just takes, you know, his content's tough to make, but then, you know, people will react to it. And it would suck if they don't give you credit, especially when you do that much work for the raw content that other people can then just react to. So I think, you know, some YouTube channels, I mean, I'm doing it now. I'm reacting to Coach. I make standalone videos every now and then because I enjoy doing that. But I also, you know, do the reaction streams. But, you know, YouTube is built on reaction content. But yeah, there is a case to be made. There are, you know, lazy content creators to where it's just reaction videos. But if it gets views, it gets views, and that allows them to sustain themselves. Caesar Quintana says, I'm also not a fan of the JUCO stuff, but it is interesting to see how normal-looking gals engage in that kind of thing for money. Pretty eye-opening. Yeah, it is. I mean, that's just part of the culture nowadays, you know, and I think you would be surprised. You do see people and you're like, oh, I would have never guessed that. It really is wild. So, you know, it's interesting to learn about that. I don't think Coach is, it's not because of Coach that women are doing that. I think Coach has chosen a specific strategy in order to deal with the new environment. So I don't know I wouldn't say Coach is promoting that kind of behavior or anything like that. I think he says, this is the situation. This is how I'm going to choose to go about it. And Coach sheds a light on a lot of that stuff. And it is surprising to a lot of us guys that, you know, are otherwise not involved in that stuff, but you might end up unsuspectingly, you're going out with somebody and then, you know, deep into the relationship, you find out that they used to do that before. And you're just like, what? You know, I'd have never guessed that. That's a thing. A lot of guys, depending on who they start to get in relationships with, especially nowadays, are going to run into. It's like, oh, I had an OnlyFans account for 6 months. I didn't really use it, but I did post some content on there. You know, that's going to be a thing. Miles Nevison says, hey, shout out to you, Miles. Great to see you in here, bro. I understand Coach's argument. The problem is you can't gatekeep or control a decentralized system. The Manosphere is not one ship. It's a fleet of ships with individual captains going their own way. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think that's a fair description. And again, you're right. You know, like that's part and parcel of what YouTube is like. And, you know, a lot of people are going to react to stuff and they're going to do things like that. Some people are going to try to, I don't know, get people copyright dismissed or try to, go after that if they don't like it. But that is the nature of the game on YouTube. And you're right, it is decentralized in that way. So it is you can't really gatekeep it, you know. I think every now and then, I'd like to think there's maybe a day where some of this could coalesce into some kind of true political movement, maybe even with some leadership. I don't want to say that's impossible. I think it is, but so long as it's decentralized, it does make it kind of a breeding ground for opportunists to come in, and do what they're going to do. And it seems to be the nature of it. Coke Addiction says, every time I say your name, I want to chuckle a little bit. Rollo has said it's a wave that comes and goes depending on the election cycle. Since Red Pill is the database and women's nature doesn't change, men will always seek it out. Yeah, that's true, especially if, laws don't change around marriage and it's constantly evolving. I always say technology is the X factor. Technology has enabled humans to engage in behaviors that otherwise they wouldn't have done in the past because they would have been way too risky, or there just wasn't enough room to be able to do that without having to leverage yourself too much. Nowadays, women can engage in certain behaviors because they're enabled to do so, whether it's through laws or, birth control or different kind of jobs that are created that, are in air-conditioned offices or things that women can do to make significant money. So that changes the game, that changes the behavior pattern. And there's this kind of back and forth, and it enables a space like this. Anonymous says the most important insights from CGA pertain to marriage dynamics. Yeah, I think he does give a lot of great advice there. And, he's been through the whole marriage and divorce situation. I like his marriage wheel. When I first saw that, I don't know, I was impressed by that. And I get a good chuckle, especially when you see the pictures on there, the marriage wheel. Dan the Man says, I would say, Shah, you add more to the video than most reaction channels. You add insight from a child support perspective or something like that. I appreciate that, man. That is what I try to do. I mean, all I really have to offer the space is my experience working at the child support agency. So I would just see stuff as a viewer and I'd be like, oh, that doesn't make sense what they're saying, or yeah, they can do that, but this is what's going to happen as far as if you run into the system. So I do try to call back on that, or at least filter it through that lens a bit to try to get a different perspective on it. And having something that sets you apart as unique or a specific philosophy on things helps with creating content. Like Coach, for instance, has an interesting content model because his philosophy is the free agent lifestyle. Everything he does is based off of this value system he's created called the free agent lifestyle. So anytime an event happens or he reacts to a piece of content, he basically runs that through the free agent lifestyle filter to give a unique perspective on whatever he's looking at the moment. And then that enables, an authentic content. So having a defined perspective and, values that you probably have or a philosophy that you adhere to helps with content creation because you're kind of using that as a backdrop in order to see things through that lens. Dan the Man, but I appreciate what you said there, Dan the Man. Shout out to you, man. Glad you guys appreciate it. Dan the Man's responding to Miles says the other problem is while they are their own individual captains, they all fly the same flag, which paints everyone flying the same flag. Yeah, well, and that's how, you can try to find the weakest link, or you try to find the person who's overacting to try to get more views and doing controversial things, and then the entire fleet goes bust, because they're associated with that. Guilty by association. Braylon Barnes says, I don't watch any of Brian's stuff, and Myron is kind of too much of a hothead to me, no disrespect. No, I get what you're saying. Listen, I used to watch, I used to see the Fresh and Fit clips. I used to see the Brian clips, and I'd go back and I watch that stuff. I spent some amount of time watching that. After a while, I got tired of the rage content. I classify their content under rage content. It's about making the women look dumb, as the New York Post characterized it. And it's just sort of the same thing. And, whether or not it's the same thing, it appeals specifically to that sort of rage phase of red pill acceptance, if you want to call it that. And once you're past that on an individual level, seeing that content kind of becomes, it just kind of becomes stressful for no reason. It's like, I used to watch more blood sport debaters, and then I unsubscribed from all the blood sport debaters because I just, my feed is just these constant clips of just people crapping on each other, these high tense debates, and I'm just like, I can't watch this all day. I don't want to watch this all day. So, that's basically what it is. And I get it. It has an appeal to some people. Some people want to see the gladiatorial, debates and everything or whatever it is. But I think once you're kind of past that, you can get stuck into that a little too much, and it does become toxic. So, Braylon, I think what you're saying is completely legitimate, Mr. Pitt says, are you hoping for a more sophisticated iteration of the MRA movement? That is what I'm hoping for. I think that's a great way to characterize it. At least spreading some of the knowledge there, because like what we see now is there's the most recent iteration of the manosphere still has a lot of shaming of men, just in a different form than how the tradcons did it or the feminism or how the feminists would do it. And it's about, I don't think self-improvement is bad. I think self-improvement is good. I just think that they're selling self-improvement or like a hyper self-improvement as a solution to all these problems, which it is not. Self-improvement can help you with increasing short-term prospects with women. You can get women, you can bed women, you can get them attracted to you. But the long-term stuff, when it comes to family creation and marriage and stuff, self-improvement's not going to help you there. Coach even says it. You just kind of become a bigger fish to fry, a higher value target. High value man is high value target, in his opinion. And, I think a more sophisticated understanding of this kind of goes into men understanding that they should be negotiating differently or that they can be negotiating differently. And that negotiating to expect women to bring something to the table, especially financially, doesn't make you less masculine. And that's why I go so much into the bride wealth and dowry thing. This is such a good book right here. It's basically 2 Cambridge papers put together, but I have to buy a hard copy just to have it on my shelf. And the reason is because men of the past in these traditional times expected women to bring wealth to a marriage. So I'm trying to get guys to understand that some of the stuff that we're associating with masculinity and shaming guys for and saying you're not masculine enough, that's the problem, is actually not true. Because when we look at real masculine figures in the past, they made very practical decisions when it came to marriage, and they expected the women they married to bring wealth, especially in Europe, especially in Western civilization, especially where private property exists, where monogamy is the expectation. So, I think there is, and then of course there's the child support stuff and the welfare state, and that's the other stuff that I talk about. And my hope is that it leads to a better understanding of men, so masculinity can be refined to a higher level. You know what I'm saying? So that is my hope, and I think it will happen naturally with each iteration, that it will become more sophisticated. So thank you for that question, Mr. Pitt. Mr. Pitt says, I agree with Dan. What Dan the man, your insight is incredibly valuable. You also had a more intellectual spin on Manosphere topics. You keep your content high IQ. Appreciate that, man. Honestly, that makes me happy to know you guys are, appreciating it, having a good time. I try to look at the Saturday streams as we're all just meeting in the tavern, just kind of hanging out and just talking a bit, I will say, Mr. Pitt, I think you will appreciate my video with Paul Elam. So Paul Elam and I yesterday, we did the recording, and he has the recording and he's going to be posting it on his channel soon. But we talked about a lot of these things, so it's going to be relevant. And I'll make sure to put a community post just so you guys know when Paul posts it. But if you're not, follow Paul's channel. I mean, so you'll see it when it gets posted. I swear, man, after that conversation, like my brain was toast after that. I went outside and took a walk. I was just like, man, I got to go out into the sun. Because like for the couple days leading up to that, I was really like, man, I was just trying to remember everything. Because I knew we were going to talk about bride wealth and dowry, but it's just like, you don't know where the conversation's going to meander. I had a ton of screenshots and stuff that I wanted to like share with him. I only ended up using a couple of those because we were just having a very organic conversation. So it didn't need to be, so academic like that. But again, yeah, I think you're going to appreciate that. Miles Nevison says, by the way, Miles, I see your donation here. So just want to shout you out for that. We got what was that, 5 pounds? Wow. We got 5 British pounds in the building. That's hard-earned British pounds right there. Thank you so much for that. It's very generous, and I appreciate the support of the channel. That's hard-earned money. Miles says, let's see. I got to find you on my big chat here. Miles says, since one can't gatekeep a decentralized system, it is not unwise to make it into an identity. Is it not unwise to make it into an identity? My observation is the fall of any movement begins when it goes from a movement to being an identity. That's a good question. I think an identity is a tough part for it. I mean, you can have a political group that's advocating for certain values. So in some sense, in order to give it political power, we have to agree on what we're advocating for politically. That's step one. And I don't know if that's necessarily an identity. I guess you can say men's rights activist is an identity. I think one of the real problems, and what Coach explained, is when you make one person the leader, or specifically when someone has this meteoric rise and then this one person is the face of it. And there's either always flaws with them or they find out stuff. I mean, this kind of like with Andrew Tate. And then it becomes very easy to, if they say, hey, I'm the leader, I'm the face of it, it becomes easy to discredit that one person. I think if it's maybe more of some kind of politically organized group that has a defined value set on what it's advocating for, then that can work. That does have its dangers too. I mean, you can have someone come up here and say they're going to start lobbying for a change in family law and they want you to donate to their lobbying group, and then come in here and start taking a bunch of donations and then either do nothing with them or do very little. Lila Rose is her name. She's the one on whatever podcast, and she gave Jay Waller a hard time. It came out on Twitter, allegations, speculations, but it did come out on Twitter that she has a nonprofit or something to fight abortion. And she had collected a lot of money, and somebody showed her like cost expenses or what money was actually going to the cause. And it was like a very little amount of the millions of dollars that she got. And like other stuff is being paid out. So she's on here moralizing on whatever podcast and advocating for, fighting abortion. Sure. Noble cause, but then, asking for donations, and she's got this nonprofit or whatever set up, this organization, and then she's taking all this money and it's pretty much just being used on stuff that's not exactly what they're supposed to be advocating for. So we got a huge problem in that sense in order how to actually be effective, with it. Still I Rise. Hey, shout out to you, Still I Rise. Thanks for being in here, man. CGA, the truth. CGA, the free agent lifestyle. I like CGA. I like CGA. CGA responded to my content one time. My interview with Pearl, he responded to my interview. I wish it would have kind of became a clip, but I was at home and I was making a ribeye on a cast iron. And I don't usually watch CGA's evening streams because I usually listen to him in the morning when I'm making breakfast, and then I drive, over, do the commute. I got CGA on, but I happen to be listening to him in the evening. And then he starts talking about how like he's like, this person was a child support agent, and we're gonna listen to what this person has to say. And I'm like, oh man, I was like, I wonder who, like maybe they found somebody else, or maybe somebody saw my interview with Pearl and he's gonna react to that. And then bam, all of a sudden I'm on his screen, and I was like, that was pretty freaking cool right there. I was hyped up about that. Bro, eat the fish and spit out the bones. Men sound like females complaining that Myron is too abrasive. I mean, listen, I get what you're saying with the tough love, but still, and yes, there are good parts. Every single content creator in here who has a following, I think, has said some good things. But that being said, as far as the whole movement goes as a collective, I think no one is above, criticism in that sense, especially if they can easily attack it and make it look bad. So, I hear what you're saying there. You should have seen my old basketball coaches. This generation is soft af and scared to take in real truth without being offended. Coke Addiction says CGAs. Not exactly sure what you might have been referring to there. Braylon says the reason I liked the early RP days because it was filled with older men that already have raised kids, been married, divorced, creating like a father-son generation tribe feel. You know, dude, I know exactly what you're talking about. It's like a kind of mentorship. I remember the Red Pill forums, like the Red Pill subreddit, you know, created in 2012. Right about when I graduated college, I found that 2012, 2013ish, and I was like, this is interesting, and I would just always read it. And even throughout while I was working at child support, I would still kind of go back and read the forums. This is before I discovered people were even doing stuff on YouTube. And it was completely different back then. It really, there were some golden years on that subreddit. I'll definitely say that. So yeah, you're right about that. It was kind of like a mentorship thing. It was different, you know, and it's kind of interesting thinking of the maxims, you know, like there's the there was the clown world, or I can't enjoy the decline was a maxim that kind of came out of that. Now tradcons don't like that because tradcons go with the save the West narrative. We watched on my last stream, I think it was the last one or a couple streams ago, we watched a video of people talking about has the West already fallen. And I made the point that the save the West kind of deal is actually a sort of macrocosmic extension of gynocentrism. Instead of, you know, being a hero for a lady, you know, to save her, saving these, you know, whatever. It's that sort of same conditioning is co-opted to save the West. Now, if the West has already fallen, then that's a different thing. So, you know, that's what they end up doing. So they didn't like the enjoy the decline thing. So that original Red Pill kind of had more of that mindset where it's like, this has gone down anyways. We might as well enjoy the decline. And this is how you can best do that. Still I Rise says, I'm a tall, handsome Tyrone. I will tell you, gents, never, ever trust a woman ever. Oh, man. That reminds me of that meme. I wish I could pull it up, but it's like, it's a bell curve. And on the one side is the incel guy. And on the other side is the Chad guy. And then there's the middle dude. And both the guys on the end have kind of seen the sort of worst aspects of women, you know, because the guy that gets all the chicks kind of sees them cheating and doing all this, bad stuff or whatever. And then the other incel guy is just kind of seen, you know, the other aspect or the other side of that. Your comment reminds me of that. Miles says, you're 100% correct. That's exactly my point. Talking to Dan the Man. I live in downtown, so still I rise. Even chicks I used to deal with who are in long-term relationships send me DMs when they are out partying and try to come through. I believe it, man. I believe it. CGA's frustration, it's from Coke Addiction, is similar to Rolo's frustration with Pearl. That's actually a very, very good analogy right there. Great point. New content creators would miss quote stats and talking points, which then lead to Rolo having to clean up the mess. Yeah, that happened. And, you know, there was something where like Rolo and Pearl and I think James Sexton were all supposed to be on Daily Wire together talking with Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles. And there was going to be this Super Bowl style debate. And Rolo didn't want to work with Pearl. He really does not like Pearl. And I think it's this kind of thing because she's had this meteoric rise and then she becomes the face of the manosphere. And he's like, this is going to be a disaster. Now, I will say, I get how that's frustrating. The other part of it is like, you cannot argue with who fate or who the hand of God is going to lift up. Some people just get that and you can do everything right. I can do everything right on this YouTube channel and it never takes off. And that's okay. That's just how it goes, you know. And other people can come on and barely have one square over here, like on the bottom left, and it's no graphic design of just like a crappy webcam reacting to stuff with the crappy microphone, and they can take off. That's just the nature of the game. But I can understand why he's frustrated, especially when they're kind of propping her up in order to knock her down, to discredit the movement, instead of talking to someone who might be better versed in that. Now, to Pearl's credit, I think Pearl has tried to very genuinely come in and understand that. And she was young. She's early to mid-20s on this meteoric rise. So you have a lot of money, a lot of views coming in, and I think it's very hard for a young person to know what to do with all that. There's a lot of people in your ear talking. There's a lot of people making suggestions to you. Meanwhile, you're making content after content. You're dealing with all these different faces. And you're talking to all these influential people. This person's telling you how to run your business. That person's telling you how to run your business. And so it is a very precarious situation. Anonymous says the plagiarism CGA laments affects every topic on YouTube. I think that's true. I mean, that happens in other spaces. Braylon says exactly to coke addiction. Anonymous says Rollo beats the same horses to death, but can't fathom Pearl offering a unique take. Yeah, I agree. There are redeeming qualities. There are good qualities to Pearl's show. She has actively tried to seek out men's rights. People tried to understand the law. She spoke with me at length, about how the laws work in California and what's going on. She gave me the opportunity. She posted the interview we did about the child support system. She just recently did an interview with Paul Elam. She's called out TradCons very consistently over this past year. So I have seen her work evolve from what it was into what it is now, which is why I believe she really does deserve a chance at redemption. Like, I believe YouTube's going to remonetize her someday. I actually do. Braylon says, that's how I found you, from CGA. Oh, really? That when he reacted to me. Man, well, I appreciate you sticking with me, man. I hope you enjoyed the Paul Elam interview. I really do, because that feels like just another one of those special things, It really was to me. Still I Rise says, I'm not extreme. I'm just in the middle, because at the end of the day, no man has it easy at the end of the day. That's true. We just have to be observant. RP is about seeing things clearly. That's true. And men do a lot to kind of harm themselves in situations. That part is true. And that's where the RP has been very helpful to a lot of guys. So Caesar Quintana says, I've seen that, Shah. The most unattractive and attractive men are the most aware of women's nature. Those of us in the middle are the blind ones. Yeah, it's exactly what that was. I got to find that image. I'm just going to read the rest of these chats, and then we'll get back to Coach's critique on the Manosphere not being creative. And I think that's his last point. We'll still have an hour and a half after that. So depending on how you guys feel, I can probably take this, another hour and a half. But I do want to give Coach his full say. So we'll be there. Still I Rise says, I have height and money and personality. Guess what I've been cheated on? Guess what? I've been cheated on and gaslit too. See, that's the truth right there. So, selling the high value thing, like, yes, it will get you more options and you can do some more stuff, but the long-term stuff still has its pitfalls, And there's a lot of examples of that, even for high status individuals, very publicly, that go through this. Bros, if Tom Brady's woman is getting her cheek, I was just thinking of Tyrese Gibson, but yeah, and Tom Brady. If Tom Brady's woman is getting her cheeks clapped, that should have been best proof of red pill. Yeah, that one really is. Mr. Pitt says, Pearl really wanted Rollo to be her mentor, but he turned her down on several occasions. Yeah, I find that strange. It seems like she really means well, but, Rollo will describe her as someone who will, absolutely stab you in the back and is here to thwart the red pill. You know what I mean? The ironic thing about that is, he has even said that anybody who works with red pill, he won't, or anybody who works with Pearl, he won't work with. And, after he said that, I saw Fresh and Fit do a stream with Pearl, and, then they're back on Access Vegas and a few months after that. So I don't know, things happen organically sometimes, or all the time, except when it's not. Pearl says Pearl's pregame show was her best content, my honest opinion. I mean, that's what got the most views. People wanted to see that. And that was in the height of the red pill rage phase, of the collective red pill rage phase during COVID time and all that stuff. Your interview with Pearl was how I found your channel, so she's not all bad. Wow. Well, shout out to her for that. I mean, yeah, I didn't know that's where you found me, Klaus. I kind of wonder. It's interesting to hear. Dan the Man says, maybe it's because everyone is stealing content from each other is the reason why the Manosphere can't work together and form a solution. Thoughts? I think that's true. There's probably a lot of, in the content creator space and social media space, sometimes people are friends and then the next day, they'll make a hit piece. That's kind of what Coach is talking about. Also, and then there's the money to be made. I think that's kind of a barrier for folks. Maybe if men get together and they try to advocate, we understand what we're advocating for and we stop shaming other men. I think the sort of self-improvement, sort of maximalist takeover of the space was always destined to fail because it's like not everybody can reach that, unattainable top 1% damn near. And it led to a lot of shaming of men by other men when all men really have collective issues, especially when it comes to men's rights and family law. So if you're going to sit there and alienate some men or shame other men, and it was always destined to fail in that way. Still I Rise says, Deandra Hopkins sent my ex model GF $10,000. DeAndre. Okay, DeAndre, I'm sorry, a guy. She ended up giving me $5K and flying me to Cancun. True story, because she felt bad DeAndre got hurt and messed up my fantasy picks. Man, I mean, I'm choosing to believe you on that. I mean, I can see it happening. Some people just, man, I've actually seen this happen. I was in Vegas one time, working with somebody for a job. So I was over there at the convention center doing some stuff. But later in the night, we were hanging out, and there's other people in that industry. Some of these guys very rich. And man, the amount of money I saw some of these guys just wasting at like the gambling tables, or just giving women money outright, just in a way to, I don't know. It was just very, very weird. That's the only time I've ever played craps, because he was like, dude, you got beginner's luck. Just throw these dice on the table. And then I just kept doing that. And I think $10,000 later we left. $10,000 negative later. Keep the stream going. All right, we'll do that. We'll do that. Mr. Pitt got receipts. Rollo is obsessed with Pearl. Sometimes, Caesar says, sometimes I get secondhand embarrassment for Rollo when he talks about Pearl. He does seem a little overly obsessed. Again, I appreciate Rollo's content. He can't stop talking about her all the while he treats her like she's radioactive. That kind of has the Lily Phillips effect right there, right? It's like the more you try to shame Lily Phillips, the more conservatives and Tradcons try to shame Lily Phillips for sleeping with 100 men, the more her content just surfs across the internet and the more money she gets. It's like the same thing. They feed into it. He can't stop talking about her all while he treats her like she's radioactive. Heck yeah. So let's get back to this. Let's hear what Coach got to say about creativity in the space.
People dropping 5 videos a day. 5 videos a day. Now, before 2021, people would put 1 video out. 1. By 2023, it was commonplace. 5 clips, 2 8-hour live streams, 8 shorts. Niggas started to be like, oh shit, it's an arms race. So the lack of creativity was like, let's produce the easiest amount of content. How can I do that? We just gonna fucking take the algorithm. We just gonna pound the algorithm. And that gave the space more exposure.
That was especially true at Shorts. I feel like Shorts really came into YouTube around this time. And Andrew Tate was like that kind of first person to figure out that formula of creating this sort of industrial complex of just pushing his face with as many people posting his face. And people are like, wow, what a meteoric rise. So everybody tried to do that. And it highlighted the value of Shorts. Then, you saw all the Fresh and Fit shorts, all the Pearl shorts, and they had teams of people just pushing this out. And it was kind of like that level content that had just these little snippets of, whether it's red pill rage content or gotcha moments, basically. Gentlemen, have you ever seen the movie Casino? Man, I used to love that movie Casino with Robert De Niro, Sharon Stone, Joe Pesci. It's a fantastic movie. Man, I really miss Robert De Niro films. And also Jean Reno films. Remember Sharon Stone giving all her money to her stoner ex-boyfriend? Yeah, that's a great point, man. Some of those movies had some real red pill moments in it. And then on her like wedding day with Robert De Niro, she's like crying, or she's on like the payphone with, his name was Lester. I can't remember what, like Lester Holt. I don't know, Lester. And she's just crying after she got married. That's a great movie. I got to rewatch that. Joe Pesci was a great actor too. Something shaking my head. Shit was so real. Didn't understand the movie as a kid. Yeah, that's true. Looking back at it now.
People's sub counts went through the roof. And then now people said, oh shit, okay, I got to just make car videos and react to videos. Like, this did not help the space. And it eventually led to people getting more info than they normally would have had, more polarizing clips, more clip farming, more Manosphere exposed, more of those type of content. Nobody was exposing the manosphere very much until this point. All right, where the creativity got low, nobody invested, nobody supported any other content creators becoming the top dog. We're going to talk about that next because I'm trying to rush through this.
It took over, and it took over so fast. It was like sugar. It's like Kool-Aid level content. And then it was just in everybody's faces that like other content creators who normally would not care about this space, they just couldn't deny it anymore because it was just constantly on their algorithms. You know what I mean? So people like Abba and Preach end up on the Fresh and Fit show, and then their kind of whole thing started. H3H3, you know, podcast, other big guys in the space, like not in the manosphere space, but just on YouTube or in general, like you got guys like Destiny or Hasanabi, they get involved in this. And then that kind of becomes its own content. And then there's this coordinated push to kind of, you know, get these guys from taking over the space. And that's how you get diverting hate and all that.
So then you had people who was basically doing live streams, streaming reactions to content creators, right? And it's like, whoa, god dang. Like, okay, and all we would see is the same thing. Kevin Samuel said, Myron kicked out this bitch. All right, and it was just a reaction to that. This was the anti-counterintelligent movement in the space. Then it was also the content creators themselves. Okay. Then it was that. So then it was the how to produce the most and easiest amount of content, reactions, in particularly car videos. But here's the problem. YouTube as a whole took off. Like there were YouTubers that came in around that time that built an entire platform. And because they didn't have counterintelligence and censorship, because they were focused on YouTube being a business, these people created whole businesses around their YouTube where the manosphere didn't. Let me show you an example. This is Super Carblon, and there's a lot of people you can show. Kai Cenat, streamers, people built businesses around their YouTube, whereas the manosphere, they basically prevented people from building business around their YouTube because we were so-called helping men. Showing you an example.
Now guys, this is where all the back-end stuff happens. This is actually where the magic happens. Welcome to the office.
Where is the manosphere version of this? Where's the manosphere version of this?
Now I can understand what Coach is saying. He sees probably streamers like Kai Cenat, maybe even Aiden Ross, or just other big YouTube people who get big and they take it to that next level of business, and it's making more money than ever. You know, and I understand this too is even, you know, made for content to show on this, but I get what he's saying, and he hasn't seen the manosphere kind of evolve into that because instead, you know, the manosphere decided to break itself down. I guess I will say, if I had to give some defense to the manosphere in general, the content that the manosphere is talking about is something that's easily demonetizable. It's something that, you know, it already attracts the kind of attention that might prevent it from getting to this level, especially back then. Especially with the rage bait content. This is probably kind of like safe stuff. I don't know what she does, cars or whatever. That's okay. You know what I mean? So it's going to naturally hit the next level. Now, I don't think Coach is entirely wrong. I mean, I think it is possible. Maybe people could have played their hands better. I think, was that Braylon who said that, or Still I Rise, or Coke Addiction. Again, it's a decentralized space, so you know you kind of end up in this sort of game theory model of tit for tat. If one person's going to do this, then I'm going to do it too, until both parties kind of end up getting the negative outcome in that situation because there's no cooperation. There's no greater form of leadership to create cooperation, to have it refined into something else. So you know, I hear what he's saying. I can see why he's mad, because he, from the level he's at and the kind of money he's making or seeing other people make, he sees other streamers and the vast ocean of YouTube that isn't just our space, really pulling in some serious cash. And he's just like, man, we fumbled the bag pretty hard. But just to maybe give him an excuse, it's just that the nature of the content here does kind of make you a target, and it's tough to get this kind of backing, for some of this stuff.
Where's the Manosphere version of we gonna build a business around this and we gonna have an office and we gonna have a studio and shit in there? Well, anybody who attempted to do this fell into the next category, which is the competition between content creators. Now, this space saw more diss videos from content creator to content creator before Abbott and Preach started dissing the Manosphere. I'm going to say it again. My man said a team for what? That's what I'm talking about. My man said, what do you need a team for? That is why the Manosphere destroyed itself, because you guys are so motherfucking you guys are not self-aware.
It's I guess you could say it's very individualistic. This kind of comes in with a self-improvement mindset where it's just about you. This comes out of the sort of enjoy the decline maxim also, right? It's there is a part of it that's almost a little bit black-pilled of not seeing a bright future maybe. So it's like you improve as much as you can to deal with this. And there is no kind of guiding vision, I guess. So it leads to this sort of selfish sort of every creator for himself kind of thing, which is unfortunate. And then that's kind of embodied in the message, right? And that's where you get the shaming of other men. It isn't exactly like men's rights, where men's rights is focusing on a collective good or a collective improvement for men. The folks over here, especially for the last few years, is all about self-improvement. That's how you get fresh, showing off the cars and selling, whatever the course is, and Andrew Tate selling the courses to try to get rich. Everybody do that. So it's not about collective improvement for men. It's about self-improvement. And this self-improvement and this sort of selfish mindset ends up being kind of an undoing as everybody starts to, I guess, fight with each other in a way. Yo, Caesar, thank you again. Very generous, sir. $20. I appreciate that. Caesar says also many RP content creators have been exposed as blue pill frauds too. That's a very good point. I mean, we brought up content creators in this space, pretending to be, getting girls, but really they're paying for them. And gargantuan amounts of money also. And it just looks really bad. It loses credibility. And then, there are people who kind of end up being more tradcon anyways. And then that's kind of its own blue pill. So yeah, I mean, that's a great point right there. So not even just about the self-improvement, but it's also about just outright lying or just being blue pill frauds. Again, thank you for the $20. That's, it's very generous, and I appreciate the support of the show there, Caesar. Also, I hope everything's going good down there in LA. I haven't been looking at the news, but I hope the fire has quieted down. I think it has. I know Trump went out there. I think it was yesterday to meet with Newsom, and he basically said that California needs to start sending water down to the South, and that they need to enact voter ID before he releases federal funds to help with the Palisades victims. And I thought that was interesting. Now, one thing I was actually learning about yesterday, my dad was telling me about this, was that a long time ago in his time, they were trying to get more water from the north to down south to LA, because LA has this water issue, but all the wineries up here blocked that from happening. And the reason they blocked that is because, I don't know, they need water for their vineyards to grow all these grapes to make all this wine, but it was their lobby that had something to do, that's what I remember from this, to stop this water deal, to go to build these pipes to take them down to Southern California. So it's funny because Trump comes in here and he's like, well, you're not getting any federal aid to fix this until you do these two things: bring water from the north to the south to prevent something like this from happening, and then voter ID, is implemented, some kind of voter ID, so there's no voter fraud. And it's interesting because now I think about the wine companies and I'm like, oh man, they probably all just got a little tense when they heard that. So I hope you're doing okay down there. Anonymous says, find me a Rolo stream where he doesn't mention Jason Momoa. Just saying. Yeah. Like that specific archetype. You know, interesting thing about Jason Momoa is that he was married to a woman 12 years his senior. So, I mean, you know, as far as like whatever podcast goes, not whatever podcast, I was just looking at them. I'm sorry, as far as, you know, some of the ideas here it is right here. I made a video about it here on the right. Momoa's ex-wife is a good person. I covered their divorce, and it was like, this was like the one divorce where it just was not like, it just wasn't terrible. You know what I mean? They figured out custody between them. They divorced amicably. You know, it probably sucks, but I had to give her credit because compared to some of the stuff we see, she was, you know, she was a class act. I mean, compared to some other people's wives. So it's just funny. Yeah, Jason Momoa, but you know, Jason Momoa also would probably do things that a lot of red pillar types would probably not, you know, say is good. But I don't know, man. Good for Jason Momoa, man. I'm glad it wasn't that bad for him on the divorce. Cesar Quintana says, or they become born again blue pills. Yeah, that's true. And not just the women, men too.
If you want to legitimize anything, you have to keep up with the competition. Any content creator that tried to build a team, it was successfully torn apart from the content creators. You cannot be serious making car videos and reaction videos. That's exactly why the Manosphere destroyed itself. You never wanted to be bigger and legitimate. You always wanted it to be illegitimate for your own personal reasons. Why? Because you're a loser, because you're unsuccessful. You cannot have this space continue for 10 or 15 years and you're doing reaction videos and car videos. You can't do it. You destroyed yourself. You destroyed yourself. All right. And listen, if you're critical of what I'm saying here,
I think there is a lot of cliquey stuff in the manosphere too. You know, there's people calling other people traitors, and I don't want to work with you if you worked for them. I know Coach went through some stuff with this 21 convention. And when stuff like that happens, I think that's also a negative for the space as a whole. You know, cooperation amongst creators or influencers there is necessary. And if it's just going to be a big drama thing, then, you know, it's going to undo itself. So I think Coach has some great points there. Braylon Barnes says, like I said, the united father-son generation, the elderly generation of men gathering a circle tribe with young men generation in my head, the idea of the RP or the golden age of the RP. I'm just rambling now. No, I hear what you're saying. It was for a moment, it was this genuine kind of mentorship of older men, you know, sort of taking a knee there on the field and saying, all right, listen up, young guys. We got something to tell you, and we got actual notes to share. And men sharing notes here is really what helped. And I do see Coach as someone, you know, who does that. He's big on the self-improvement thing, but he's honest about it, because I think he acknowledges there's a long-term issue, and then he provides his free agent lifestyle sort of pathway for that. So like, yes, you are going to run into this issue. Here's what I think about it. So I appreciate what he's saying, and I see Coach as a mentor, and I think he is a mentor for young men, and he shares a lot of wisdom there. But I remember, you know, in the early days, kind of what you're talking about, and yeah, I mean, it's true. It was a special thing. It was a special thing.
Better have a profile picture and some evidence behind it. Like I said, we're all guilty of this. So I made this videos on other people. I made this video on Rich Cooper in 2019. Nobody's saying that I didn't do any of these things. I said we're a part of the manosphere. But guys, this is another reason you're seeing this. These men are going to prove me right as to why this space destroyed itself. Because these people are the reason why. In the comment section, they're going to prove exactly why this space destroyed itself.
You know, another thing too is I think, gosh, I can't remember if it was Still I Rise or Coke Addiction that said it, but they're talking about gatekeeping, and it's a decentralized thing, so it's gatekeeping. A lot of folks in the manosphere, I guess, did try to do that with this whole loyalty thing, or just like, you know, if they work for this, then there was some gatekeeping going on that just led to unnecessary splits I guess you could say, between content creators that didn't really need to happen. I think Fresh and Fit, Myron specifically, is went pretty hard on the sort of loyalty thing. And this loyalty thing, you know, it's one thing to be loyal to somebody. It's one thing to be so loyal you don't criticize the people you're loyal to. You know, loyalty almost becomes an excuse to allow things to happen or turn a blind eye when maybe you should otherwise, you know, have those discussions with them or something. So, you know, I think that's just yet another thing that adds to this sort of breaking down.
These small thinkers, oh, you did, and pointing the finger. You're going to show, I'm going to lay out the case why this space destroyed itself.
It's also funny, too, because in the space, they often criticize women for, you know, Manosphere as a whole criticizes women for not being able to work together, breaking each other down. That's feminine behavior. Men are logical and can control their emotions. Therefore, they can, you know, coalesce and work together. But then it's just like on the other side, you know, there's all this stuff Coach is talking about, and they just cannot work together and figure out how to take it to the next level. Instead, it's just like breaking each other down and doing all the same stuff that they accuse women of doing. It's just ironic, you know. Dan the Man says, I just remember, wasn't Think Before You Sleep guy caught being a simp or something like that? Yeah, I remember his channel. He's a pretty big channel. He kind of pivoted away, you know, from Red Pill stuff. His channel seemed very Manosphere in the beginning. He started going out with Brittany Venti, and I think his content kind of softened a little bit once that happened. That's at least what I noticed. And then they ended up breaking up, and you know, there's probably a story there. It's really interesting to me because, you know, I did watch the Whatever podcast, and he had Think Before You Sleep and Brittany Venti on at the same time. Then he had like Destiny and Melina so Destiny, like, there was this spectrum of all these people who were in a relationship or married. And then you have people on the, you know, conservative side, and it's like, then you had the open marriage people. Then you had like, oh, here are the reasonable, have the right opinion all the time, like Think Before You Sleep and Brittany Venti. They just seem to have it figured out. And it's like so many of these people can't like, this is what I mean when I say the long-term thing is broken and the long-term needs to be fixed. Because when people who seem to have the right opinion all the time, like Think Before You Sleep and Brittany Venti, can't have a relationship that works. When the open marriage people, Destiny and Melina, can't have a relationship that works, then folks on the conservative side ends up getting divorced and they can't have a marriage that works. It's messed up all along on the spectrum. You know what I mean? So it's like the long-term deal is really just broken at a societal level. And it doesn't matter what side of the political aisle you are. You can be in an open marriage. You can, you know, be a moderate. You can be conservative. And it's just bad news all around. Caesar says, yes, his new name is Simp. Simp Before You Sleep. Dan the Man says, LOL. Yeah, I'll be honest, you know, his content started to change a little bit, and I used to watch him more in the beginning, and then, you know, it's just, you know, I stopped watching him. Every now and then, I think I'm still subscribed to this channel. Every now and then I'll check out a new video if I catch it, but it's pretty rare. You know, I think he was probably heartbroken for a bit, you know. It's strange, you know, so I don't know what happened. And then I think Brittany Venti, I saw she put something on Twitter, or maybe it was a community post, and I think I saw it on Twitter, but she has stepped away from social media, and she mentioned trying to figure out relationships or something, but it's just something I noticed. It's like people all along the spectrum, wherever you're sitting at on that spectrum, are all having trouble with this. So that tells me, you know, something that the long-term collectively, it's broken for everybody.
Because you guys wanted it to always be car videos. You guys wanted to be always in the shadow. You guys always wanted to be, oh, we're just helping men for free. And listen, YouTube became a business. The Manosphere never took it that way. Any content creator that took it as a business, it was destroyed by the Manosphere. Let me give you an example. Pearl made it a business. Myron made it a business. They hired a whole team of people. You guys criticized them for that. You guys criticized Pearl for that, the 360 content deal. It wasn't Abby and Preach that did it. It wasn't Abba and Preach who did it. Now, you can blame Abba.
I can actually see his point on it's not Abba and Preach that did it. Kind of using the same logic from Lily Phillips, right? Lily Phillips sleeps with 100 men. And every conservative creator has to quote tweet it and say something about it. And it just, the shaming just helps with her publicity. So it's a positive thing. Abba and Preach criticizing Fresh and Fit would have only helped with their publicity in some roundabout way. So it really was other stuff that took them down. Maybe it contributed a little bit, but them criticizing, people in the space necessarily may not have been it. One second, I'm just gonna let my cat in real quick. It's going on 4 hours. She's been good. I figure I let her in. She's crying out there in the hallway. But yeah, so that's an interesting take on the Abba and Preach thing. I do think a lot of bigger creators, Abba and Preach, because I used to watch them early on too, and they used to go way harder at things. They did seem a little red-pilled. And then once they really started getting big, there was a point where they really tempered their content. And I get it. I guess I don't blame them. Who knows? Maybe they had a meeting with YouTube. I don't know. But they started hitting some serious amount of subs, and then they became a lot more middle of the road. And that, again, that was a decision that they decided to make. I can't say it was right or wrong. I mean, because, that's their decision at that point when you got that many people watching you. But it did seem like a sort of part with that. So.
And Preach for attacking the so-called Manosphere. They really only attacked 4 people: Myron, Donovan, Darius, and Pearl. That's it. I guarantee you, and I'm going to make you guys type this in, and I want you to prove my point. All right? I want you to prove my point. This is going to prove my point. Type in any content creator within the Manosphere that had beef. Type it in. This is going to prove my point. You guys want to say YouTube and censorship and terms of services, and you guys are just trying to distract yourself from this truth. But I'm going to prove that there are people, and even me, and then even include who they were beefing against. Before Abba and Preach ever cut one video, and I'm going to prove you, it was the Manosphere people attacking other Manosphere people. In fact, Abba and Preach reacted to one Manosphere person attacking another. They reacted to another Manosphere person cutting a piece of content that was very, very thorough. And that's what they used. Again.
I wonder which video that was. I remember Abba going on Fresh and Fit, and they had a back and forth, I think, about, it was basically about prostitution, I think. And I don't know if that's what did it, but after Abba's appearance on there, Abba and Preach made a video about some of the conversation they had on there, and Myron took it as like an overt attack, and then that started the whole beef between them. But it seems like Coach is talking about something different. I don't remember that video.
Against the Manosphere. See, you can say whatever you want, but I'm ironing out this case. Nobody else is going to iron this case, and nobody has the fucking guts to approach this conversation. When you talk about who did the worst damage from the content creators, it is not the government sponsor. It is not the outside world. It is not the censorship. It literally was everybody versus everybody. Everybody else versus everybody. Then those pieces of content were used by the outside world to attack the Manosphere and the Red Pill.
It's like classic divide and conquer. I just imagine like any world power trying to expand influence in a region, and they find like, 2 different countries fighting each other, or 2 different political groups fighting each other, and they just completely take advantage of that situation in order to subdue both of them.
Tell me I ain't lying. Tell me I ain't lying. And hey, I ain't got no control over this. I'm just telling you the truth. You can go from one content creator to the next. And then this brings up the next point. Why don't we see the rise of the legitimacy of the message, where we got offices and people working for us and people being able to put out and dissect good content instead of niggas in they hat? This is what I see. Niggas in they hat in the fucking basement doing reaction videos. All right. And they in the corner down in the fucking box like this. Okay. Now I've got the reaction videos. I didn't say they in the corner in a box and they just sitting there in a goddamn musty t-shirt. All right. Reacting to videos. Instead of going, we gonna take it to the next motherfucking level. They just sit there and let the video run for 15 minutes and provide 2 pieces of commentary to the motherfucker.
Dan the Man says, I still don't understand the Abin Preach versus FNF beef. I watched the first interview FNF did with A&P, and everything went great. Then A&P attacked FNF for what reason? I don't know. I can't remember exactly what it was. I think it was just some stuff. They were talking about women or something, and there was some stuff I think that Myron said or whatever that maybe came off a little cringe, and they're just like, what? But the first video Abin Preach made, I don't think it was that bad. They criticized some of the stuff. I think it might have been that conversation about prostitution. I just remember that, but I don't remember if that's what it was. It was about something, and their critique of him wasn't that bad, but it just, some of the stuff seemed kind of cringe that, like Myron said. And then when Myron heard it, he was just like, oh, they're betraying me. I let this guy in and treated him as a good guest, and then it just went really bad. Braylon said, I think it was Save Yourself Black Men group, pretty much the Black RP. I don't know if it was that what they were arguing about. I'm not sure about that.
But you're saying, why do we need teams? Why do we need legitimacy? Why do we need a growth? Why do we need a content creator? So then what happens is everybody calls each other grifters.
That's kind of what happened with FNF and whatever.
Everybody's a grifter. Why? Because they want to get up. They want to win, and they're giving you vital information.
It's also drama farming, to try to get views.
You guys will watch people for 50 hours a fucking week and then call them a grifter when they want to get one motherfucking book sold. But guess what? The rest of YouTube figured out YouTube was a business, except the Manosphere. Except the Manosphere. The Manosphere still wanted to be on some, hey, we just gonna come out here and talk shit on the internet. Now, the same people that took the guts to show their face, some of their name, and you guys will look up their history, look up their job history, and go back and look up all of their shit, and then don't want the nigga to eat. Then you don't want the nigga to eat. Let me give you an example. And again, I told you, some content creators.
I think there are, and again, yeah, I get what he's saying. It's a business and everything. I think there are people who do grift or try to maximize money. Maximizing money and trying to funnel people into buying things or selling overly expensive things. I get how that can be grifting, and I do think there's some of that. I do think there's other creators that are, doing honest. There is such a thing as honest business, but there is such a thing as grifting, And again, it's a gray area who draws that line or who has the ability to. I don't know. I could see Coach just being annoyed just with people coming in and harassing him about that. Again, he's straightforward about what he does and about wanting to make money. That's fine. But, again, I do think there are people who will take advantage of that and maybe oversell something or not be entirely straightforward about what they're doing or who they are in order to make money. So yeah, it is a business, but at the same time, I think there's certain practices. There's honest business, and then there's smarmy stuff, To be fair, YouTube was relatively new, and not many people knew how to monetize it at the time. I think that's true.
Will have to be used to further my message. But this is no dissent. This is one content creator literally going in on another one. Now, you can take sides. That's going to be my last point. I mean, I saw like funny stuff like with Fresh and Fit or like that yacht cruise or whatever that each people, Castle Club, I think they were going to pay a lot of money for
some things didn't happen or some things did happen. I don't even remember exactly. I saw like this Andrew Tate thing on like, he charged like $5,000 to be part of the real world or something. And some guy did an expose on paying the $5,000 and kind of it being really crappy and being basically a waste of money, you know, for a lot of people in there. So there's definitely grifting going on. You know what I mean? And then, yeah, there's creators, I think, doing honest business, selling a book or doing this. I can't sit here and tell you what is each thing that's appropriate or not appropriate, however they run their business, how they do it. But if you sell something and you don't deliver on it, especially if you're overselling it, and that's going to be a problem.
We're not going to talk about who did what and who deserved to be attacked. We're going to talk about what happened during the critical part of 2021 to 2023, where everybody could have said, let's eat. We did it. Here's an example.
Story with Fresh and Fit, because on your own, it's really kind of hard to talk about.
That sounds like O'Shea Duke Jackson. I actually watch his channel sometimes. He's I don't think he lives in California anymore, but I think he's actually from Sacramento. So like I always watch his stuff because I'm like, oh, that's tight. Like he grew up in Sacramento.
Outside of you having COVID maybe, and you know, your beef with Steve the Dean, something like that, it's really hard to say about, you know, nobody cares about
that is O'Shea Duke
what Donald Trump is doing. To be honest, nobody does. If you want to be real, okay, you're not a real mover and shaker in this shit anymore. Not in the black manosphere. Your name is trash over here. We already know your name is trash in the white manosphere. Just type in Donovan Sharp scam. Like, typing sounds, please. Like, type in Donovan Sharp scam in your YouTube search bar, and then you'll see how they feel about you over there. Okay?
That's just an example. And he ain't the only one. He's not the only one.
Donovan Sharp, I mean, I remember him, and, you know, he's had good content. I think he really came under fire because there were some things I think he probably lied about, or, you know, I think he kind of was like, not about marrying single moms or talking about that, but then, or I think maybe he tried to possibly lie about it because he's married to someone that has a daughter, and people found out about it somehow by looking at paperwork. So I think that's really what he came under fire for, but I can't remember exactly.
Everybody's guilty of this in this space. Everybody has done this to a certain extent. Now, I've tried to not do it so much. I tried to be like, well, I ain't going to do it that much. All right. And I'll sneak this. All right. But I didn't cut all kind of full content on people. But I saw people cutting full videos on people. All right. The whole time. 2020, 2022, 2021, 2022, 2023. Now, who was cutting full content on people? The Manosphere. It wasn't Admin and Preach. Admin and Preach really got on it in 2023 with Pearl and Myron. And before that, they got on Darius.
I don't remember the Darius. I know Darius M. I remember his stuff. But I don't remember Admin and Preach talking about it. You're thinking about Donovan Sharp. Okay, wasn't that Donovan Sharp in the video? Maybe I have it wrong. This guy right here, that's Donovan Sharp. Yeah, that was Donovan Sharp. So it's the same guy.
2022, 2021, 2022, 2023. Now, who was cutting full content on people? The Manosphere. It wasn't Admin and Preach. Admin and Preach really got on it in 2023 with Pearl and Myron. And before that, they got on Darius. But Darius went back to go to work. He said, fuck it. You see what I'm saying? But what I'm talking about is you guys want to blame the outside world. I'm saying take a look at inside world. It is the inside world. And let's get to the last point. And I swear I will get to the comments. The last point is the weak Mitches. Yes, you guys, the viewers.
Coach has been on a thing like this. This has been relatively recently, but yeah, he's been getting on guys' cases.
It's the men stuck in red pill rage way too motherfucking long.
See, that part's interesting right there, because, you know, and I've talked about it on the channel before. We talked about it early in the stream about how a lot of the content that was made at that time served this collective red pill rage people were going through. Then after a while, like a lot of us just kind of get sick of it, but some people kind of, I don't know. I don't know if it's the viewer or if it's the people not making different content, but some people really get stuck in that phase for a long time. Mr. Pitt says, O'Shea Duke Jackson places an undue emphasis on race. I once heard him openly criticize interracial relationships. I can't enjoy or even finish most of his videos. That's a good point. That's a good point. And I agree with you. I think he is like that. That's true, and there's a bit of shaming. I know how Coach feels about all that stuff. He calls it the communita, and he's like, whatever, that's kind of a sunken ship already, or you as an individual shouldn't worry about that and just pursue stuff. I mean, listen, we live in the US, so I think people who take a lot of, I don't know, it's just like if you live here and you're worried about that, it's just kind of an uphill battle there. People are going to assimilate, and that's just the nature of living here in the United States. So, being upset about that, or that's sort of your axe to grind is, I don't know, that just comes with living here. I mean, people find each other, and that's part of the freedom we enjoy. Mr. Pitt says, I heard O'Shea Duke Jackson had some beef with Tommy Sotomayor. Do you know about that? Do you know what that is about?
Now, this group of people, amongst the content creators, the content thieves, the censorship, everybody's culpable in this. But this group of people right here, these motherfuckers been watching content since 2015 straight. And these motherfuckers ain't made one move in their life. These guys right here, they didn't boss up one time. Niggas ain't rose their salary up. They ain't move out of their mama house. These guys right here, the Red Pill Ragers, been raging for 15 minutes doing car videos. The same content creator been doing car videos for 8 years. They ain't sent in a super chat. They ain't sent in one piece of money, and they've been watching.
Coach, hey, that first part of Coach Greg Adams is Coach, and I part of it, I guess, is this that kind of comes with the territory, but I think we kind of know where he's going with this. I'll be honest, like for me, I get it. Okay, you work, this is what you do. People should donate or whatever. Me personally, I try not to care too much about that. I'd hate to become one of those content creators, which is just like, let's get the donations up. We're only halfway to our $5,000 goal. And I mean, I think a lot of that is if you do content creation full time, you are pretty much 99% of the way there to get mad at people for not donating or whatever, because now your livelihood depends on it. Real quick. Okay, yeah. Miles Nevison. I feel like forwarding it a bit just because we're at 4 hours and 11. This is where he gets on the Mitch guys. But I thinking if there's any, I really wish this video was timestamped. Usually somebody goes in there and timestamps it. We'll give it another minute of the verbal whipping here, and then we'll see what else is going.
People for 8 years straight ain't sent in no support. They don't want a nigga to get a watch, a car. They don't want nobody to do shit. All right. They want to be everybody stuck in a limbo. So why do Fresh and Fit gotta be the ones? That's the same as the content creators. Why Fresh and Fit gotta be the one to 1 million? Why ain't I on 1 million? Why not? I'm not getting invited to Timcast. Well, you ain't playing the game. Fresh and Fit paid to get on Timcast the first time. But
that's interesting. That's actually really interesting right there. And that makes a lot of sense behind the scenes. That's where I wonder about whatever podcast is like, how much you're getting paid to platform Daily Wire people, or you're paying Daily Wire people to come on. I don't know. You know what I mean? And the way the industry works is probably a lot more surprising. The truth could be stranger than fiction there.
That's neither here nor there. And he realized that was
Coach probably knows that. Because he has personal relationships. Like maybe he's not just saying that as that's how it works, but maybe like he actually knows that. Very possible.
Market. I'm gonna have to spend money to get exposure. But you not spending no money. How come I can't afford an editor? Because your bitch ass ninja ain't spending no money. Now, how come I can't get bitches? All right, because you ain't spending no money. Now, I'm trying to tell you how the world works, and you're trying to tell me how 1990 worked. It's these guys right here. What's wrong with these guys? These guys are the loudest motherfuckers in everybody comment section. They the first to the comment section, they the loudest, they the wrongest, and they the red pill ragingest. Not only are they the first people to your comment section, they're the first people to everybody's comment section. If I share a video about one woman, they don't comment on my video, they go to her video and they go in there with their red pill rage. Now, this space cannot be seen as the predominant people in this space, the ragers. It can't be. It's only so much rage you got. And I tried to help you guys. I put out videos on how to progress out of the rage. The rage.
I would say that's true. I think Coach has made videos discussing, you know, red pill rage and what to do after. And that's where the whole free agent lifestyle thing comes in. And I agree with him when he says that, like, the face of this can't be red pill ragers, because that really just makes the whole space look bad, and it doesn't advance the space anywhere.
It's not a permanent stage. It is a part of the stage. But of course, people don't want to hear that shit.
And, you know, a lot of other content creators in the content will have huge emotional explosions yelling at people or yelling at women and other content creators. And it does give kind of a bad look in that way. Mr. Pitt says, to damn the man, O'Shea has released a handful of videos criticizing attacking Tommy throughout the last year or two, but I haven't seen them. I can post them to the Discord if you're interested.
These people drum up beef. The most videos they watch got drama between one content creator and the other. They're the ones talking about it. They're the ones reacting to it. They're the ones pocket watching. They're the ones increasing the drama. They're the ones not sharing your content. They're the ones not supporting. They're the ones not telling you to grow. They're the ones telling you don't need a watch. They're the one telling you don't need a course, coach. They're the ones. The weakest men with the loudest motherfucking voice and the heaviest keyboard.
Maybe there's an element of, like, I don't know, like the viewers get mad at that because if they're donating money to people who purport to help men and they have the answer, they're selling them the answer, and then their lives aren't getting better and they're watching these guys getting Lambos or getting, you know, some type of Rolex or something like that. And then, you know, resentment grows, so they'll criticize them and, you know, call them grifters and stuff. Now, there might be some element of the people they're donating to overselling something that wasn't going to work in the first place. And then, you know, the viewers start to get pissed off about that.
Then men come in here. This is why when I showed you this, this thorough, what about this breakdown? Isn't this the most thorough fucking breakdown you heard?
You know, there's another thing too. Like, I think of Joe Rogan, you know, like Joe Rogan in the beginning versus Joe Rogan now. Joe Rogan's a guy who's successfully been able to do all the things that Coach wishes a lot of content creators in the manosphere do. You know, Joe was that average Joe guy just talking about stuff, and that's the archetype that he embodied, and that's why people really related to him. But then, you know, Joe got a contract with Spotify and got like $100 million or something crazy. And now he lives in Texas and he's, you know, he's kind of, I mean, he's there. Average Joe is rubbing elbows with Elon Musk and Donald Trump, you know, at the inauguration and all this kind of stuff. And maybe he's not as relatable as he used to be to people. So now a lot of people will criticize Joe Rogan, you know, because of that and say he's a different person now. His politics have changed. He's not the Joe that we remember. He's the Joe now that is, you know, I don't know, a hardcore, you know, maybe he's more conservative. He used to be liberal or whatever. There might be some aspect of that in the manosphere where some of these folks start making a lot of money and they kind of become unrelatable to the viewers in that way. So the viewers don't respond similarly. So Miles Nevison, thank you again for the 5 English pounds. Feels so cool, man. One of these days I want to go over to Paris and visit. And I want to take a train from Paris and see London through the English Channel there. That would be freaking cool. So maybe I'll be able to use some pounds and get an authentic fish and chips. So again, thank you so much for that donation. Very generous of you.
Of this space, Now, I want people to react to this video, but of course, I'm so fucking thorough, they don't want to react.
Oh, we're reacting today. We're doing justice by Coach and honoring him.
This article right here by Forbes magazine says why men enter and exit the manosphere. One thing they're pointing out is that when they get here, a man goes through a divorce. A man, breaks up with his girlfriend.
Yeah, or a guy just gets rejected from women over and over again, or goes through, maybe he's friend zoned and then he finally comes out to her and she rejects him, and it's just a huge blow to his confidence. And, there's a lot of, I guess, avenues for finding the manosphere.
Okay. A man, does something and then he finds CGA. He's lucky to find Myron. He's lucky to find anybody. Ringo. Don't get caught up in who I'm naming in my allegiance, but I'll break that down. He's lucky to find this space. But when he gets here, is he welcome? No. We chase him out. We tell him he don't need a watch. We tell him stay minimal. We tell him don't boss up. We tell him you a simp. We tell him you a bitch ass nigga. And who's the one saying it? The niggas that don't want the content creator themselves to level up, even though he's put his face, his name, image, and likeness out here. Soon as the content creator started leveling up in life, snatch them down to the point where they say, don't share your successes. Don't brag. Who is these guys? It's the Mitches.
One thing about Coach also is he's kind of vocal about his child support case and his custody case. And I think for a while, Coach kind of had to keep some of this stuff under wraps, right? Because he's fighting a child support case, a current custody case. So, he probably can't be on YouTube being very overt about stuff. He did share things about his BMW and then his Porsche that he got. But ever since, he won the custody case, it eliminated child support from him, because I think one of his children is an adult now. The younger one lives with him and is, almost 18. So there's no more child support for Coach. There's no more custody battle for Coach. So Coach doesn't have to worry about the courts looking at his content and trying to plot on his money or how much money he's actually making. So now Coach, I think, has entered into a new phase of his life where this child support, this whole thing is done for him. And now it's like, I want to make as much money. I'm going to show it off if I want to, because I'm making it. Nobody can say a damn thing about it. I don't have to worry about the family court on my back. And I don't know, this is an interesting, I guess, growth phase for Coach as he kind of becomes something different, or maybe pivots a little bit or goes deeper into the free agent lifestyle than we've ever seen before.
The Mitches, they don't want to see you do better. They don't want to see the man do better.
And especially that, now that his, he's raised these children up to adults, he's actually enjoying a new level of freedom, so he wants to do something new. He wants to take it to the next level, because now he truly is a free man again. And I think he's probably really annoyed just with the manosphere and the BS and being around that. And he wants to take it to the next level somehow. I will be very interested to see what Coach decides to do, to take it that way. But I don't know. I just can't help but remember that, because I've watched Coach since about 2021. That's when I discovered him. And, I've noticed a change in his content. So he is dynamic to some extent. But I think he's going through, this kind of life change, and it's being reflected in his content somewhat. So he's kind of just probably really done with that content from 2021, 2022, 2023. So I don't know. That's interesting to watch, Deon the Man says he doesn't want the court to see his dono. Yeah, I mean, especially back then, but now it doesn't matter, right? Because his kid that I think is like 16 or 17 lives with him, so there is no issue of child support now. It's basically done.
They don't want to see the content creator do better. They want everybody else to be stuck in limbo. And shout out to them. It is what it is. I'm telling you, you need to help yourself. You can't stay there, bro. These are the guys calling niggas simps, tricks, all of these guys. They just red pill ragers.
I do take his point on that. I sort of feel the same way. Like, he's definitely getting on the viewer. And it does seem to be shaming him a bit, but whatever. He's at a different place. He sees a lot of comments come in. He probably gets annoyed with chatters that say things, Even I sometimes get annoying comments and stuff, but he is right about the whole people stuck in the red pill rage thing. And I mean, new guys are going to have to go through the rage space. So there has to be some kind of place for that they're going to be able to do that. Though I think collectively we can kind of move forward and see what the next thing is from there. You know what I mean? Because the sort of rage thing being the face of the manosphere will make it very susceptible to attack or being labeled as male supremacists and just a bunch of angry men, and they just can't figure it out.
They're just raging. And the rage is cool. I said the rage is cool, but you can't be stuck there. Can't be stuck there. At some particular point, it's got to elevate past that. And it can't be the predominant voice in the space. It can't be the loudest voice.
I agree with that. I really do.
Because what will happen is people...
Or at the very least, we have to, move to content that's beyond the red pill rage phase. And, that's been one of the biggest criticisms of the manosphere, the red pill space in general. He brought up Roosh V earlier, and there is this kind of wall that men hit. There's one thing of not understanding how to get girlfriends or whatever, okay? And then that sucks. And then you learn all whatever. You figure it out, you get some mentorship, and then you start getting girlfriends and you figure out how to do that, And then there is a certain probably number of women that once you sleep with them or do whatever, there's a part of you that maybe that internal compass changes a bit and you're like, okay, that's what this is, and that's as far as that goes or whatever. And you try to figure out what is the next thing. How do you find meaning in your life? And this is why the vasectomy tweet for Rollo went so big, because one of the biggest criticisms is like, okay, the red pill points all this out. Then what happens next is the big question. And guys kind of hit this kind of wall, you can say, to borrow that term, where it's like, okay, it's just going to be constant short-term engagements or low leverage engagements with women. While you try to pursue something that gives you meaning or whatever, and people traditionally find that in family. Religion has answers for that. He brought up Roosh V earlier. He was mentioned on that article next to Paul Elam. And Roosh V was a guy who was a sort of pickup wizard back then. And he got tons of women. But he hit a point where he got done with it, tired of it. Then I think he converted to, Orthodox or Christianity or something, and basically went that route and, left the space, basically, because the space really doesn't have a what comes next after that. I think something that nobody can, I think, come in here and say, I know what's coming next. Last time in my stream, I was talking about my dream of there's not enough clean water on the boat and we're surrounded by dirty water. And, in the dream, this is my early 20s, I had to jump and I'm stuck in dirty water. And I see land in the distance and I'm trying to get there. And I can't tell you what's on that land. I don't know. I just know that the boat does not have enough for everybody on it. And it's stuck. It's literally not moving in the water. The engine's gone on it. So I know I have to jump. But if you say, well, what does that new life look like that you're trying to get to? I don't know until I get there and see what's over there. I just know the situation I'm in is bad right now. So, I think one avenue for the manosphere to focus on, aside from, trying to create some type of political group to advocate for something, is also what comes next in a man's life if you go this route. And what do you do after that? And what does that look like? And come up with strategies or talking points for that. That can be a whole new fertile ground for manosphere content, because that really was always the problem with this, Oh gosh, the other two comments, Elena, I cannot bring up your comment for some reason. Oh, here it is. Yay, it came in. Shout out to you, Elena. Thanks for being here right now. Elena says, hey, Shah, you are still going. I'll have to rewatch this one. Don't topic today. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, we're about 4 hours, 30 minutes. Wow. Yeah, I'll probably call this in like 10 or 15 minutes. So yeah, I'd say we're wrapping up, but thanks for coming in. Miles says, if calling people simps, etc. is raging, when Coach calls the audience Mitches, does that not count as raging? I think it does. Coach does look pretty enraged right now. That's fair point. If so, how can he complain about men being stuck in rage mode? while he himself is raging. That's a fantastic point. I mean, and that is kind of what we're seeing. You know what I mean? And listen, he's letting off steam. I get it. It's probably hard for me to excuse. I think this stream was a long time coming for him. And like I said, you know, I think Coach is going through a change himself, especially as you see these other elements in his life that were previous burdens on him being lifted. So that's true. And I mean, what you say is a truly valid comment. And I can't think of anything against that. But yeah, it does fall into the shaming category. He is currently shaming them. You know what I mean? And I like Coach so much, you know, I don't know. I can make any excuse for Coach, but what you're saying is true here. Elena says, hey, Sean, everyone, you are still going. Interesting topic. Oh, sorry, typos. No worries. No worries. Yeah, we are at 4 hours and 30 minutes. I'm going to go for another couple minutes on this just to maybe get, I think right around here is when he's going to switch it to him reading donations. So we got like another 3 minutes of this, and then I think he gets it out, you know, all the way. Shut Dado. Hey, welcome in. I think it's my first time seeing you. Thanks for being here. Oppression makes a wise man mad. I think that's true. After a long enough time, and if they can't find a way out of it, they start to lose it. Caesar Quintana says, Zdravstvuyte, Elena. I speak a little Russian. I wonder what that means. Zdravstvuyte. I speak a little Russian. I lived in Mariupol, Ukraine for a year.
Will come in, and they came in droves. Kevin Samuels was responsible by himself to increase the views increase the message in the manosphere. He rose from the ashes and he passed everybody. You had to let him run with it. But what happened was they attacked Kevin. And then when the audience started to go in and watch Kevin, that was the point for the manosphere to take off. But what happened? These guys stuck in red pill rage dragged it back down. We need to take it back to car videos. Nobody needs to get paid, but we're going to watch this all day long, but we're not going to contribute.
Elena says it means hello. Got it. Huh. Trying to think. The word that I know of Russian that as a greeting is like privyat. I think privyat means hello. I can't remember what Dan Svidanya means. Is that goodbye? Dan Svidanya? That doesn't mean thank you. Privyat, Dan Svidanya. Man, I used to know how to say thank you in Russian. God, and it's so obvious. I know someone's going to say it. And then I'm going to be like, yeah, that's it. Zdravstvuyte. Man, I cannot pronounce that. Zdravstvuyte, Caesar. Great to see you here. Privyat. Also hello. Yep. Okay. Das Vidanya is goodbye. Got it. I had some, like some Russian, Ukrainian friends. So sometimes I'd pick something up. I think thank you starts to peace. Oh, spasibo. Okay. Yeah. Spasibo. I was like, spasibo. Ah, damn it. I knew that one. I swear. I just forgot.
This is why the Manosphere destroyed itself. Because the rest of YouTube figured it out. We can get businesses. We can employ people. We can actually create a ecosystem around.
For all this, I can give Coach credit for trying to snap people out of the red pill rage mindset. I do think if he can be successful in doing that can be a positive.
Around the message, around the structure, around people and employ people. Imagine the person that said, why do you need a team? Some of these content creators could have hired you.
See, I think ultimately if the manosphere is going to be able to gain some credibility, gain some respect, if the manosphere can focus on getting people outside of the rage phase and think about, some kind of pathway for that, I think that can enable the manosphere to be taken more seriously. You know what I mean? Instead of just like everybody's pissed and, there's nothing after that. Well, we don't know what to do. Rollo even said it himself. God, these people have so many streams, it'd be hard to dig up. But in one of his streams, someone asked him about marriage or something. He's like, we're still figuring that out. You know what I mean? Meaning that, yeah, there's no long-term solution. And that's where the tradcons will kind of, get on the red pillars a bit, because they'll be like, well, we actually offer some sort of advice for life here, while you guys basically don't. And Coach has attempted to do that with the free agent lifestyle, and his, he has different solutions. Not everybody agrees with them. I get it, but I can give him credit for trying to answer that question.
Working at Jiffy Lube and motherfucking Wiener Schnitzel, but you could have been hired to make everybody's content better, and everybody could have thought, hey, CGA, you got a powerful voice and message. You just
you're doing great, Shah. Very good pronunciation. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Focus on that while we focus on your thumbnails. We focus on this. But nah, niggas got to do a one-man band. And then you don't want to even contribute to that. And then you want us to just stay in limbo. Why do you need a team? Why do you need a business? We could have created jobs, ecosystems, and then made it the message legitimate. Nope.
Too many diverging opinions in the manosphere. I mean, that's definitely true. Miles says, rage is the second stage of grief. Men are collectively grieving the death of the traditional woman values. It's a great way to put that. Actually, I really like how you put that. That's true. And that puts it in this sort of frame or collective frame that we can understand. I think it's unwise to try and snap people out of grief, because all grief is a personal journey. I think you're right in saying that. I think there's definitely, I think it's true what Coach says, that there's people who stuck in grief. And I think people do have to go through those emotions and feel them and deal with them and come to some kind of reconciliation with that. I think the negative part about the space, though, is that people have a vested interest in keeping people in the rage phase, because that's that kind of content. They want it to keep getting views. They want to keep getting money and donations for that. So it kind of becomes this sort of loyalty thing or whatever, where they want people to kind of stay in there. So, you can't just shortcut somebody out of the rage phase. That's true. But I think there can be a space in the manosphere that has better mentorship that helps people to maybe get out of that when they're stuck in it for too long, or when it really becomes toxic and unhealthy. RPC P5V18 sounds like a Star Wars character, says there's no money outside of the rage phase. Well, that's perfectly put. There are solutions-based channels, but no one wants to watch them. And that's really what it is. Shout out to you. People want the blood sport. They want the gladiatorial sort of bread and circus, I guess is another way of putting that. I think Rollo called that once. But again, that's the challenge. What comes next? I think there is a way of appealing to views, for men. There's a ton of content on YouTube. There is a lot of drama content, to your point. A lot of reaction drama content amongst people that have nothing to do with this. And YouTubers love that. It's almost the nature of the internet. But, I want to believe that there is a path forward on that can move this to the next, natural level for this whole thing. Miles, good point. Very good point. Rage content doesn't help men. Yeah, I mean, Coach has talked about it. You know what I mean? Like, there's blue pill rage and there's red pill rage. Blue pill rage is when a guy hasn't understood this stuff, and then something happens all at once and he loses his mind. And then that's how you get some really bad things happening. Red pill rage is like, okay, you take this and you're mad. And there's supposed to be, a way to kind of get through this. It's not like a sudden snap when you're confronted with it right in your face. Like, oh my God, you realize that your wife of, 12 years that you thought was amazing and would never do anything evil cheated on you, and both of your children aren't yours, and you have to keep paying child support, and she wants to divorce you, and now she's living with her ex-boyfriend and has majority custody of the kids, and their ex-boyfriend's actually the biological father. That could be like a blue pill rage moment that leads to some seriously bad stuff, But red pill rage is supposed to help snap guys out of this in a way, and then give them some tools to be like, okay, this is it. We know you're pissed. Here's how you can understand women, at least to some extent. and then red pill rage is supposed to subside eventually. Coach has said before that the red pill has saved more lives because if it didn't have this process of helping men process the rage somehow, which it used to, I think some of the old red pill was better at that. Then when YouTube took over, you know, the views and the content and stoking rage, maybe that's really the root of it. It's like red pill back in the mentorship days. I can't remember if that was who was talking to me about that in here, Braylon. Back in the mentorship days, that mentorship part of it where it was just on the forums was about getting men out of that. I mean, Paul Elam did a good job of helping men through that. Then with this YouTube bread and circus stuff, it became about stoking the rage as much as you can in order to get views and get everything you can out of it. You know what I mean? And that really is a problem. There's a time for rage, though. There is. That's true. Elena says, yeah, long term, it kind of sucks men in. Very true. And I think part of that is men are looking for somewhere else to go. I think TradCon see this and they're trying to take advantage of that and funnel people back into, you know, whatever their TradCon views are. They're trying to speak the language. You know, it's like whenever you see like TradCon folks like make their own like rap music or rock music, like back in like the early 2000s. And it's like, well, you know, so they kind of copy the genre in order to stop people from going in, you know, and hearing the real thing that might lead them into some bad paths as they probably take it. And they'll take Manosphere stuff and they are desperately trying to incorporate those points and then lead men back that way, which kind of goes into this, you know, apparently healthy masculinity of starting families and doing this. We kind of see they haven't taken any meaningful action to do that, but they're trying to take advantage of a blind spot or a weakness that we have. Miles says, change occurs when the pain of staying the same becomes more painful than the pain of change. That's a great quote. Where that threshold is different for everyone. So I respect they will leave rage when they are tired. Yeah, that's true. That's true, you know, and I think some people can have an unhealthy, I look at it as certainty versus uncertainty. You know, people want to search out certainty and stay comfortable in old models of living or something, even if it doesn't work anymore. You know, some people will say traditionalism's dead. Uncertainty can be dangerous and scary, but it has the promise of new treasures being found or something you've never realized, a new way of thinking. And at a certain place, when you're wanting to live in a certain world and you want to know everything about how it's going to be and it's still not working, eventually you have to take a leap of faith. That's jumping off the ship into the dirty water to try to make it into land. So at a certain point, it's going to become unhealthy and, you know, you're going to have to take a leap of faith. That's where, you know, some criticisms of, you know, people from outside of space will be like, okay, so what are you replacing it with? You're leaving traditionalism. What are you replacing it with? I think that's an unfair question because we can't know that until we have the courage to embrace uncertainty and go and find out what that's going to look like and build something new. People who say that, I think, are just speaking from a place of fear. They want to know every single step of the process on the way without having to take any risk. And that's an impossibility. The human condition is about embracing uncertainty to some extent, you know, in order to find and build something new. That's how new ideas are pulled out from beyond, you know, the veil. Shitdato says Goku was enraged when he turned into a Super Saiyan. Man. Gosh, you know, I watched Dragon Ball. I watched the original Dragon Ball back when I was in like 6th grade. It used to come on Toonami. And then I remember Dragon Ball Z, and I watched that all the way through like the Frieza saga. I think that's when he first became a Super Saiyan. But I think it was also about getting it under control. You know what I mean? It just wasn't about letting the rage take you. There must have been something like that in the show, but I can't remember that. Miles says, you can't put people's spiritual, mental, psychological growth on a timer. This is Coach's mistake. He is approaching this with the mindset of a coach as opposed to a therapist, which is what men need. That's an interesting take. And I think what you're saying has some truth to it. I think on some collective level, though, there is some need for, you know, trying to help men out of this. Now, it sounds like, you know, you're kind of suggesting a therapeutic approach. And I think that approach, you know, an approach that's more of an understanding or coming from a place of understanding might help more than shaming. Shaming is probably going to have men close their minds a bit more. But if you want to break them out of it, I don't know. You know, I don't know what the best thing's going to be, but I do think there should be some help out of it. And I do think Coach has tried to help people out of that. Elena says, gynocentrism, feminism, sexual revolution, abortion, hormonal birth control killed traditionalism. Exactly. That's very true. RPC says, I never hear on the solutions channels any ideas on what having a mental point of origin looks like. It's just about dating. A mental point of origin channel may be able to help. That would be pretty interesting. Mental point of origin is something I've heard of more recently. I don't know a lot about it, but I've heard that recently as a concept. Elena says shaming doesn't work neither for men nor for women, I think. Yeah, Lily Phillips is a great example of that. You know, you're trying to shame the OF girls, and you know, a lot of times it just pushes them deeper into that. They're like, this is perfect. You know, shame brings us, you know, brings me more publicity and all that. Shaming without any kind of actual like enforcement mechanism after that people are like, okay, I don't want to deal with that, then it's just not going to work. We are at 4 hours, 44 minutes, and 44 seconds. Well, 48 seconds now. I think we've given Coach a pretty good run on this one. Hour and 16 minutes. We're approaching 5 hours. So, yeah, I think, you know, that was his last major point. There's probably still some good stuff in here. Hey, how about we look at the comments? Huh? How about that? We'll look at the comments. And then we'll get this closed. So this 31,000 views from 7 days ago. And 305 comments. So let's see. So Friedrich Jean, and this is the most upvoted comment, says the manosphere died because it's not something that can be built upwards in mass. The space is supposed to be a rest stop, not an apartment complex. Get what you need from it and move on. So this one seems to have gotten the most. Oh, there are timestamps. Damn it, how did I miss that? I thought it usually breaks up on the thing. Oh, well, I think we watched it properly. We're at about an hour and 16 minutes. Coach roast the losers and Mitches. Super chats. Coach goes scorch earth on goofy ass ninjas. God, yeah, that's a lot. It's a lot more raging after this. But let's see what this says. Well said, it's not dead, but it's a transition to reality. Don't need constant doses. Should have been a silent movement, not a cash grab with the spin on it. Yeah, I think this is the difference too. When RP was more in the shadows, you know, then there was probably more true mentorship. There was always grifters. You know, there were people coming in there selling you stuff. That is true. But I think YouTube took it to like put stuff on steroids and really stoke the flames of the rage. But again, double-edged sword. They did expose a lot of things. So we got to give some credit, you know. Hey, here's one of Coach's streams from yesterday. Traditionalism is dead. I can't lie. I was one of those dudes that looked at the red pill space as an apartment complex, especially when I was in my red pill rage phase, which lasted for 2 years. Now the space is more like a pit stop to me. Shout out to Mr. Pitt. Right, but when you're trying to make a living off of it, you need men to be in this purgatory. See, yeah, this is what we talked about, and this is true. I really agree with what he's saying. Directly feeling the RP rage, I think that is the issue right here. And I think the manosphere moving forward needs to get past this part. So if there's anything to take away from this video, I think at least that is important. I've been rocking with CGA since 2019, and he's a solid brother with good information to help men improve themselves. I think men sometimes forget they were supposed to obtain the knowledge, apply it, share it, and progress onwards. He predicted it years ago. Coach Stradamus undefeated. The manosphere is only alive right now because of CGA. Low-key, this dude has been the most consistent and relevant creator for like the last 5 years. I will say I enjoy his content. Very much so. This is unacceptable. Typed Coach Greg Adams into YouTube and the channel didn't even pop up. Shaking my head, had to go through my history to finish watching this episode. That is pretty crazy. There needs to be a path to redemption. Don't delete this one. The coach is a smart man. I noticed he has great pattern recognition and picks up on things that don't add up. Let's see. I stopped following about 2 years ago. CGA is the only one I kept watching because he provides real talk and humor. CGA is one highly intelligent individual. Read a couple more comments, we'll call it. The Manosphere just pushed grinding, that's the self-improvement, and eventually growing old and dying alone in a cabin with a dog. You see, this is the part, this is where the criticism comes in. What happens after? What happens after? You start start being with a bunch of women, you got the nice car, you got money, then what? And now the Manosphere tells men to not work at all, and I guess living at home with their parents. It's a joke. The Black Manosphere pushes getting in shape, making money, and eventually finding the right one to start a family with. The other Manosphere pushed being angry, alone, and lashing out at women with no end in sight. I think that's a fair thing to say. Of course it failed. I'm going to just upvote this guy. Interesting enough, both MTR and Rich Cooper had created videos distancing themselves from the red pill. I remember Rich Cooper doing that specifically. The king of content. Don't forget Barbarossa, Stardust. Was that Turd Flinging Monkey? TFM, Coltane, RBK, and John the Other. I don't know who RBK is. All of this ish is built upon their shoulders. PUA actually goes as far back as the late 90s with Ross Jeffries. I remember that. Ray Gordon, David D'Angelo. Ross Jeffries was on like national television with a male feminist and a men's rights guy. Fast seduction forums and ebooks. I used to resell a lot of those ebooks back in the day for a couple $100 a wave. Wow. YouTube censorship and demonetization destroyed the Manosphere. I think that's true. I don't get how Coach ain't RP no more or how he isn't part of Manosphere. He definitely is. Coach is someone that we need to protect at all costs. He's been the most spot on and influential in the game with the only strategy that actually works. Trust me on this, people. Long live CGA. All right, couple more. Rest in peace, Manosphere Red Pill. Thanks for silencing the gaslighting voices and letting me know I wasn't crazy navigating through the modern dating landscape. Now, the after pill and the blue chip money mindset are my favorite routes of travel. Some twists, turns, and bumps along the road, but overall, it improves my skills. Thanks, Coach. Shout out to the Coach gang. All right, another big one. Coach, you knocked it out of the park on this one. I watched the entire video and couldn't disagree with anything you said. After the convention, I was done trying to help those. Oh, the 21 convention. I was done trying to help those who choose to stay in the rage victim stage, which is most. Good to see you still swinging out. All right, couple more big comments because we're at 4 hours, 50 minutes. I'm just enjoying reading these. I've been around for the entire journey and got a chance to see the Manosphere evolve. You made a lot of good points. The Manosphere never reached its full potential or became the mainstream or global resource or force it could have been. When men worldwide could have come together, created jobs, built wealth, and regained control over our women, families, and households again. Sounds like a pushback to traditionalism. Instead, it's just petty beefs and name calling for entertainment. I'll upvote it. He seemed to have been optimistic. I've been around this space for at least 10 years. I remember watching the Angry Man destroy Cynthia G, the brother of logic and common sense. Seeing O'Shea and Donovan have a podcast, seeing Kevin Samuels as a fragrance man while people called him names and so on. This space could have been so much bigger, but there was a lot of shady tactics and backstabbing going on. The mentality of there can only be one top dog, that's the top G, that mentality set us back. You know what? I agree with that. All right, one more. Coach, I agree with most of what you were saying. I make a lot of car videos, but Pearly and Nick Fuentes divided the Manosphere. For one, Pearl ain't even a man. When people saw key Manosphere guys being silent or taking up for her that divided the Manosphere, it doesn't matter. It don't matter what kind of video is made, car or not, it's the message. And yes, some of these guys are grifters. She's another chameleon like Melanie King, both without a man. I do kind of like Melanie King. I see her stuff sometimes. I thought Melanie had a man. I could be wrong, but I thought she addressed it at one point a while back. All right, well, I think we've kind of really taken it to the next level there. Let's just see. Oh, I probably missed some on the chat here. Oh, man. Shadato says, the point is, let me see if I can find it on the big one. Jeez. The point is that don't guilt yourself into not feeling what you're really feeling. Yeah, I can agree with that. Elena says, I've seen Rollo mention mental point of origin in his Rational Male book. I see. So goes back a while. I think I've heard him talk about that on his stream also. I also think I heard Nuclear mention that. That's where I've heard it most recently. Nuclear is Pearl's boyfriend. And I like his stuff. I watch his stuff sometimes. He does like Twitter spaces and he has like a YouTube stream. I think someone asked him about mental point of origin recently. But she can feel shame when thousands of men pay her to continue her malarkey. But she can't feel shame. Shame definitely works. I think it works only when you have some kind of system to actually back it up. Like if you shame someone and they have the freedom to do that and there aren't actual consequences, then it's not going to work. But if there's consequences, then it will work. Miles says, that's true to Elena. Anger begets anger and shame begets shame. Ad hominem attacks are going to help change people. There's a quote that I heard that I think is really good. And it goes, anything that begins in anger ends in shame. And I feel like that's true for myself. Anytime I've let anger come out in a way that was uncontrolled, I felt ashamed about it later. Like, man, why did I say that? I just made the situation worse. The only reason we're in this mess right now is because they stopped shaming women. Again, I don't agree with that. I don't think shaming is gonna fix it. Everybody has been trying to shame. That's literally what conservatives have been doing at least for a while, especially when it comes to this OF stuff, and the culture has just kind of progressed. Fresh and Fit, that whatever podcast, that entire format is about shaming women, and nothing's gotten better for their actions. Now women all want to be Carrie Bradshaw from Sex and the City. That's definitely what they've been living. I think as the economy gets worse, then, that's where it's going to get tough for them. Miles says, my synopsis is that men are grieving. So just as women are allowed full expression of their emotions, men should be given space and time to express grief in their own way without being shamed for it. That is absolutely true. I definitely agree with that. Part of the problem is, and then they just keep coming in to try to shut down those spaces, which is an issue. So, I think that's all stuff we can work on for the manosphere and kind of where to move forward. Oh, we got someone here named Nick. Who are they? Was there a shaming community that got defunded? Well, I just named who they are. So there's plenty of people doing that, but it's not going to work. I think the shaming folks are still living in hope that traditionalism is going to come back. Right? Because you're shaming them from some kind of paradigm, which is traditionalism, or some kind of traditional ethical system. Traditionalism, in my view, especially with the technology we have now and the changes we've undergone, isn't coming back. So something new needs to be built. So if we're moving towards something new, then shaming based off of an old paradigm is not going to work because that old paradigm doesn't exist anymore. Elena says, I agree with you, Shah. Shaming only works when there are consequences, and in a gynocentric social order, it doesn't work because there are no consequences. Exactly. Shoutout says, cool setup too. Keep grinding. Hey, thank you, man. I appreciate you. Appreciate you hanging out with us, man. We had like a lot more viewers than usual over here. And I appreciate everybody who watched. 33 people watching for 5 hours is a lot of time that you guys have shared with me. So I'm grateful for that. You think about that. 33 times 5, that's like 150, 165 hours of people time went into this. So that's something worth honoring there. And I appreciate everybody who was watching. That question was directed at Shutout, but all right. Oh, my bad. I didn't realize that, man. They equals men collectively. Got it. Elena says, many women view shaming as a compliment because they get clout and attention. Yeah, very much so. And even some of the creators on the men's side, they want to be shamed for being, misogynist. They want to be shamed, especially if you're making rage content. You want to be seen as the bad guy. You want to be the villain. Society right now kind of creates narcissists in that way because that's how you win. I mean, they tried shaming Trump. You know what I mean? The entire media tried doing that, and it only worked in his favor. But there is this sort of aspect of wanting to be the bad boy. You know what I mean? It just like in that shame that you get from it, being the bad boy in the past and getting shamed, it probably would have stopped you from being the bad boy because there would have been consequences. But now there's a ton of bad boys and they want to be shamed in that way. They'll be the villain. It gets them some attention and this and that. Caesar Quintana with another $20 donation. Thank you very, very much. Again, Caesar, you've given a lot of support for this entire stream. So I do respect that. And we'll try to use it on something good, something productive. I'll try not to buy a Perdermo champagne cigar like Mr. Pitt suggested. Though that does sound pretty good. Caesar says, Caesar says, can't shame the shameless. Yep, exactly. Shut that out. Shame won't work if men complain about OnlyFans, but then receive money from other men. Yeah, and they complain about it and then go subscribe to it after complaining about it. You know what I mean? So, people do, I guess, what they're incentivized to do. Right. So why not we? I think he's talking to shut out, though. So true, Caesar. The outcomes of an amoral society. We can't be used to. Miles says, you're right, Shah. Shame is like treating the symptom as opposed to treating the root cause. By finding out what made the person exhibit the shameful behavior. I agree with that. Thank you. We hit 5 hours and 5 seconds. We passed the 5-hour mark. The promise has been kept. Shit, data, they're not shameless because they still cry themselves to sleep. That's going to be the famous Stewie crying sound. That'd be a good sound effect. Spend it at the JUCO. Oh, man. I don't know. I think it'd be tough for me to spend it at the JUCO. I'd be sitting there like, man, whatever the going rate is, like, man, $600. And I'll think about all the stuff I can get for $600. Like another DSL, like another mirrorless camera can go on sale around Black Friday. The DJI Mavic 3 Pro Fly More combo can go on sale for like $1,200. There could be a flash sale someday, and I could think about like, man, $600 at the JUCO. That's half of a drone right there that I can fly around. It would be very tough for me to keep making those cost benefit analysis. Hell, if you're really savvy with $600, man, you're like halfway to buying like a cheap pickup somewhere if you really find a deal. You know what I mean? If you're lucky. But no, I get what you're saying. A cigar and a JUCO, that could be nice. You do paint a nice picture there, Mr. Pitt. I'll say that. But anyways, yeah, we got 31 viewers. Damn, that makes me want to go for 10 hours, but, I should probably eat something. I got a lot of books I want to read is all I want to do. Again, guys, we got the Paul Elam interview. And by interview, I mean Paul Elam interviewing me coming out real soon. So please keep an eye out for that. I'm going to be very excited for that. I'll probably not look at it for a day and then look at it and see how it did. Our very own Caesar Quintana, by the way, is going to be having a piece of media. I don't know if Caesar wants to share that, but if you want to share that, Caesar. Caesar was also recently interviewed, and that'll be going up. So keep an eye out for Caesar also. I might be able to get a good screen grab of Caesar from that interview, and then we're going to get a framed picture of Caesar as the #1 contributor to the show. We'll have to put that somewhere. So, yeah. Great live stream, Shah. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, guys, thank God it's Saturday. Hopefully everyone has Sunday off. If not, you're a legend. Oh, she's biting me. She's angry. She's just like, why are you sitting here for so long? What about food? Yeah, I think we'll call it next Saturday. We'll get at it again. I'll try to release some. What is she doing? I'll try to release some standalone videos. And throughout the week, there's some stuff I want to talk about. So hopefully I'll get that video going. But you guys take it easy. We'll catch you guys on the next one. Real quick, Caesar says, I was interviewed, Shah. I didn't want to steal your thunder. Oh, no worries, man. No worries. We're going to watch that one too. All right, guys, take it easy.